white people dress like Steve Urkel than black people dress like Steve Urkel. I get that.
Yeah. This is a cliche routine, comedy routine. All right, white people walk like this, and black people walk like this. You know, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you get it. I'm with you. It's fine. You know, I had to use a black reference so that the joke was safe.
Black Tread. This is all because we were talking about you.
It's all good. It's all good.
We were discussing. Corey said you were here on time.
For once. Keywords for once.
For once.
I'm on time every fucking time except for like once. Come on.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And
No, I'm taking attendance. There's multiple times.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, yeah, we were just making fun of
you. I've been gone for a while. I didn't expect that you would be pushing, concepts of white supremacy, like being on time. I'm glad that you've come over to the white brothers' side on important issues and have embraced white supremacy. Timeliness is a good thing.
From your perspective, you didn't hear what I said at the very start of the stream, right? When I came in, I'm like, I looked into the Discord, right, and I said out loud, "Hey, but we've got people here already. They're white, so that's why they're here. They managed to be on time." I talk about all the time. Black people are late, loud and proud. Black people are fucking late, and it drives me up the goddamn wall.
You don't need to. Look,
I claim CP as well.
It's just a joke.
No, it's not. No, hold on. No. I'm not defending against it. I'm leaning into it. I'm leaning into it. I'm saying black people are fucking late, and it drives me up the fucking wall, right? On the black panel on Thursdays, just check out at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's always late.
No,
black people.
It's not 8 p.m. Eastern.
It's not. It's not. And I hate it so much.
Like 8:45.
8:45. No, seriously. No, we will start. We have started like a half hour, 45 minutes, like late, like waiting for people to gather. It happens all the goddamn time. So yeah.
And I'm curious also if you have any idea on the rate of no shows. Also, like, are there more no shows in All Black Everything as opposed to here, or? It's just a lateness factor.
He's actually trying to get data on the joke, and this
I'm trying to get data.
I'm starting to feel a little bit like a rally. You know,
I feel like it's
brother. You know, and I'm going to get uncomfortable.
No,
that's what I'm going for.
No, it'll be fine. Yeah, no shows. I think actually, there are no shows here. That happens. But I think would happen more on All Black Everything. Yeah, I haven't been keeping track of it, but like I'm running it through my head, and yeah, definitely, almost certainly.
That is interesting.
I mean, that's just like, jokes aside, like that is just the problem with having enough clout to put on panels regularly, but not having enough clout and production to be able to pay guests. Or to have so many people to where if you're late, I can be like, well, you've been late several times, so we're going to go with somebody else. Right? Like, and it sucks because it's like you have enough to put on a regular show, but it's like if more people just followed Prime Kai's, subscribed to his YouTube, and like, retweeted some of his tweets when he put out panels and, engaged in the stream so that he got higher in the Twitch algorithm and he was able to like double and consistently double his view count, he'd be able to bring on more people and he'd be able to kick off people when they don't show up on time. And then all of a sudden people would fucking show up on time. So if you want the show to show up on time, you know what you have to do. And that is that you have to share the stream and you have to like try and support him so that he has enough clout to do that. I'm just saying.
Or you can just show up on time.
He's just saying.
Thank you for the kindness.
Gibbs, being kind here. I'm just being descriptive of reality.
That's true. It would be helpful. Gibbs, what's going on with your camera? Why?
I don't know. It's only doing it in StreamYard here. I
It's in
did it.
90s mode.
It's the Democrats. They're
Yeah,
getting
it's
to
the
you.
Democrats. They're coming for me. That's like I'm fading in and out.
I had a similar problem happen to me, Admiral Gibbs, on StreamYards.
Oh, it's not a
or
coincidence. It is the
StreamYards
Democrats.
before.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing it in StreamYard. Like I was doing it was fine in mine, but the minute I came in here,
Okay.
it's like
It's like your hair comes in sharp contrast with everything else, and
I
now
don't-
it's throwing me off a bit. But it's okay. It's okay.
yeah, I mean it's I don't know what we can do about that. I can try something else.
It's okay. Don't worry about it,
You're
friend. We can see you, right?
Leave
And you
Streamlabs
can.
and come back, no?
I'm sure you'll be able to infuriate us one way or the other. So it's not. It won't hold you back. We have only one other person waiting for it, but they've let us know they're having a little bit of issues. So we can just kind of jump right into it. I'm
I
really
fixed it.
excited. I'm gonna. So this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have 8 p.m. On Mondays, and I'm pumped. I'm pumped about the topic. It's an auspicious day, so I think there's plenty to discuss. I'm pumped about our guests. Like I'm pumped just overall. I'm really excited for the day. So let's start by introducing ourselves. Right before Lactoid gets a chance to stop chewing. Okay, Lactoid, you got to introduce yourself right now. We're all
Go.
waiting on you. Lactoid.
Hi, I'm
Oh my
Lactoid.
God,
You can
Lactoid.
find me at Lactoid
Everything
TV
You've dropped the ball.
on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay. Great. Thank you, friend.
mean-
Anyone else about to take a bite? All right. Next, we have someone I'm very excited to see again. Honestly, like I really missed this person. Our friend Fabian Liberty, aka Scott, is here. Nice to see you, friend. I know you've had personal things in your life that you've had to take care of.
You're such a lefty that like every time you bring it up, you're like you had personal things in your life.
Yeah.
I needed to move and I needed to work some more. Like it's like this wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, I don't know, but I don't like I
I
don't.
just had to take a break to move.
It's-
Like it wasn't that. It wasn't like like yeah, my dog died, and then like in the loving arms of my grandmother who who had a heart attack. Like it's like it was fine. Like I needed to work.
It's okay. Well, here's the thing. This thing that we do, right? It becomes routine for lots of individuals to come on, to get involved, right? To talk, right? But then I've seen many times, and I've had a few years to observe this, is when that gets broken for any particular reason. That routine just, for something in their life, I got to take care of this thing, right? I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Then they aren't back because now other things are happening, their priorities. And that's fine. There's just an internet show. And as stated before, no one's being paid. But still,
What?
like that.
I was expecting some huge lump sum after all these.
A lump sum of love is what you'll get.
That's all I asked for.
But yeah, so like that could happen, right? And just like, hey, you know what? Like focus on my kids or whatever it happens to be. And I'd be sad, but I would understand. But you came back, and I really do appreciate it because you're a valued member of this community. So shout out to you, Scott.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm happy to be back. I don't know. This has been really it's been interesting to step out and gain a little bit of perspective too. I think it's something that 1 week vacation doesn't do for a lot of like streamers that are streaming multiple times a week to step away and realize just how much you get captured by your audience, how those subtle kind of pushes that you have to lean more into certain types of opinions or behaviors, or because there's a give and go with the parasocial relationship with the people that you have in your community, and it's been nice. I've been reading a lot of Marxist theory. Reread Atlas Shrugged again because it's one of the greatest books ever written. Been getting into 40K lore because I finally had enough time to get into it. Like it's so much. Like as I've been listening to a bunch of those podcasts, and so it's been fun. It's been fun. I have a new perspective. I think that that I hope at least some of you guys enjoy. Because I think I was for a portion there. I think it was unhealthy genuinely.
Mm.
And I don't say that like I have a specific problem. I mean, like I see this literally in every streamer, where they just don't realize how worked up they get from this push-pull relationship with their audience, where it becomes this it's not like I'm saying the left are any less enemies. Like fuck you all, you're evil socialists. I still believe that, true to my core. I just mean that like the way in which you choose to entertain your audience becomes a way that as Corey would say, or not, I don't know, not necessarily would say, but agree with, neurons that wire together fire together. You get in these patterns and this behavior of like a certain type of messaging, a certain type of behavior, a certain way that you interact, and you begin to lose perspective because you start doing what works, and before you know it, you become a product of the beast of the algorithm more so than you become an individual that has genuinely um, um, unique and intelligent ideas. And so I'm happy to have taken that step back, and hopefully it shows. Who knows? Maybe I'll just fall into those familiar traps all again. Who knows?
Fair enough. I'm glad you got that level of perspective. I think it's actually a useful statement. Yeah, I think it's actually a bit more mundane than it sounds. In that, people stuck in the routine of any particular job, right? It affects their perspective on the world, and then we saw this in COVID where people were away from their jobs and they're like, holy shit, why am I doing this? I don't want to do this for another 10 years, 20 years, whatever it might be, right? And I have to make a change right now.
Right.
So,
and for me, that was my wife, apparently. Why am I doing this? I don't want to continue to do this.
Okay. One last question though. Warhammer 40K. So I've only lightly looked into it.
Dude, do not ask me questions. I don't know the answers.
No.
Connor will be here at some point.
I might know, but that was what I was going to ask. Hey, now that you're getting into it, would you listen to Connor's stuff, his content?
Yeah, I mean, I've told him before to send me shit, and then he just never sends me shit. I'm like, what's a good introduction? And then he's just like, watch some videos. And then it'll be like, today we're going to discuss necrodermis for 35 minutes. And I'm like, bro, like a 35-minute stream on like the specific skin grafting of the Necrons? Like, I have no idea what the fuck is
Well,
going
there's
on.
so much more important
so
stuff about
gross.
necrodermis. There's so many things with necrodermis. There's
like,
the
and I was just
Primarch,
like,
and then
fuck,
there's
I'm out.
Blackstone necrodermis. There's all sorts of stuff. Like, oh man,
Yeah,
it's like living metal.
Are the Blood Angels necrodermis better because they're prettier? Who knows? Like, fuck, it's just weird, man. It's like, I would watch your stuff, but you have to have a foundation to get any of that shit.
I think that's just what you get when you have so many like massive nerds as your fan base, is that every single explanation is the most in-depth explanation. Like, how many electrons everything has,
Well, the thing with
I
40K
do.
though is they do this like thing called like seeding, right? And so they'll like plant something like necrodermis and Blackstone, right? And then you'll like look at it, and there will be different pieces of the seed, right? And so they may forget about it for 5 years, and then they'll come back and they'll use this seed later, and they're like, you'll have all these theories about, oh, well, the necrodermis is actually what caused them not to have the souls, or like that's not the star gods eating it, or like there's something else. They're like, that's why it's living metal, and then like they'll take this and they'll extrapolate and they go. That's why it's so cool, because it's like 40K is one that definitely does seeding really well.
This is exactly what I mean, by the way. You've just completely demonstrated.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into it. Obviously, I got my collection going.
But like, I know the Star Child reference that was sharded, and I know enough now to almost know what he said. I'm not quite there to get to the point where I know what he said. I know that reference.
I also hate I am listening to like an audiobook right now, and it's dealing with so much stuff. But like I'll listen to these videos, and then I'll go back and listen to the audiobook, and to me it's so obvious that these guys are just idiots, right? Like, and there's wait a minute, you think this going this theory? It's clear based off of how any historical plot goes, it's going to go this way, and then when it happens, they're like, oh, I couldn't see it coming. I'm like, I don't know, read Shakespeare, read a Greek tragedy, bro.
For me. Game
Yeah.
of Thrones did that for me, where I saw so many people with like theories, and I'm like, "You read the book, and this is the fucking theory." that you
Yeah.
got?
It's a big
This is
problem.
Stupid.
Uh.
Like there was so much content about Game of Thrones. Like, well, what happened? Who is Jon Snow and the bastard of? And it's like, dude, did you read the fucking books? We all know the answer to this.
Maybe
Like
he
it's
was.
obvious. And they're
Maybe-
like, but maybe it's something else. And it's like, no. It's really fucking obvious. Like George R. R. Martin's not that subtle. He thinks he is, but he isn't. Like, I don't know.
But I'm a lore monster. Like I love lore. When I get into a lore, oh boy, I'm deep into it. Right. I've never left the world of Elden Ring. Right. So when that video game came out, that has the deepest lore I've ever seen in any video game. I slept against anything else, and I think it's deeper than a lot of books. I think this is like a tour de force, like a masterpiece of video game storytelling, of world building. And like there's been like 2+ years
Yeah.
of
There's so many books,
lore.
and then ESO
in there.
added so much shit to it as well.
ESL, sorry,
Elder
what?
Scrolls Online, just because like every fucking
No,
DLC has like a
right?
new thing.
You missed something. Sorry, I said Elden Ring. So
Oh, I thought you said Elder Scrolls.
no. Yeah, Elden Ring. But anyway, the point is that like the only reason I haven't gone to Warhammer 40K is because it seems like it's going to be a lot. It seems like I'm going to need a lot of time because if I start to like it, if I don't like it, then I got to go in. I got to go deep.
Fucked.
You know?
You're
Yeah.
fucked once you like it, you're like, oh my god.
Show's
Yeah.
over, everyone. No more reference.
The worst
Yeah.
part is that it comes in so many mediums. You know, you've got it on tabletop, you've got the books, you've got the videos, you've got the music. You know, you can do everything. It's a
Yeah.
one-stop shop.
Corey, thanks for being here, friend. Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to be here as always, and I echo all the same sentiments that you just went through, Prime. Well, happy that Scott is back, and happy that he's doing well, and that he got
And
his.
you're also mad at black people from constantly being late. Is that something else that you're?
Yes, yeah, of
Black one?
course. Huge
You brought
racist.
that shit up. I didn't bring that. Why are you trying to shift that shit onto me?
No.
I didn't start
That's
this.
no.
I'll own it. I'm a huge racist. I absolutely own it. But yeah, I was looking forward to getting into it. And well, now that Scott's back, you know, I look forward to it even more. Because he definitely brings the entertainment value. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube is Corey Campbell. And I share the concerns that Scott has about audience capture. The secret is to have no audience like I do, and then there's no audience capture.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Always happy to have you here, friend. Yeah, nice to see you.
Thanks for having me. I looked into 40K once and never looked into it again because, to Scott's point, you can't find an intro to any of this shit. It's all middle of the plot.
There's
You're
an
in the middle.
amazing one. There's an amazing podcast called Laying Down the Lore, and he like starts with like a very, very
He's the worst.
basic way.
See, there we go. And then the 40K
intro.
fan.
That
But
that guy.
that's why I stick to Fast and the Furious and Grand Theft Auto. All right, keep it simple. Keep it simple. The lore is amazing. You don't need to be too deep. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Sociologic. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all the things. The tag's right there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, friend. We have our buddy Gibbs. Like the colors faded in his world, right? He's been gone from the stream too long. This is what happens, but he'll brighten up as we go along.
90s webcam.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know what's happening here. StreamYards, I hates me. I'll tell you how to get in the 40K. It's real simple. Forget all the lore. First of all, if you're gonna want a good lore guy, Danny Fortuna runs the biggest meme group on 40K, and he has a great lore channel called The Pontius. Check him out. He's good stuff. Secondly, if you want to get into 40K, the easiest way lore-wise is to pick like a book that's like a one-off, or like a book that's in a smaller trilogy, like say, hey, I don't know, Storm of Iron or something, and it's about like one band, and then like it'll like allude to the wider galaxy, but you can like learn the lore behind like one little group, and then like as you do that, you kind of branch out there. That's the easiest way I think with 40K. On that note, oh yeah, I'm glad to be here. You know why I have all this bright light? It's because the Lord is coming down and giving me a message of hope and happiness because people are outraged. Justice for Peanut. We've seen extreme overreach by the government. They're coming in and killing the squirrels. They're beheading them. They're beheading raccoons. They're just destroying it. Listen, people were wrong. It wasn't the Haitians eating the cats and dogs. It's the U.S. government under the Biden-Harris administration. They're killing your pets and they're getting away with it and they're laughing at you, the regular Americans. I think Peanut is going to be much like what was it, Harambe? Peanut's going to unite the United States against Kamala and their evil, tyrannical government, and that's what I think the slide is. It's
Well
Peanut
said,
looking
Brother
down on me.
Gibbs.
Peanut the White is looking down on me. That's what's happening.
Behind
Much like
Peanut
Gandalf.
is just an
Peanut
army
is
of
the new
dogs
Harambe.
that have been killed by the ATF. Like it's
Yeah.
just Peanut with a bunch of dogs that have been murdered by the ATF behind them.
That's interesting. I was actually talking to a friend earlier today, and they introduced me to this story. Like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on because this is not something that would make it onto my radar. But you know what? Let me not comment because I still don't know enough about it. It seems like a very strange situation. But it seems like some fuck shit from the government, and I think it makes them an easy target.
If they're
for
willing to
people who
come
are
take your
already
squirrel,
skeptical of them.
they're willing to come take your guns. That's all you need to know. And Kamala said
Oh, all
today,
right.
she was-
Oh, now you got
Yeah.
me excited then.
Yeah, and listen, she already said she used the executive order on it today. So she's coming for your squirrels. She's coming for your guns.
Thank you so much. And not quite last, but definitely one I'm very excited to see, extremely excited to see, is Buckaroo. Buckaroo is a person I've gotten to know over Discord, in private, VCs and stuff, and we've had really great conversations. She's been so much fun, and I took a shot. They said, "Would you come on my show, my internet show, Police Lady?" And she said yes, and I was so happy. So Buckaroo, thank you for coming through. Nice to see. I think I've never seen you on camera before, actually, either. So
Yeah, I actually reset up my webcam. I had it like aimed towards my desk so people could see my cat for like months on end. I finally flipped it towards myself.
doesn't her room look exactly like a DJ's office? Like if this was on like a DJ stream, right? Wouldn't this fit? Like you'd say like this is exactly
Like a radio
it, right?
DJ.
Yeah, radio
Actually,
DJ.
it's so funny you say that. I stopped myself from propping up 2 records behind me because I was like, "This would be sick to put there," but it just looked like mush on camera. So
Interesting space you got there, though. But we're happy to have you,
most of it is to
Buckaroo.
hide other things. So
Okay. And with a Metallica shirt on. All right. Was that a Metallica shirt? Yeah.
yes, it is. It is. I got it at Target. They've got
This is
great
excellent.
shirts
Don't
at
ask.
Target.
Scott, don't ask me to
Shockingly
name 5
amazing.
songs. Don't do it.
What do you
Enter
say?
Sandman, enter Sandman, enter Sandman.
So we got a free discussion, but it's gonna center around the election because, of course. But at the start, I want to say something, right, to my friend Scott. Right, I'm going to give my friend Scott a present. Right, I'm gonna put a smile on his face, a smug smile, which is the only kind he likes. Right, the war on Gaza, has been the biggest blow for consequentialism I've experienced. Right? Democrats and their vote blue no matter who ideology. Right? I could not separate what I was seeing, this completely non-principled stance, from that and from our talks previously, right?
Mhm.
I'm like, wow, Scott would enjoy this.
I don't know that I enjoy it so
Mm.
much, but yeah, I think I think consequentialism is. I mean, so I'm mostly objectivist in many of my leanings, and for the most part, that's a fairly consequentialist philosophy, right? I mean, it has some principles that you tend to value over others, right? And obviously, I have the non-aggression principle that is first and foremost. But for like many, and the reason I state this is like it's easy to be a consequentialist in day-to-day activities, right? It's easy for certain things, right? And it becomes a lot harder to justify consequentialism to yourself when you see dead children and they say these dead children are worth it in the grand scheme because the math checks out. Like
Mhm.
it's I was talking to Econo Boy just a couple other days ago. We were discussing the difference in the economic policies between Trump and Kamala, and I hate them both. He likes Kamala sorta, and there you go, TLDR. You don't need to watch stream, but we had a conversation about Kamala's unrealized capital gains tax, and we both kind of agreed it probably wouldn't happen, but it brought us to a conversation about inheritance tax as a loophole for capital gains tax that so many farmers go through. And the reason it affects farmers deeply is farmers have these properties that are worth 20, 30, 40 million dollars, right? But
Mhm.
they live middle class incomes because you need a fuck ton of property and land and
Mm.
like machinery in order to have a harvest of large enough size to where you actually make a profit that you could live off of.
Mhm. Mhm.
And these taxes disproportionately, they're designed for like billionaires, except
Mhm.
billionaires get around them. They don't bring in that
Mhm.
much money. And what they mostly do is destroy family farmers, people that have like $20 million of property. And to you, you're like, and so I explained this to him, and he was like, who gives a fuck if somebody is like has $20 million? Like, sell your property and go be a multimillionaire. And I was like, yeah, but like, there's a value to like, working on the land that your father worked on, that his father worked on, that
Mhm. Mhm.
your like generational, kind of love for the land. I see this especially with like farmers that are really getting back in the land, like adaptive multi-paddock grazing for cattle and things that like actually want to heal the planet through farming and things of that nature. And like he couldn't get it. And I was like, that like this is what consequentialism does to you, is that
Mhm.
it deadens you to like what should be a natural empathetic response to people's individual suffering because you zoom out at this macro scale. And I do think that Israel Palestine is maybe, I would say that I wish it would wake people up philosophically, but I think mostly it has just pushed people towards a concept of like American and Western imperialism is bad. And this is why we need more socialism and less, neocon shit. Like I've seen the far
Well,
left push back against
Well,
the hawkish
oh,
type of the neoliberals more
w-
than actually recognize why their philosophy is fucked.
what's really interesting, though, it was kind of what you said there. You touched on the farmers, and I'll bring up ranchers because ranchers is a similar situation with the you need a lot of property, and then you need whatever, and then they live middle class lives, right? And I brought up on the border, they said the average Texan rancher that lives on the border is going to lose between $24,000 and $38,000 due to has like lost due to illegal immigration and like damage their property, whether it be cattle loss or whatever. And I was talking to, and then like they said, the rest of the ranches in the counties adjacent to lose about 4,000 to 6,000. And so I was talking to my cousin, who's an accountant, but he also like has a ranch, and we were sitting here talking, and he was like, "Do you think you could take a $38,000 hit to you like right now, like as a rancher?" He's like, "No way. I wouldn't be able to take a $38,000 hit. I would have to sell a significant portion to like make up for that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'd be done like as a rancher, like And this is like a small margin, right? Because the margins are so small, right? And it's like you tell people this, and then they go, oh well, and like you kind of hit the nail on the head with the consequentialism kind of thing. People are like, it's a small number of people. Oh, they have all this land. Landlords are evil. You can sell the land. People will benefit. And I'm like, well, hold on. That's not how it works. You're just like dismissing a whole large swath of people because it doesn't fit your narrative. And you're just saying, we don't give a shit about you. Crime doesn't matter. Legal immigration is not important. It's actually not a problem. All y'all's ranches don't mean shit to us. And like, yeah, that's a problem with the Dims today.
Gibbs, I love and care about you. But I also want more undocumented immigrants, right? So how about this, right? We repay you from the government funds, right?
No,
We give you like you send us a bill. Oh, this much damage from undocumented immigrants. We pay you that. In fact, we'll double it, right? We'll double it. Just for your troubles, buddy. But then you allow them to use your land as a path towards towards economic freedom.
No, because who's paying for that? My tax dollars.
Yeah,
I'm just getting double fucked. Yeah, American pay. Now we have a bigger. Now we're getting a bigger tax burden. Yeah, that's the whole problem right there. And then we're not even talking about the medical industry on that.
See, I reach out to your friend. I reach out, and this is what happens, right? You slap my hand on it. It's like I tried. It
wasn't a very good try.
No, I think I know. I hear what you're saying, and that like I think multiple things are happening here because on the left, people are skeptical of the concerns that people have, the right has on immigration, right? Because a lot of what we hear, right, and not from everyone, right, but a lot of what we hear is like fucking racist. That's what's awful, right? And then there's the things that are made up, right? Like JD Vance discussing Donald Trump with the Haitian immigrant eating cats and dogs, and like things like that happen. And so it leads people on the left to.
It's hyperbole, sure.
Sure.
But it's not made up.
But anyway,
it's silly.
We'll do that later. Sure, okay, but we'll do that later. But because of those things, people on the left, like when they hear about these legitimate concerns, right, it all just goes in the pile of here we go, Republicans making it up, right, or exaggerating or whatever. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people who are actually having problems. And so I want to acknowledge that, Gibbs, that, you know, maybe not yourself because it doesn't sound like it's a problem for you yet, at least, but other ranchers and other people on the border are having this issue. And that's actually quite dangerous when you're having a bunch of people breaking the law, right, and maybe not trying to get caught, right? They might, to make sure they don't get caught, they might commit violence, you know? So these are things that we have to deal with by massively expanding legal immigration, of course.
Well, one thing that I've noticed about the right's inability to communicate and the left's, I don't want to say inability, but unwillingness to genuinely listen or give the devil his due has been the discussion that conservatives have. And again, I wouldn't put myself in this camp as a libertarian, about what the concept of law and order means, right? Like you see very often the right talking about like lawlessness in terms of, you know, decriminalizing petty shoplifting and what that has led to in many municipalities, or, you know, the immigration situation. And there is this shift that constantly occurs in the conversation between the left and the right about it, about they're really only talking about lawlessness. They don't talk about what order means, right? And it's very interesting that you don't see conservatives, at least in you know, in the talking head space, that really capitalize upon this, because you'll see them being like, oh, well, Donald Trump's a felon, right? Like, oh, well, you guys don't care about these laws, etc. And there is this, what has been totally ripped out of the conversation is, what does order mean, right? Because I think order is more vague and understanding, right? Like I think people can feel order slipping away in their daily interactions, right? Like when they go to the store and they see behaviors have changed in the last 5 or 10 years from the way that they used to be, because we don't really live in the same high trust society we had in the early 2000s. People used to give people more benefit of the doubt. People used to be a little bit more open and have this social cohesion and like and be linked together, and you know, communities used to talk a little bit more, and some of that is just political polarization, some of that is the way that these things have occurred. But like, you know, there's like an anarcho tyranny that occurs with our current immigration system, and obviously that's one specific element of what I mean. But it's just very interesting to me that the conversation has been dumbed down to such a degree that order actually doesn't ever make it into the conversation about what conservatives mean when they say law and order. They don't mean people breaking laws. They mean that there is a breakdown of society where people used to recognize that there were social norms and legal norms, and that people weren't trying to find legal loopholes against their opponents and things like that. It's like when you bring up Donald Trump, for example, you know, being a convicted felon, the conservative goes, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a breakdown of law and order. And the left almost maybe intentionally doesn't understand it or doesn't get it because they're so hyper focused on law and legality and technicalities and loopholes, as opposed to the spirit of what I think conservatives are so genuinely upset about, though I think their solutions are trash.
I like to ask, like Lactoid and Gibbs, starting with them, but then maybe other people, like, what you think conservatives mean by order, because I've never heard this, and like my osmosis, like my idea seems to differ from what Scott's saying, but then again, maybe that might just be illustrating his point, right? But I think this is interesting. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. But Electra, what do you think like conservatives mean by order?
I think it means, I think, and Scott touched on this a little bit, I think it means like a high trust society. So the idea that like you can leave your bike out in the front yard and, you know, come to it the next day and it's still there. You can go to the grocery store or go to like the pharmacy and buy deodorant. You don't have to have a worker come unlock the deodorant cage for you. You can just grab a deodorant and walk up to the front, you know, the checkout aisle, stand there for a second, wait while, you know, she comes back over, the cashier, and then, you know, checks you out. The sort of like, you know, the order in the sense of you know what to expect, right? And what you expect is that, you know, you're part of a community and everyone knows who each other is, and there's a level of comfort that comes with that, and you know that, you know, there's very low chance that people are going to break in your house or hurt you or scam you or rip you off or you know, there doesn't have to be this societal reaction to the people that do. I think that's what conservatives, when they're imagining order, that's like what that's like the essence, right? Like, you know, 1950s television, right? Like, and the Andy Griffith Show, right? You can walk outside and you don't have to fear, right?
Another Andy Griffith reference.
Another Andy. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. But go.
Look, I may have been watching the Andy Griffith Show, but I was going to say, I think it's great because I think that a lot of people, you know, there's this kind of hallmark dream of like, you know, whether it's true or not. And in some regards, we've made progress in the crime rate, and we made progress on order and trust and all that stuff in certain ways. But then you have examples of where we haven't, and I think that's like where a lot of the anxiety from conservatives is coming from, because they want to live in a society where they can trust each other, where they can have like Halloween, right? This is going to sound like not a big deal. This sounds like weird, but it's kind of a big deal. I don't know. In my experience, this last Halloween, there was like the amount of trick-or-treaters and the amount of people handing out candy seemed to be at a all-time low. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but this is at least my perception. And I didn't want to. And one of the reasons I didn't want to was because people will bus in, essentially, like ship in kids from other areas of the state, basically, to areas that are like high in candy to go get candy from them. And it's like, well, this isn't my community. These aren't the kids in my community. Like, these are kids that I'm never going to see again. And they're coming to my doorstep asking me for candy.
Candy will.
And by the way, and then I'm running out of candy within 5 minutes because, you know, there's like 80 of them and they're taking all my fucking candy. So I'm just not going to hand out candy this year. And then that's part of it.
You're looking at this all wrong.
Is this a conservative skit? Like,
no, you're wrong. Hold on.
That's your fault, Lactoid.
Hold on.
I didn't hand out candy. I couldn't. I can't afford it.
The conservative stance was, I want to hand out as much candy as much possible for the hot moms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got Gibbs. Gibbs. He's playing the long game. But what I'm saying is that, like, for most people, it's like, again, you're laughing at this. It's like, well, like, what is this? Well, it's the concern that, and a lot of conservatives feel this way, obviously, like we're being invaded. That like there is a community we have here, and there's a bunch of people coming in, and they're taking and they're disrupting and they're changing the way things are. And our comfort level is like getting dramatically unrooted, where we no longer feel comfortable walking out of our house. We feel unsafe. We feel insecure. And all the fucking...
I see a person with long hair. I don't know what to call them.
The deodorant has a lock on it. The deodorant has a lock on it. Why is that the case? Why does the deodorant have a lock in it, Prime? Can you answer me?
Have you heard yourself? You sound like an old man yelling on his lawn, yelling at the kids, right?
Like, just
I haven't seen these kids around here before. Like,
Do you want the deodorant locked up or no? That's the question.
That's a different thing. That's a different thing.
Prime. Just to piggyback very quickly off of this, the two points, right? That I think were laughed and dismissed instead of understood.
That's a big
in a
part.
way that actually gets us to this. And
Okay.
let's look at his actual position here about the Halloween candy. Is that when we're talking about order, we're talking about high trust, we're talking about interconnectedness with the community. When you have people from outside of the community engaging in community activities, what you're seeing are strangers. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's like this. It's not one thing that's a problem, but it's a feeling of disconnect, right? How do you connect within your culture and within your community, within your neighborhood? We're supposed to know people. Your neighbor John is supposed to help you when you have to move a big item, right? When your neighbor John is brought in by somebody that doesn't even speak the same language as you and isn't from the same and didn't grow up in the same country as you, and then when you go to do Halloween and there are all of these strangers, you can say, well, that's just fucked up that you feel that way, right? You can dismiss that feeling, or you can call it funny, but at the end of the day, there is a certain loss that an individual has to a sense of community and a sense of purpose when they stop communicating with the people in their community, or when they are broken apart in some way.
Oh boy!
I would like to answer. I have a different take. Hold on. Can I answer?
So we're gonna Gibbs. We'll go to Buckaroo, and then Ali, and then Corey.
Yeah, so I actually want to separate from Lactoid and Fabian here a little bit. They have some points I agree with, but first of all, no, the high trust society thing, that's bullshit. I don't believe in that at all. In fact, I believe healthy mistrust is better. I don't trust the government. That's the whole point of 2A. Texas already fought a revolution. We already proved that we can't trust governments, right?
This is what dating unstable women gets you, by the way.
Hold on. I am conservative. Listen, I am conservative. I'm not one of these communists. Listen. I know you're a communist libertarian. I don't want to hear about how I'm not conservative. I don't want to hear this bullshit about living in communes out of you today. Secondly, I want to talk about here one thing. They are right about the one thing. I think the order part is equal enforcement. I think that's a bigger thing, right? So when I sit here and go, hey, immigration laws aren't being enforced. Hey, let's fucking do something about this. And then they're like, well, Donald Trump's a felon. And I'm like, y'all basically went after Donald Trump for paying a mistress off. Wow, okay, cool, you got it. And then I turn right around. I'm like, well, these fuckers are just coming across, destroying all my friends and family's ranches willy-nilly, and no one gives a shit. And then I go, oh, I'm a small business owner myself. If I took major hits like some of these companies are taking because of doing thievery and just mass stealing, because they are stealing deodorant, they're stealing all sorts of shit, like in mass, and then nobody's enforcing this. Yeah, I have a problem, but then they're turning right around and going, oh, well, we're going to enforce these laws, and I have a problem with it. That's what the order is it's the unequal enforcement. We need equal enforcement. If we're going to have laws, we got to have this shit that's equally enforced, not what's convenient politically. Like for example, I bring up the immigration thing again, but why would conservatives trust that Biden is going to come in here and do anything with this new bill that they pushed that was the bipartisan bill, which is terrible? But why would they trust that anything's going to change when we already have laws in the books that they're not already enforcing? That's a big problem with conservatives. It's there's no order. That's what we're talking about, at least down here. I don't know about this bullshit about high trust, because I don't listen. Here in Texas, our whole thing is individual liberty. Listen, it's none of my business what you're doing. You want to go smoke meth and jump on top of your horse and ride around on your property? Do your thing. None of my business. I don't need to trust you.
Liberalism. That's not conservatism.
No, it is conservative. It's called individual liberty. It's individual liberty. Listen, I know that you're confused about conservatism because you're sitting here literally talking about Ayn Rand communes not too long ago last time. That's fucking bullshit. That's communism disguised as libertarianism.
You don't.
No, I do understand it. Listen,
Where do you start with that one, Scott?
Hold on. I've got my undergrad poli-sci from the Presidential Library and modern history and the political thing, three students of little thing. I'm very well versed. You're not going to sit here and out fucking nut me on how educated you are on these fucking bullshit. You're just wrong, and you're going to sit here and try to dress it up with fancy words and pretend you're not a communist libertarian. It's okay.
Okay, Scott, you can respond quickly back. You got to go to Buckaroo.
It's not gatekeeping. You're a communist libertarian. It's clear. It's all right.
Okay, let me go to
antithetical. That's
let
just
me
retarded.
go
That's
to
fine.
let me go to
And
our
Ryan's a
friend
communist libertarian.
Buckaroo, and then
Back up your
Ali,
statements
Corey.
or retract them. Just back
I
up your
don't have to.
statements or-
I mean, I don't have to.
Yeah.
Anne Ryan talks a lot about communism.
Let 'em have
and
it
she's a
out.
communist. Yeah, it's clear. It's clear what
Anne
they're
Ryan.
And Ryan.
Yeah. And she doesn't even.
Yes.
You know, she doesn't even get her. She doesn't even get her name said.
Communist. No,
She
no,
doesn't
no,
even
no,
get. She doesn't even get her name said correctly because she is a
No,
communist.
enough.
She is.
Anne
She's
Ryan
sitting here talking
of
about
the-
communists.
Ayn Rand the
Communists and shit. Yeah.
Anne-
What is the
no,
word
Anne
communism
Ryan
come from?
of-
Anne
of
Ryan,
Come on.
Scott. Anne
Of the
Ryan.
Wineland Ryans.
She doesn't even get her name said properly because she's not worthy of consideration. That's how bad a
Let's
political
go
theorist she
to
was.
let's go to our friend
It's all for
Buckaroo,
idealists that are
Ali,
idiots.
then
That's what
Corey.
it is.
Buckaroo.
Okay, so the first thing, to the question about order, when conservatives talk about order, I always saw it as more like, order from the people. You have all of the law in place, and then you also have order from the people so that, everybody's got this agreed upon way of living. You go outside, you know exactly what to expect because everybody's following the same rules, everybody has the same values, everybody they participate in the same tradition, and because of that there's a lot more predictability in your day-to-day life. You don't have to worry as much about locking your bike because that if you leave your bike here it's not going to be stolen because everybody in this community is following the same rules and has the same values. When it comes to being a part of a community with people who have different values, I feel like, at least within our current system, one of the biggest issues that I see is both sides using like really inflammatory language to explain how they feel. They're using like, it's a genocide. I can't believe they killed Peanut. They're going above and beyond to talk to their own
Kill
people
Peanut. I
to
can't believe
unify
it. That's
to
not-
unify
that's not
to
violent
unify a
rhetoric,
movement.
all right?
They
No.
genocided
I'm
Peanut.
not saying it's violent. I'm not saying it's violent. I'm saying
killing
it's
of
like
Peanut was violent.
but I'm saying it's like dramatic, it's inflammatory, it's language that you'd use to like unify a movement, but it's not language you would use to communicate to the other side. It's something that you'd basically only use to talk to your side and be like, this is what we stand for, this is what we're fighting for, a rallying cry.
Let's go
So
to
I have
Ali.
a genuine question, Buckaroo, right? You recognize, at least in part, that there is some value to the stability that is maintained through a community that has a shared general sense of values, right? Like they don't have to have the exact same values, but at least shared values about how the community ought police itself socially, right? How is one supposed to have that and not have ire and not turn towards democracy in towards an other when a community becomes um you know where a community breaks down in that degree, not due to violent rhetoric, not due to these reactions to the system, but simply people come in from countries and where they have different values, different communities, and where they often have difficulty communicating because there is a literal language barrier. How am I supposed to develop within a community of like Dunbar's number, right? Where like I kind of know 200, 250 people that live around me. I know their names, I know their kids, I know where their kids go to school. I know them to some intimate level and we could participate in the community. When you have rampant immigration or you have these other things that are forcibly bringing in to communities all across America, individuals that aren't evil, right? Aren't like inherently bad or anything. They just simply don't speak our language and don't share our values because they're from a different country and it takes generations for them to assimilate to our culture. How are we supposed to maintain that high society and those? And wouldn't the rhetoric of the right simply be a natural reaction because there is that value, that thing that has been robbed from them by the government? Like, what is the solution there?
I think in some ways the right, it can come across like a lot of people on the right are even unwilling to try to find ways that they might bridge the gap with other people because they're so scared of all the things that they might be losing. And while I understand that that can be stressful, especially if you're in a community that maybe 20 years ago looked completely different, had completely different classes. We also just have like technology moving at quite a rapid pace. I think I completely lost track of the exact sentence that I was going to say, but I think it's understandable that people might feel stressed, but that's why there can be a unifying culture that's a part of just being the nationality of American. That I think.
That doesn't solve anything, though, right? Like that's just saying the right wing shouldn't fear all of the
No, 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 no,
changes in
no.
the community. Like they can't speak to them. They don't even like right. Like for many of these individuals, they don't even speak the literal same language. Like, are you saying that all right wingers should go and get Duolingo and learn Spanish and just get over it? Like, what is the actual solution for cohesive communities that have been broken apart by so much immigration that many members of the community literally can't even speak to each other, much less share the same values and have a cohesive community?
At least when it comes to the language issue, I personally am a fan of the idea of, streamlining the process of immigration and including much more robust, like, education opportunities for people who are trying to immigrate to America, and having much more accessible, English language classes, for example, which can be offered by the state in some places, depending if, where you look, if it's available in your city.
Would you
I
mandate it?
think
Would you mandate that they learn English if they're going
yes.
to come to a country? Okay, so you would agree with conservatives that a massive problem is that you have people that aren't learning the language.
No, I don't think that's a massive problem, but I think if you're going to try to bridge the gap in some way and find ways to streamline the process of immigration,
Well, how is it
to
not a
allow
massive
more people
problem
into the.
if we can't speak to each other? How is that not a massive problem? Like step one, we have to speak to each other. So like that, if it's step one and it needs to be mandatory, how is that not a massive problem? It sounds like you're just downplaying it in terms of being like immigration's good. Like sure, if you like immigration, I understand that, right? Like I'm very sympathetic towards individuals that think, if people want economic opportunities, they ought to be able to come and get those economic opportunities. That's far more free market solution than simply like closing down the borders. But if they literally can't fucking speak to the people in the community, how can you have a cohesive community? You recognize that that's a problem, but for some reason you code it in this language of saying it's not a massive problem. But you would also say that it should be mandatory. I think that would be a
Well, I
huge
guess in my
change to our
experience, like,
immigration system if we force them to learn English.
well, like personally, I work around people, or at least until a couple days ago, I worked around people who didn't speak English. Like over half of the people that I worked with did not speak English at all. They could maybe say two words, and still we managed to close out the restaurant every single night that we worked together perfectly fine. There are ways that you can communicate with people, that I think is. Like I said, I think there are some ways that conservatives sometimes seem like they're not even willing to try to bridge the gap, to even try to communicate with these people who, you know, even if they can't speak fluent English, like nobody wants to move into a community where they can't communicate with their neighbors. Nobody likes that feeling of alienation if everybody around them speaks a different language. I mean, at the end
I
of the
mean, but
day, I
that's
think
that isn't borne out, I don't think, right? Like you see plenty of individuals that refuse to learn English, right? That stay insular within their own community and form small pockets of homogeneous communities within communities as opposed to assimilating into the community. And one of the biggest things you need to create a monoculture, right, to assimilate people into this concept of being an American is that we all have to be able to communicate effectively. Now, I understand at your job, let's say you're working in a kitchen, as you stated, I know like there's a lot of amazing Guatemalans that I've worked with in kitchens and that are awesome workers. And you kind of have to learn Spanglish in order to get things done, right? Like it's, You know, like you don't know Spanish, but you know Papa Aquí because they made the potato spud thing to go, and you're like, and you know, you work it out. But there is a hierarchical structure there, right? You're there for employment. There's a boss. Everyone depends upon a paycheck. This is a situation where people are forced to interact with each other in order for them to survive, in order for them to get a paycheck. And so that language barrier is a problem, but you find ways around it because you're forced to be together. This isn't the same in a neighborhood. This isn't this like people self regulate and self isolate, and you get communities that have opposing ideals and values. And the biggest problem is they don't communicate. I will give you that conservatives are angry and scared and often don't, you know, put that step forward to communicate in a lot of ways. I mean, being a conservative basically means you're likely to have low openness trait in psychology, et cetera. But I mean, but we got to agree that we need to communicate. And if we don't speak the same language, that's hard, right? So come on to our side, right? Come on to the conservative side and mandate that immigrants speak English or take English.
So
tests,
I would move on
especially
to
for citizenship.
Ali
Well-
and Corey. Well, we're gonna come back to this because I got a lot to say on this. This is wild.
So do
But
I.
first, a friend. No, this is all normal things people are saying, right? Yeah, a normal, calm things, massive change to the immigration system.
Hey, I mean,
That'd be disastrous in all
you,
ways.
you find it funny that
but
the libertarian wants to regulate what other people speak? I mean, sounds like communism and socialism to me. Hey, just saying, hey, he doesn't believe in individual liberty. Hey, you
Great
can't speak your own
point.
language.
Great
I'm
point.
just saying, yeah, that's why I
It's
told
not
you he's a
very funny if
communist.
You understand?
It's
I
true.
would also want to abolish the Civil Rights Act so that we can have the freedom to discriminate against people, and then we could actually create our own monoculture communities. But barring that, you know what I mean? Like we're gonna have to do something if we want people to not be at each other's throats.
Let's go to so many thoughts. All right, Ali, and
Yeah.
Corey, and then I also want to hear Doobie's thoughts on this. I think I already know where Doobie's thoughts are on this, but I still want to hear it. But yeah, Ali, Corey, Doobie.
I'm
So
ready whenever you
to
are.
the order point, I agree with what Lactoid was saying. That is what Americans or Republicans or conservatives are looking for, is this 1950s style of like trust. Nowadays, you only see that in like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, right? If you leave your phone out in Dubai, you can walk away from it, go do shopping, come back, your phone's still going to be there. No one's going to steal it. That's the kind of order Lactoid is looking for.
And
So, yeah, and Singapore.
Well, also they'll
those
cut off your
cases-
hand if you
But-
steal it, though.
It's
Yeah,
not-
no, what it always
punishments
looks
are
like,
fucking draconic.
what
Yeah.
that
People
always
know
looks
that they
like.
might miss a hand if they
Yeah.
steal a phone.
So, but what that always looks like is those Twitter posts where you see like a video from like 1950s New York Christmas. What do you notice? Right? And it's just all white people. You notice less immigrants, right? You notice less black people, less Arabs, less Chinese, less
That's
Mexicans,
what you
whatever it
notice
may be.
Because you're a racist.
No,
that's
that's
not
what.
what I'm-
Well, no. What I noticed, what I noticed is
the
there.
post is. We all know what the point of the
Well,
post is.
no.
thank you.
I disagree. I know those posts you're talking about, and the biggest thing
Mhm.
I noticed is that people are looking at each other in the eye and they're having conversations. That's the biggest thing I noticed in those old videos.
Yeah, not the homogeny. Anyways, so the problem is that what happens is it's like they look to homogeny, they look to like China and Japan, and look at these neighborhoods and look at these communities. All these people look alike, all these people speak alike, they think the same, blah blah blah. But that's not what America is. America was never a group of people that all spoke the same language. It was a bunch of immigrants that came in, and we hated the immigrants that came in every single time. These fucking people, we don't want to learn the language. It started with the Italians and the Irish, and then it trickled down into various other. We started with the whites, and then we trickled down. But
Well,
like,
how did that happen? How did the Irish go from no Irish need apply to having these racist institutions that dislike them?
well, they had
into
kids, and their
becoming a
kids
part of
spoke.
the
They
white
had
culture?
kids, and their kids were recognized as Americans because they spoke the English, but they also had the cultural aspect of still being Irish, which is what happened. You get one generation of people that don't speak the language, and the second generation comes in. Immediately comes in. My parents came here, didn't speak English.
usually
I'm
third
here,
generation
American.
That, like where before they assimilate. Right. They assimilated. That's what happens. Is that
No,
when
they
you
had
have
kids here. My
gatekeeping-
parents didn't assimilate
the
too well. They
culture,
had a
the
community
culture.
of Arabs. They had Dearborn, which was a community of Arabs that people were racist towards
Two things.
because
two
they didn't
things.
speak
And
the
you're-
language. They
you're-
were so
you're
quick. They
engaging
didn't
in
learn it so immediately.
You're engaging in historical revisionism. right? So yes, there was
A
pushback
lot of that going around.
that doesn't exist in large part in our current culture, which is part of the problem. Everyone agreed in the 1930s and the 1920s, right, when the Know Nothing Party came about, that you needed to police and gatekeep people coming in over Ellis Island, and that these people shouldn't be here unless they are a positive to the community and they work really fucking hard. And that's why over 70% of people that came over Ellis Island went back to Europe. They didn't stay here because it was too hard for them. And then the people that did stay here assimilated into the culture. And when there was no longer waves of immigration from people that had different values, but instead an assimilation into our culture, they became, as so many critical race theorists would say it, part of the dominant white culture, despite them no longer being part of that. They assimilated into our culture because we didn't give them welfare, we didn't give them housing, we didn't give them economic incentives to stay here, we didn't bust them to fucking swing states so that in 6 years they could vote Democrat, and we didn't fucking just accept them with open arms and call anyone that dismissed them racist. We understood that we had a culture, that we had values, and that if you're gonna be here, you're gonna have to fight to be here. So to say that like America was just this place of immigrants and we didn't all speak the same language and try and kumbaya the history whilst also going.
Well, I didn't
over
kumbaya the
races
history. Just
as
people came
always
here,
being
didn't speak the
there,
language, and
it
had to
was-
learn, had to have kids. You had to become an American. You don't become an American outside of America. You may try to learn English, but not everyone's going to know learn English perfectly before they come here.
Of
And
course,
when
but
we're
you
and
can't-
then
you
when
can't
we're talking
communicate if you don't
about
know
entire
English.
communities being brought here, then we're talking about like refugees and shit, which they didn't migrate here of choice. So like there's a completely different issue with that, right? You have
A
a
lot of
across
them
the
did,
southern
just to be
border
clear.
Who's coming across the southern border that couldn't have fucking gone to Mexico? Get the fuck out of here. That they didn't come here by choice. They came here by choice. Okay, they may have left their home country because of horrible exigent circumstances, but they certainly didn't.
Yeah, that's not coming here by
choose to
choice.
Continue to go through multiple
I mean, it is
countries
by
where
choice.
they could have stayed. They
Yeah,
came by choice to America.
Wait. They didn't choose to leave where they wanted to because they just didn't want to live there. And they just wanted to live in America. You guys have this
said
idea
that.
that people just what?
They came to America by choice.
Yeah.
They all walked through Mexico, where everyone speaks Spanish, and they're speaking.
Oh, we're gonna do the
Spanish.
semantic thing.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
Are we gonna do the?
No,
they
this-
made
no,
the
wait,
choice to come here.
No,
like,
hold on, Ali. This is not semantics. He's
No,
simply saying
it's not
they could have
semantics.
stopped in
what about the
Mexico.
refugees that they fly over here
And
from
that
the
the
Middle
refu-
East?
that the poor
What about the
refugees
refugees that they
have
fly
to be
over here
here.
from the Middle East? There are other refugees, right? There are other groups of people that are brought here by the government itself, and then we have the citizens complaining.
With
One,
the exception of Dearborn, Michigan, there's not a significant Muslim population that's coming into any community in America.
it doesn't have to be Muslim. It can
The
be
reason-
it can be a
reason
different kind of
we're
people, and you don't want to learn the language.
talking-
However, these people are
They're
gonna
not-
come in.
When we're talking
Mo-
about, no, you're trying
Yeah.
to use the fact that there are Syrian refugees that are a drop in the fucking
Afghani
bucket.
refugee. I said Middle Eastern. They didn't have to be Muslim.
Sure. Put the whole Middle
Combine
East,
them all.
right, is a drop in the.
They're all the
fucking
same to you. I
bucket
see like
compared
to it. Yeah.
to the South Americans that are coming across the southern border, right? Like, these are not the same thing. And to try and use one to cover over and play games with what the actual issue is that we're talking about is disingenuous and bad faith, and you know it.
Well, no, the disingenuous and bad faith thing would be coming to thinking that everyone's coming over here not learning English, as if they're not trying to learn English, as if people don't understand that you need to speak English to live here and operate here. People are coming here and trying, but for the most part,
Yeah.
when you have foreigners that are trying to speak English, you have a bunch of asshole Americans that are like, learn the fucking language. That's not how you fucking talk. It's so annoying dealing with these people. Who
This
talks
is
like
like
listen, who talks like that? I've seen. I moved to Massachusetts. I see white people dealing with. I work in a place where it's all different
I agree.
types of
It is the
foreigners.
Dims that are the
It's
racists.
frustrating for me to deal with people who don't speak English, and I'm an Arab who lived with Arabs who don't
To
speak
be
English.
fair, it's not just white people. I'll say on that one, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
forgiven, white people.
Yeah, Americans. It's Americans. It's frustrating, but most of the time, Americans don't give them the chance to learn. We don't try to assimilate and learn
Oh,
to. Yes,
come
we should be. We should. Wait, hold.
Fucking language.
No, I absolutely.
Hold up, wait.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, the fact that most foreigners are expected to be bilingual, but no Americans are bilingual at all, is fucking ridiculous.
It's our country, isn't
You're
it?
being fucking ridiculous by saying.
Oh,
that
our country.
By
Look,
definition.
Canadian.
language
Whoa,
is
whoa!
not
He just
considered
said foreigners
learning
compared
language.
to literally, it's our country. Like he said, oh, the fact that like foreigners are expected to learn. Yes.
our country.
You
Wouldn't it be
define them-
beneficial for Americans
defi-
to also be bilingual?
Wait,
It's
wait,
just
wait,
better
I-
education.
I-
You
I-
understand
look,
that,
I
right?
use Duolingo, like Scott suggested. I use Duolingo for
Mhm.
Spanish. Okay, I agree. I
What
think
a
that
hero.
we should all learn.
Yeah.
It'd be kumbaya. We all learn every language. It'd be
No,
like
it's not a
John
kumbaya. It
Lennon's
doesn't have to
Imagine.
be
It'd be
kumbaya.
fantastic.
Just if you're going to learn with Spanish-speaking people,
No, but
if you're
here's
gonna
the
live with
thing, but no,
Spanish-speaking
but-
people, learn some fucking Spanish.
Well, no, hold on.
True.
Just to be clear,
There
well,
There it comes. There
I'm
it
trying to
comes.
learn
some
Spanish.
fucking Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bringing in.
They're learning
sign a
English. Learn some
bill
fucking
that
Spanish.
codifies 8 million
So let me
immigrants
ask you-
per presidency
I
coming
wanna-
in, and you better learn the
Brother,
fucking
there are
language.
American
done.
citizens who
I wanna-
speak Spanish too. You
Fine.
understand this, right?
Let me just quickly say something. So I am trying to learn Spanish, but again, I think Scott called it a little bit as to what the next step is in this logic tree, right? When my mom came here, she didn't demand that everyone learn Swedish. She learned English, and now she's fluent.
They'll
Okay,
learn
let's
English
go to-
and they'll become.
Why-
Why don't you speak Swedish? What if she expected you to learn Swedish? Sociology. Why didn't you do it? Come on.
If there was enough Swedish people in my neighborhood, I would. I moved to a Puerto Rican neighborhood. I'm learning Spanish.
What if a bunch of Swedish people move
Then
into
I
your
guarantee
neighborhood
you-
and then start demanding that you learn Swedish?
That's fine. That
If-
means my neighborhood. Wait, that means my neighborhood either had enough vacancy for enough Swedes to move in and change the dynamic and the culture of the neighborhood.
What if they were moved in by the
or
government?
I fucking move. There are two choices. I learn the language or I dip. You guys are
okay.
serious?
I think this is interesting. That's interesting. Point. Holy crap.
So
We're gonna go to Corey. We're gonna DP. Then we'll go to Gibbs.
And there's also value to people reaching over and learning, making a homogenous culture, not forcing them into your homogenous culture.
Boy, just start talking.
Let's go to our friend.
We were at the lunch table first.
Oh,
Hey, but there's more and more of them
Wow,
coming to
coming
the
from
lunch
the-
table.
We
now.
were here first.
Wait. Let me
to the lunch table now.
Quiet. Okay, I'm gonna have to say, I feel right at home as a Quebecer, where you should take a page out of the Quebec playbook
hard,
with French and English side by side, and there's obviously tension there. We have a language police. Okay, I made that clear. I'm curious how Scott feels about that, where we invest millions of dollars to have an actual language police of they go into the restaurants again and they look at the menu
Yeah,
saying,
Lactoid.
yeah,
How do we feel?
Your English words are bigger than the French words. We got to fine you for that. That sounds like socialism.
Seems
to me.
excessive.
Scott's a big fan. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe also take a page out of the Canadian playbook, and maybe we have two official languages where we have English and French. Maybe that could be expanded. Obviously, there's some sort of middle ground. I don't know. It has to be it has to be French or English and nothing else. There should be some sort of compromise.
Compromise?
Yeah, I know it's a wild concept.
Why the fuck would you compromise on that? If you want to come here, you ought to face discrimination. Discrimination is good. Discrimination maintains healthy, stable societies. And to say that it doesn't is just leftist cope. You need discrimination in order to have values. If you have values without discrimination, then you don't have values. You just have personal beliefs that you don't put into action into the world. You need discrimination. And if you're going to have millions of fucking immigrants come in and have a quick pathway to citizenship, at the very least, add a fucking literacy test that says that they can speak, read, and write at a 6th grade level in the language that everybody already speaks, so that you can have at least some minimal ability to communicate, so that those bridges of attempting to have a homogenous culture to some degree that is an American identity, and attempting to be able to have a stable society where people are able to communicate, able to know each other, etc.
Isn't that a citizenship test? Is that not part of it at all?
No, you get the citizenship
I don't know what
test
it
in
is.
Spanish. And you can take the whole
Because
test in Spanish, and all you need to know is 3rd grade social studies. Here's what the flag is. How many parts of government are there?
Yeah, what the basic American
simple as
knows.
fuck.
Let's.
To be fair,
yes. Corey, do you have anything?
Well, no, I interjected just because it's so. Like I said, I feel right at home with all this language, whatever tension in the air. Super interesting. But I do also want to potentially at least attempt to answer Scott's original prompt of order, what he asked. So I will actually partially agree with Gibbs. I don't think it's a high trust issue. At least it's hard for me to reconcile how conservatives who are they got to have their guns and you want to cultivate a high trust society.
It's dumb.
Thank you.
I have an answer to that, but go ahead. I got to get a chance to answer that. But
Sure, but I've been waiting my turn. But the way I view it, and I could be wrong, but if there's this aspect of order, and that's what conservatives want, then I personally would like contrast it with, let's say, disorder. And I'm going to bring in psychology in terms of from on average, conservatives I think score higher on conscientiousness overall on average, and that's because I think largely they are generally not good with uncertainty. That's why they tend to cling to religion. That's why you tend to, on average, find less conservative scientists, because it's easier to have a bad answer in religion to have as opposed to the uncertainty with science and not having all the answers. They want something
uncertain. Get out of here.
No,
That's,
they absolutely want something. No.
that is not a domain.
Let
That
me
is not
talk.
a
Let me
domain of
talk. Let me
personality
talk.
trait
Let me
conscientiousness.
Hey, let
Yes,
Corey
let me
Corey
talk.
finish.
Let me talk. We can go into the evidence. Okay. So are you saying that there's absolutely no association between uncertainty and conservatives not being good with uncertainty as
No,
compared to liberals?
You said that was linked to personality trait conscientiousness. I'm saying that's false.
As an offshoot, as an offshoot in terms of order on, let's say, discipline and rules, okay, and law and order, is that not associated at all with that?
But that's not the same thing as saying that this is why they're not scientists, because they need certainty. That's an insane thing to say.
I said it's associated.
And work ethic are a part of conscientiousness, which
Yes.
are things you need in spades if you're going to be at a PhD level in any field of STEM, right? Yes, there's overlap in the sense that conservatives tend to have multiple domains in those areas, right? They tend to also lack openness, right?
Yes, they score lower, and that also overlap with science as well.
But that's not what personality trait consciousness is. It was just you.
No, I said it's an offshoot. I believe I might have misspoken, but I said it's an offshoot, or it's related to that. Okay, as in I know it's not part of the big five. Okay, but I'm sure even that the conscientious can be teased out into also different dimensions. Or do you not recognize that?
Yeah, I just said industrious.
Okay.
One of the dimensions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to establish. Okay, calm down.
Love this new, more aggressive Corey. Let's more of this. This is amazing and beautiful. Corey, do you have anything else? And then we'll move on to Doobie.
Absolutely. Where generally speaking, on average, okay, conservatives want something society that is predictable. Okay, that's why I bring up uncertainty. They are not generally comfortable with things being unpredictable. That's why when they have they see unfamiliar faces in the street, and they have children in the neighborhood they don't recognize. It's that is discomforting to them. And as let's say a final, I don't know if it's actually true. I don't have the numbers to back it up on the Halloween thing, but I can say here, at least from what I hear in my community in Canada, there's all-time high with trick-or-treating, but I think that has to do with just also climate change. It was 30 degrees Celsius here, as opposed to generally it was supposed to be 10 degrees Celsius.
Thank God for global warming.
Let's go to our friend.
I want to respond to something that
Hold
was.
on.
I wanted to
We'll let
respond to a
Doobie
few
go.
things. Well, I just want to say with the gun thing. First of all, the Halloween candy. I am uncomfortable with all those new kids. But the other thing when it comes to the guns, you're saying why are we carrying around guns in a high trust society? Well, back when we had a high trust society, there was no issues with the guns, right? I mean, you would bring guns to school. So in the 50s, you can find these photos right now. You can find these photos on the internet right now, Gibbs. You used to bring. You used to bring guns to school,
but you still didn't trust the government.
No, you could. Yes, okay. You should never trust the government, but I'm saying that you could trust your community. You could trust your community, and so it's not code. Stop. When you got a bunch of people all showing up to school with their rifles, and everyone's doing gym rifle practice, and everybody's shooting, that was common. This was the common
because
thing.
You're not going to take your gun to school when everybody else is going to shoot you. No trust. It's clear. It's easy.
It's because everyone trusted each other with guns.
I guess I was after Corey. I wanted to touch on something anyway here. I know that Lactoid and Fabian are pretending to be conservatives today. Now they're socialists and everything, pushing all these regulations.
You're the most hawkish on immigration of all of us.
Well, that's true, but I'm also not pretending to be a libertarian, either. So here's the thing.
Right now you are.
Right, well, here's the thing.
Conservatism is much less libertarianism.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's real clear. To me, I do think y'all touched on one thing that was accurate, and that is the dismissive. I can't tell you how many panels I've come on, and this even happened last week, and we were talking economics, which I think is something I'm pretty good at. I'm pretty successful as a businessman, and I was sitting there trying to explain how something works, and I got dismissed as insane or didn't know anything about this. And this has happened on multiple panels, like not here, just here, but like all the time when I go on these things. I'll get dismissed out of hand talking about like something that I literally watched in the news. They're like, that didn't happen. And I'm like, I have the KSAT 12 story right here that we can pull up that I watched 10 minutes ago. Right. And it's like all the time dismissed. And I think that is something because I don't know if it's that the left controls like the media. Maybe they do. I don't really. I think Fox is the biggest one. I'm not buying that mainstream media is all left, but it does seem like
NBC's dwarfs Fox.
sure. Okay,
Ratings
I'm
for
not,
Fox.
but regardless, it does seem like they control the culture, right? And like at least at some level. And I see this where like if you have something that seems like just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it is. Like I'll use the Trump thing when he talked about the transgender surgeries for illegal aliens. Sounded crazy as fuck, but then whenever like you look into it, it's actually 100% true, and it's like well, you bring these things up and like it's just you're dismissed or your concerns don't matter, and it feels extremely elitist. And I think that's a problem with it because now like the left has always said they were like the champions of the poor, but now it seems like they're the champions of the rich and they're real out of touch with like the average person. It's that's crazy to me, like because it feels very elitist. Like we're smarter than you.
Jonathan Haidt did a study quite a few years back where they gave conservative people that identified as conservative, people that identified as liberal, and people that identified as centrist or independent, and asked them to gauge on moral issues where the other categories, how the other categories would respond, right? Like, do I care about poor people? How do you think a liberal will respond? How do you think conservative will respond? And what you found was that conservatives were fairly accurate and that independents were a little bit less accurate, and that liberals were grossly inaccurate on how conservatives would rate themselves or how they felt about themselves. And so I don't know that it's like they control the media so much as that it is a lot easier for the left to comfortably sit in an echo chamber than it is for the right, because of the amount of culture that is forced upon the individuals through dominant institutions, right? Like the right wing can be in an echo chamber, but in order to be in an echo chamber, they can't watch cable television. They can't go on Facebook. They can't go on YouTube because the YouTube algorithms will suggest left-wing content to them. We've seen studies that show this over and over again, where the actual rabbit hole and radicalization that occurs on YouTube is where YouTube intentionally tries to push left-wing content on people that it finds are delving too much into right-wing content and doesn't do that in the opposite direction. And so it's very easy to comfortably just hang out with people like you and cultivate your social media and watch TV and watch news and never actually be exposed to right-wing talking points or ideas unless it's a critical lens that is controlled from a left-wing perspective, and the same isn't true on the other side. So it makes the left the left is kind of at a loss for what the right thinks and believes, because most of them are in an echo chamber that does exist on the right, but is less is less so on the right.
Lactoid. Wait, just real quick. Kids have always, since the beginning of Halloween time and Christmas time for that matter, gone to better neighborhoods to get better candy.
It's more now. No, it's more
no, it's not. It's
yes,
the same amount. It's the same amount.
No.
The kids have always troves of people. You
I have seen the change.
And go to better neighborhoods with better candy.
No. I know this has happened, but I'm telling you, like the ratio has been skewed off the fucking charts. I don't recognize any of the kids anymore. Like, and I know, like, before you used to be able to see, like, how you doing?
How you doing? Recognize any of the kids, Lactoid, just to that point.
And just say that Sociologic is right, but also, Lactoid, I think you're also correct that this has occurred to a higher degree. But can we also say, Lactoid?
It sounds like more opportunity for more women. It sounds like Lactoid.
Yeah, man.
Maybe Lactoid.
And we know they're fertile because they got kids.
And move to nicer neighborhoods.
First of all, wait. First of all, that's fucking weird. Was just like, no, you're gonna hit on some like fucking like mom
I mean, you
dressed
gotta
up
try
as a
to-
bad witch
Yeah.
when she's got her kids
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
bro.
It's
Like,
weird.
wow, you look at
No,
mama.
no, not in front of her fucking kids.
You
Absolutely
don't
not.
need to cover her.
And it's
You just give a
usually, and by the way,
compliment.
it's usually like one mom or like one like woman, and there's like
You take
50
small
kids
talk.
with her.
Listen, Captain,
And then they
let me tell you,
raid.
you just,
Oh,
you
and
don't go
God
in and
forbid.
go,
No,
look at that
Gibbs.
ass. Like, come
Gibbs.
on, bro.
God
Like,
forbid you leave the fucking bowl out with like the candy in it, and you don't supervise it. God forbid it's gonna be
you wanted to
gone.
try, bro.
It's gonna be
But that's
gone.
an American issue
Yeah,
in general.
They're gonna take all my fucking candy.
Bandits.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
candy bandits.
Yeah,
They
okay.
didn't exist as to the same extent they did before. Crime. We gotta lock up our deodorant. We gotta lock up our candy. You're laughing, but like, here's the thing. The reality is, like, some fucking foreign policy issue has like much less effect on the common person's life than this does. Than like this silly candy and this silly Halloween. Like, this is like the shit that we
Lactoid
live
hates
for.
Single mothers.
This
That's
is the
what
shit
learned
we. This
today.
is the shit we live for.
Lactoid hates single mothers.
This actually has an effect on our lives. This is like what we live, and this is what people notice. And I have conversations with people, and all of them notice the same shit too. I guess they're all crazy. I guess everyone's wrong. Yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on. So I really want to address all of this, but like I got to be a moderator and get other people win, because I got a lot to
They're
fucking
taking
say.
deodorant. They're taking the candy
And
and the squirrels. They're killing the squirrels.
Pretending.
No, they're
Finish-
killing the squirrels.
finish-
Reggie.
Pretending
finish
it's
the
right
sentence.
that doesn't reach out and try and understand what other
Lactoid.
people are thinking, and when the right tries to speak, they all laugh at it and refuse to engage with it.
Lactoid.
look at
Lactoid.
the
No,
values
finish
of
that thought. They're
They're
taking the
killing
deodorant,
the
taking-
squirrels. They're
Just gotta
taking the
pattern
deodorant,
this,
and they're
right.
taking the candy. Okay. It's
No,
not-
no, finish it. There's more to it.
and they're taking our
Hide your
women.
kids.
No, I'm kidding.
Hide your wife.
Go ahead. Go.
I thought you were gonna go cats and dogs, but okay, all right.
No.
All right.
I only speak truth, Prime. Okay, as has been well established.
Okay, all right, Fred. Thank you so much. All right, I've been definitely wanting to hear from our friend Doobie, but then we'll see our friend Gambit here. I'm really excited to have as well. All right, Doobie, please. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I think that actually, can I ask a question really quickly? Lactoid, are you in favor of a national language for the United States?
Oh boy, I struggle with it. I don't like what Corey
Yes or no,
describes.
bitch?
I don't know. Yes or no.
Let's
I
hear
don't like what
socialist.
Corey describes with the fucking language police, but at the same time, we kind of all have to understand each other to have a society,
Yes
right?
or no, bitch?
Ah, language.
Yes
is-
or
Oh,
no?
my
Requirement
God.
for them to come in
Authoritarian socialism.
as an immigrant that sounds like a yes, right? There was some kind of language.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I say. I think that if you can't speak English, no civil rights act should apply to you.
Okay. Okay.
The problem will fix itself.
Here's my whole issue with that. Right? So, like, there are obviously places in this country where people speak English, quote unquote, some type of English, where you couldn't understand what the fuck they're saying, even if you're a native English speaker. You go to the Appalachian Mountains, they have a crazy fucking accent. You go to some places in the South, go to the fucking Louisiana, find people speaking Cajun. No idea what the fuck they're saying. There are accents all over this country like this.
Cajun
And
isn't
they
English,
are.
to be fair.
Hold on.
Like, that's a
Hold on,
mixture of
there's-
languages.
I understand, right? But you can also say that things like what's it called now? AAVE, whatever. That's another dialect, right? That where there are a lot of like new words in that language, that way of speaking, that aren't really used in by other English speakers. Right? It's a different way of communicating. That doesn't mean that they're not speaking English, and that doesn't mean that they can't communicate with people who speak proper English, quote unquote, right?
Because they speak the same fucking language. This is
No,
a silly
not
point.
really. Not
Imagine
really. Not really.
embracing
I
individual
know,
liberty, Doobie.
A different dialect is
Stop,
not
stop,
a
stop.
different
Hold on. No,
language.
no,
That's
stop,
why there's
stop,
a
stop,
different
stop.
name for it.
Hold on, but-
Well, I
okay,
do
but
have-
We could go to that. Go ahead, Buckaroo.
American Sign Language is actually a different language. It's got a completely different grammar. It's got different syntax, but it is an American language. It only is used in America. Like Canadian Sign Language is different from British Sign Language, which is different from American Sign Language. That's another language that born and raised American citizens do communicate with.
Yeah, but they're deaf.
Okay,
I mean,
hold on. Wait, 1 second. So,
But it is a completely
Well,
different
what's your
language. I'd
point?
just like to
Well,
know.
Well, I'm just curious. Like, what is your point?
It's another language that's native to America that's communicated like by Americans, and
So
I think
people
if
should
you're
be
going
learning to
for a
speak sign
national
language.
language, then we should be
Mhm.
learning both English and sign language at minimum if you're going to have a national language.
In fact,
Because
you know,
those are
that's the only born and raised American language. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually made
Really?
in America
so,
for Americans.
So, like, if you're
So
talking
my
about
point-
ASL,
oh, God.
like, yeah, there are differences in ASL. The
Jesus
the
Christ.
spelling is the same for the same alphabets. And
ASL
there are
ASL
and
is
ASL has
like a
been
completely
moving-
different grammar. It's considered a completely different language because it doesn't have the same grammar. It doesn't have the same syntax. You know, you don't communicate the same in ASL that you do in English. Like even if you're taking classes in ASL, they have you
Mhm.
write sentences out the
Yeah.
way you sign them
That's why when they
because there's
text
a
you-
completely different. Yes, there's a
Yeah.
completely
When
different.
someone speaks ASL, when they text
to
you,
how
they
you
text you in a
communicate.
different.
Yeah, I feel like you
Yeah,
guys
no,
got
no,
stuck
I'm-
on.
I mean,
I feel like you guys
I'm
got
aware of
stuck on
that,
the wrong
like,
point.
let Doobie finish his point,
I
please.
feel like you guys got stuck on the wrong point. Okay, so the point that I'm making is that there are ways of speaking, ways of communicating in this country that where, you know, if I were to go there as someone who speaks like with a general American accent, one of these great ones, like all of us here have pretty general American accents, pretty simple. If there are like accent differences, I wouldn't be able to communicate with them really. It would be more difficult for me to communicate with some of these people because I wouldn't be able to understand them even if they are speaking English, right? But there are also places in this country where people who have been Americans their entire lives, places like Koreatown, places like Chinatown, places like fucking Glendale, all these fucking Armenians, right? Where you go there and you're gonna find people who barely speak any English, who are American as fuck, who've been here for 30, 40 years, who've raised kids here, who've been born here, who just don't speak English very often because they're in a community where they don't need to learn very much English. They're still American. And when you go to these places, you can still communicate with them because they have plenty of experience with people coming into the community speaking English, right? Because they live in an English-dominated country. So this idea that you can't have social cohesion unless they learn English specifically is fucking ridiculous. Like, of course
you
can
just described the
like,
breakdown of
hold on,
social
no,
cohesion.
No, it's not.
in
That's
your
not.
own
That's not a
argument.
breakdown. That's not a breakdown of social cohesion, Fabian. You can go into Koreatown, find some lady selling fucking flowers and speaking nothing but Korean, and she will be able to communicate with you. She'll be able to sell you shit. That's
not social cohesion.
maybe-
You
what are you
specific.
talking
Hold on, no,
about?
your example
What do you think? What do you
was
think social
an
cohesion is?
isolated.
When you use that
Hold on,
word,
pause.
what do you mean?
Doobie,
Jimmy, he's going to
Doobie,
give you a
pause.
10-page
Pause.
definition
Your
that nobody gives a shit about.
description of social cohesion that you said is existing is an insular community that views Americans that speak English and don't speak Armenian as outsiders that come
That is
into
not at
their
all what I
community.
That's
said.
not true.
That's not at all what
That
I
is
said.
how you are
What I
describing
said
it
is that they're
specifically.
American as fuck. They consider themselves American. They are American. They've been here for generations, and they just don't even speak English very much. Right? So when someone comes into their community, not speaking very
Would
much
you-
whatever language is dominating that community, they know how to communicate with them.
Okay, so what you are saying, and please correct me where I am wrong, is that your concept of social cohesion and is that they consider themselves American because they've been in America
They
long
are
enough to
American.
consider
What
themselves
makes them
American.
not American? What makes them not American?
If they're not participating in the overarching culture and they're
part of the
insular,
culture. What are you
and
talking
they
about?
maintain
are.
a culture that is
Asians aren't
different
fucking
from the
American?
surrounding communities
You
so
think
that they can
Louisiana
isolate
Bayou people
themselves
aren't American?
and barely speak English, yes, there's something that is substantively less American about that.
Oh, hold on.
Wait, Doobie, what do you think makes it American?
No, hold on. So you think people living in Louisiana, fucking hunting gators on the bayou because they don't interact much with proper cities folk who speak proper English because they only interact with their community. They're less American to you? Like, what do you think
That's
being
not what I
American
said
is?
at all, because
That is
those
sort of what you
An
people-
said.
insular
those people-
community.
It's literally what you just
those
said.
people, no, those people clearly speak English. I don't know where Doobie is getting
Sort
this
of.
concept.
So speaking English is the only thing
people
that is American then.
Yeah, is speaking English what
That's
makes them
not what I'm
American?
saying.
They live in an
What I'm
insular
saying-
community without like they don't live the lives of the average American. They live in an insular community and they don't communicate much with outside of their community, and people don't communicate with them. But the only like
they're a pocket of individuals in Louisiana, right? Who do have different. They obviously have a different culture. That obviously,
Yeah, there are
Mhm.
plenty of
the
regional subcultures in the
American
United
as-
States.
yes,
And American culture.
Obviously,
that's part of being American.
there is an overarching culture that we share similarities with, and there are obviously going to be subcultures. And when you isolate a community, your subculture is going to have more and more relevance than the overarching culture. All of these things are true, and I recognize that this doesn't make someone un-American. What makes someone un-American is when they bring a culture that did not occur in America, that was not naturally
What?
grown in America.
That's
bring
ridiculous.
those
So
culture and
food,
values-
language,
How is that-
music.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're
everything you just said
talking
there is
about
ridiculous.
just Doobie. You're
So
trying
Asian-
to.
Is Dearborn an American city?
But pointing out how stupid you are right now.
Is Dearborn an American city?
The most American to you?
Doobie.
If you're
Is
living
there
on
an
a
American
reservation,
culture?
Scott, you probably wouldn't be able to communicate with most of those people.
Doobie. Is there an American culture? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, hold on. I think that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. So if a
I think there's an
culture
overarching
did
American
not
Hold on,
culture.
wait,
But
hey,
shut the fuck up, Doobie.
Hey, wait, hey, whoa, knock it off, hold on. Juby, expand on that American culture, and then
Sure.
you guys can have this conversation. Then we're
think-
gonna go to Gambit and Lactoid and Ali. At some point, I'm gonna jump in here because I got a lot to say. But go ahead, Juby.
Okay, so yeah, I agree that there's an overarching American culture. There's like a shared set of like principles, values, etc. Democracy, the Constitution, Bill of Rights, all this sort of thing, right? That kind of makes up
Individualism is a big one.
yeah, sort of. Yeah, I agree.
Unless, of course, you're from South America, right? Then you don't have that culture.
Or you're an Amish person, right? Then you don't have that either. So I agree that exists for sure, but I also think that there's regional American subcultures that are American, 100. Like so people living in Dearborn, Michigan, Amish people living in the fucking Bayou,
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah's Witnesses. All these people are 100% American. People living in Koreatown are American people, even if their culture is a little bit different. Like I wouldn't consider them to be less American.
Okay, so if a culture, let's say, originates in Taiwan, right? Let's just say Taiwan, right? And then a whole bunch of Taiwanese people come over, and they don't adopt any or very little of the overarching American culture. And the culture that they cling to, the ideas, the religion, the sense of community, the kind of like internal laws that people follow that aren't necessarily on the books, but are enforced through, being accepted by the culture, rejected by the culture, etc. And all of those traditions come over and plop up somewhere in Ohio, right? Is that an American culture simply because enough people with a culture that originated completely outside of America were here for, let's say, 30 years? Would that become an American culture?
So if they're still that way after 30 years, that would be really fucking strange. Right? So in that hypothetical,
Why would that be strange? It's the same situation that happened with the Armenians.
That's not what happens. It's actually what actually happens is if they have kids, their kids they tend to be stuck in the middle between two worlds. You're going to American schools or English schools. You're interacting with our social media, our entertainment industry, our news, etc. And then the next generation, well, you're still bringing over. It is though. Because what you said isn't what happens today. What happens is people over time assimilate. In the first generation, usually
what happens.
No, you said
Just
30
answer the
years.
question.
You said after 30 years that they're still like this, and I said, well, that's not what happens right now. And you said, well, yes, it is. So actually, no, that's not what happens right now.
You rejected the question and refused to answer the question.
Hold on.
Answer the question.
No, what I said was that if it's true that they're still like this after 30 years, that'd be really fucking weird. I would think that there's something wrong, right? Because that's not actually how America functions.
So can you answer the question, or are you just going to circumvent?
Hold on. Well, if you're asking if they're less American, I think they've been that way for 30 years now. I think Amish people are pretty fucking weird, right? But I still think they're American, even though they refuse to interact with most of the country.
So what is American in terms of culture, if the culture can be anything in the entire world and doesn't have to adapt any aspects of American culture?
Are Jehovah's Witnesses American?
I think
they can't vote.
I just walked you into a contradiction.
No,
you just said that there is an American culture, but there isn't an American culture.
No, what I told you is that there are like overarching like principles and values that we generally agree with. But like I said earlier, there are also regional subcultures that exist all over the fucking country, right? Big and small. And I think those are also American cultures, right? So like this is why I asked you earlier. I am answering. This is why I asked you earlier.
There is a contradiction that you are not resolving.
You're saying that oh God. Please
you were saying that A equals
Please
not
listen.
A.
Hold on.
Okay?
Hold on.
Either there is an American culture or
Scott,
a culture
assume that the
that is
Amish are not American.
completely not originated
Scott,
in
I assume
America,
the Amish
that
are
is
not
not
American.
designed around American culture,
Scott, I
okay,
assume the Amish are not
and then
American.
is transplanted into
Or
America,
the Jehovah's
is
Witnesses.
also American by
Scott, I
virtue
assume that the
of
Amish are
simply
not
being
American.
on a piece of land.
Scott, I assume that the Amish are not American.
Nor the
That's
Jehovah's
not what I'm
Witnesses.
saying. You're not resolving the contradiction.
Why?
Resolve the
The
contradiction.
Amish are extremely resistant to integrating with the rest of the United States. So, like, how
That
are
doesn't
they
make
American?
them un-American. They're not
Well,
a
then-
transplant.
What you're claiming,
The
though.
Amish culture developed in America. The Quakers are not the Amish, right? The Pennsylvania Dutch, right, do maintain many aspects of their other culture. And in some ways, if you want to find like a gradient of how American you are, you would certainly say that they are less American than, let's say, a New York City resident that's in a metropolitan area that is a New Yorker.
The
through
Texan
and
would
through.
say that New Yorker's not a real American.
Wait. Hold on. I wouldn't say
See?
that. Hold on. There's the thing. I'm not an
I wouldn't say
elitist.
it because you're
I'm
too
faded.
retarded to understand it.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Yeah. Listen, just because you I'm not even going to go there. Here's the point. You're wrong. It's real simple. We wouldn't do that here in Texas. We wouldn't say a New Yorker is less of an American. We would just say they're wrong on issues or whatever. We wouldn't say an Amish person's not American. They're less of an American. No, that's not what we would do. We're saying they're all Americans of different like ways and like cultures and different. That's the whole point. Is we're a blending, a melting pot. There is like no one thing. It's exactly what Doobie's saying. There's overarching
Can
ideas.
I ask Doobie?
But hold on. But
No, no.
if Fabian's argument was true, then the Native Americans would be the only one with an American culture here. So like this is a really stupid argument.
So
all
like,
around.
you can ask
Admiral
Doobie your
Admiral Gibbs
like-
against social order and now pro multiculturalism, super
Ugh.
conservative.
like,
I
you
am
can
serious,
ask
sir.
your
You're the one who
question
said you're
to
trying to
Doobie,
get
and then we gotta
language
move on
police.
to
Inclusion.
Yeah, hold on. I'm preaching individual liberty. There's a total difference. Everybody should have a right to be able to do whatever the fuck they want on their own property. If I want to speak Spanish to somebody, cool. I don't think the government coming in. If I want to have a Spanish-only menu, hey, guess what? Maybe I'm catering that audience. I should be able to do that. That's capitalism. I shouldn't have the government come in and regulate and go, you can't have a Spanish-only menu. I should be able to do what I want. And if it doesn't work out, then the market decides.
against the
Now, what
civil
you're
rights.
advocating for is going, hey, we need to have a Spanish thing on a test. We got to sit here and decide. No Spanish, only English. You're advocating
I
for
wanna
more
ask-
regulation. That's anti-capitalist. That's anti-American, and it's socialist. You're a socialist.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna leave it there.
quickly. I'm gonna
So,
quickly ask.
and before you do that, just quickly, Sean on YouTube gave a super chat. I actually did see it before, but then I got caught up in moderating, so I can't even blame this on Corey.
Is Corey still
His
harping
fault.
on you about this?
Usually he is actually, but still, I'll take the blame for this, right? Corey, next time. But anyway, he says, at least my fun bucks are colorful. Ameri fun bucks are just green. So he's talking. He's a Canadian. Gets
Ian money is colorful.
10 Canadian dollars. Yeah, I mean, like, it's your goddamn Monopoly money. I
Yeah,
appreciate it. I will take it.
It's
I
not
will
worth anything, but it's colorful.
It's not worth it. I can get half of a fast food meal with that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, Sean, for always trying to support the community. I really appreciate that. All right. Back to it. You can ask your question.
Yeah.
And do respond. I do want to get Gambit in here, though.
I just want to, for Doobie and Gibbs, let's say, hypothetically, like tomorrow, 1 billion Chinese people moved to America and they all voted in like a communist government, et cetera, and they all became citizens, right? Or they all became
Those are
citizens
Americans.
and then they all became, can I ask you, would the nature of America change whatsoever? Or is this just still as American as it's always been?
What? Hold on. So 1 billion Chinese people come in overnight, and they vote in a communist dictator or something.
Yeah,
Is that the question?
they become citizens. They make Chinese the only national language. They vote in a communist dictatorship. Is America just as American as it's always been?
No, I think at that point you could say that the American experiment is dead. I would imagine that there are massive sweeping changes to our constitution, the way that our country functions. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it'd be the same.
So my question is, like, how do you draw? Is it just the number that distinguishes them from the Amish, or is there something else?
What do you mean?
Well, because you were saying before, you were challenging Scott. You were saying, well, what about the Amish? What about this subculture? What about that subculture? Like, are they truly American? And I think that, like, there's a little bit of a question here about, like, well, you're saying that these Chinese people aren't
Oh, hold
Americans.
on. I see what you're saying. Hold on. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So if we had 1 billion Chinese people come in, I think that the American culture would be their culture. If that's America, right? We have 3 Chinese people with Chinese culture for every single prior American. Then yeah, the culture is going to
Yeah.
change, obviously, right? But the new overarching American culture will be their culture,
Right.
And the people here before would be the regional subcultures.
Well, exactly, and I think this is part of the issue is that it feels like a little bit that you guys are playing a little bit of a game where you're saying, well, that's by virtue of being within America, that's just American. But what I think what Scott's saying, and I kind of endorse this, is no, by American we mean a specific culture, right? That's what we're referring to, and that does not
That's
include
never been
Chinese.
how
You
it
guys
is
can't
here in
define
America.
that culture for me, Lactoid, though, because like because I'm gonna ask if Dearborn
Yankee and
is
Dixie.
okay. So Dearborn isn't an
What?
American city.
It can be an American city, but the people there might
City
not be
with a different
American.
religion. Most of the people speak a different language. There's Arabic writing all over the
Yeah,
walls.
if they don't speak English,
what makes it American?
if they don't speak English, they might not be part of the American culture. No.
So just speaking English is what makes you American.
Well, it's not. Hold on. It could be. It's a culture is a multifaceted thing. If they don't
Yeah,
speak
what if
English,
they do everything but speak English?
well, if they do everything, I don't know. That's a difficult question. But if they,
Okay, so Jehovah's
This is-
Witnesses,
this-
Jehovah's Witnesses,
this is Quebec.
Jehovah's Witnesses
But-
speak English.
Yeah, they do speak
Jehovah's
English.
Witnesses speak English. It's an American-born religion.
Right,
but
right.
they don't
I know what you're
participate
doing.
in any of
Right,
the-
right. No,
Yeah,
Ali,
so then
I know
so
what
then
you're doing.
English.
You're going down this line. But again, the question I'll ask you the question: if 1 billion Chinese people move in tomorrow, are they just as American as you and me?
I mean, if they keep the name America, yeah.
See, this is what I'm saying.
you-
Wait. This is my point. This is my point.
No.
They're
So-
just
so
as
wait, answer
American.
my question. Are
They're
Jehovah's
just as
Witnesses
American.
American? Are Jehovah's Witnesses American?
Don't entertain the.
Here's my argument. I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer.
Yeah.
For I think what maybe Scott will agree with this, maybe he won't. My definition of American culture is there is like a set parameter behind like a wide variety of subcultures, and like anything within this bracket is American, and anything outside of it is not American. The 1 billion Chinese people coming in, even though arguably this would be the new American culture.
So
because,
Jehovah's Witnesses.
they're within the brackets. They're within the brackets.
Well, how?
But-
What bracket are they with? They speak English. That's it.
No, because I put them there, and this is culture. We can decide who's in and who's out.
What's the culture?
Now, the 1 billion
What's the
Chinese
culture of
people
Jehovah's
coming
Witnesses
in,
that's American?
they speak English. They believe genuinely in the
besides that.
Constitution. They believe in constitutional rights.
No, they don't. They do not.
Yes, they do. Actually,
No.
There's a reason why they become
within-
attorneys at such a high rate.
They're
because
non-political. They're non-political. They don't. They're not national either. They don't see themselves as like Americans or whatever country they come from. They're specifically to the Jehovah's Witnesses. The only thing they have in common with Americans is they speak English.
I know that they're part of a cult, but what I'm trying, how do I explain? It's so difficult. Like,
So they.
if
so
I
are
was
they
trying,
American?
wait. If I was trying to describe any other culture, I like this, you would be so much more charitable about this. Like, if I'm trying to describe Chinese
No.
culture, can you describe to me? Okay, what is Chinese culture? Can you explain that? Do you
Food,
know what it-
language,
How the fuck
food,
should I
language,
know?
music.
I'm not sure.
Food,
That's what culture is to me.
food, language, and music. Okay. Well, hold
Yeah.
on. So the
Well,
Arabic
I
people.
understand
Wait,
religion.
hold on. Wait.
And
Get
different cultures
Doobie.
within
I want to go back and forth with all you in a second. Food, language, music. Okay. Well, you just said that the Arabic people there, they don't shed the language. They have different food and they have different music. How are they American?
Because within living in America, they're participating in capitalism. They vote. They participate in democracy. Right? That is what they're doing.
Well, the
And
Chinese
when I
people
say
just
what-
voted when they came here. The billion, remember? In the hypothetical. The 1 billion Chinese people came here. They became citizens
Yeah,
and
and
they
you're
voted. So they're
hypothetical. A billion
Americans.
people came over in one trip, changed the whole demographic of the country, which then obviously would change the culture of the country. But how about we talk about immigration?
Yeah, a bunch
as
of
it
people
actually
coming into the
happens,
country,
just small
changing the
groups of
demographics and the
people.
culture. Let's talk about that.
Didn't you just say that the amount of migrants coming in from the Middle East are insignificant to the specific culture of Mexicans?
Okay, so we gotta move on. DP, get your point out, and we gotta go again.
Sure. So Lactoid, I think you're running to this wild extreme, right? And it's really to like hide from. I don't know if you're hiding from. I want to say you're hiding from it. I'm going to be more charitable to you.
I'm just trying to make you see the point.
But I think it actually diminishes the reality of what's happening, right? So your actual position should be against the browning of America, right? You know, you don't want all these brown people coming in because if too many come in, they're going to start shifting the culture over time. You're going to have lots of kids because the white people don't have enough kids, and over time, America's going to be less white. And as the white culture is being diminished, well, they're going to replace it with the brown people culture, whether that's Mexican culture or Muslims or whatever the fuck, right? Like
or
that's the actual,
socialism, or
yeah, or socialism,
No.
whatever, right?
For me, what I see,
well, hold on, that's actually what you're like.
I disagree. I disagree.
To be clear, I'm not saying that you're.
You're
Like
putting words in my
racist,
mouth.
right?
I disagree with this.
I'm not saying that you're a racist, but this is actually the point you're making, right? Hey,
It's not the point I'm making.
We're letting too many. The culture's going to shift, and it won't be America anymore. But I think that we need to accept the reality that American culture has changed and will continue to change. Right, at the start of this country, American culture, this freedom and individualism was somehow meshed with owning slaves. Right, somehow meshed with women not being able to vote. So like, there have obviously been massive changes to the way that we understand American culture, the American melting pot, and what e pluribus unum, or out of many one, means. So, and that's going to continue to change, and that's okay.
But what we're saying though
you're arguing
is that
against a ghost.
Well,
nobody's
somewhat.
making any of the claims that you're making.
Yeah, I think
That's
the
exactly
Browning,
what you guys are arguing.
the Browning
For
thing,
real.
I think is bullshit.
What
But
the fuck else was you
But
going
this
to
is
do?
well, the Browning thing,
reinstituting-
the Browning thing is
reinstituting the
bullshit.
Contradiction.
We're
You
talking.
can't say there
Oh,
is
God.
an American culture that changes over time, and then at the same time claim that there is not an American culture when we use extreme examples and say,
Yeah.
What
"Oh,
is
you're just being
American
That's not what I
culture?
said.
You're-
That's not at all what I said.
That's
showcasing the
that's our
contradiction
question
in
for
your
you.
argument.
What
Hmm?
you said? Wait, you said language, music, and
Hold on,
food, right?
hold on.
These are
Hold on.
letters that
I'm sorry.
that
No,
different.
no,
Hey,
Language is a big part of that. That's what we've been talking about.
Hey,
Lacto,
hey,
just examine your question.
whoa, hey, no, because I gotta move, guys. We're all really excited.
I gotta fight the allegations of racism real quick.
Yeah,
I
okay,
didn't say
no,
you were
no, I'll do it.
racist,
I'll
okay?
do it for you.
I'm just saying that
Lacto is
this
not
sounds
racist. Okay, he doesn't believe in the browning of America.
I'm fine with the
he's not
brown
a big-
people. I just don't like communism. Okay, no,
Okay.
I don't like communism. I'm fine with the brown
Understood.
people. The brown people are great.
Socialism, though.
As long as
Okay.
look, I want everyone here. They just gotta hate communism.
Sure.
They're welcome. That's what it means to be an
Yeah.
American. Actually, that's my new
Okay, thank
definition.
you.
That's my definition.
Most
Yeah.
communists
Love
are
it, love it,
less
Fred.
white. So
Let's go. Let's go.
They're not real
to
Americans.
our
See,
friend.
I'm not racist.
Yeah,
Isn't Hinkle part of the American
Hold on,
Communist
hold on.
Party?
It's an
Okay,
oxymoron.
it's time to speak. If you're not melanated, no more talking. All right, so let's go to Cheers, Gambit.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be here. I want to start out by apologizing to Corey. I still have not gotten back to him. Lenny?
Witness, yeah. No integrity.
Wait,
It's been like a
but to
month.
be very clear, I went through it and I have many rebuttals. I just haven't had time
Yeah,
to
big
formulate it.
surprise.
No, but I will say I have not given Corey what I told him I would give him, and I owe him that for sure. So when Corey tells y'all, Yo Gambit didn't respond, he's actually telling the truth this time. But onto the topic though, I love this topic. That's why I've just been listening, because I don't know anymore what these things mean, and I think I'm in a mix of all of you all. But I think this is just like we have like some true diversity, whether it's over political topics, whether it's racially, ethnically, socially. There's all of these different axes where there seems to be less and less of a glue that is holding us together. So I think the reason y'all are having lots of conflicts is because I don't know if this single thing in the middle that makes us American even exists anymore. It used to be like general ideas of liberalism, but as the left and the right have gone further left and right, I don't even know if those are like shared common ideology. So yeah, I'm super interested to hear. I think we've somewhat lost it. I don't know if that's a bad thing. It feels like a bad thing, but yeah.
Okay.
We have a fractured identity. No, that's a great point. We have a fractured identity. He's right.
Dippy, both of you guys are gonna blow your top off, apparently. Gibbs been waiting, and then Dippy. I do want to jump in at some point. I really have so much to say.
So
But yeah.
I want to actually push back pretty hard with this idea that the assimilation means that you're gonna take American culture. Like I think that immigration, part of the American dream, right? What is the American dream, right? Is this idea like home ownership, a family, all these things, like the traditional American dream. I'm gonna give you the description of somebody. I have a friend. His name's Juan. We called him Juan too because there was like 3 Juans in this restaurant. He came over here illegally. He got his legal status. over time. He bought a Porsche after like living in an apartment with like 10 people for forever. Then he moved into a bigger apartment with one other person. Now he just bought a house, and then he goes, "Oh, Gibbsy, I knocked up fat American woman. I live American dream." And so now he's having American kids. What is more American? This man bought a sports car, bought a house, found an American wife, has kids here. That is America as it gets. And then he came here legally. He came here illegally and he fixed his status. That's what we want as an American, right? We want Americans here that are working. We have these values. That's contributing. Now, y'all are going to say, oh, he's assimilating. But he's not. He's still hanging out in his like community, which is mainly, other Guatemalans. That's who he hangs out with on a day-to-day basis. Like, he's not assimilating in the other traditional sense, but he's living literally the American dream. I mean, it's just so funny that the people who are sitting here pretending to be libertarians want to advocate for, more regulations and, we want to sit here and have mono communities. It's crazy. I mean, next they're going to start arguing that segregation is a good thing. Like, I mean, that's what I think for next.
They've already done it. But Scott, hold on to that.
We did not argue that.
Well,
at least I didn't. I didn't argue
You would
that.
make it legal again.
Yeah,
okay.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah. Hold on. No. Hold on. We got to move on. We got to go to Doobie. I'm going to jump in because I just need to get my point out, but I do want to hear what you have to say. Doobie, please.
So I think that the way you guys are talking about like liberal values and the American principle or value of like individual freedom, freedom of expression, like all these overarching like things that we apparently agree on and have agreed on forever and are gone now. Like, you really just need to like think a bit, like go back decade by decade, and you'll find Japanese internment camps where American citizens were fucking put in camps, right? Obviously, not so we didn't all agree on the value that or their individual freedom back then. You look at fucking McCarthyism.
Democrats did that.
Hold on.
McCarthy did nothing wrong. McCarthy is a hero.
Okay, well, that absolutely limited Americans' freedom of expression. Freedom of like
No, he
political
didn't at all in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, that's fine. I think you're retarded. Sure, that's fine.
I just don't
But
think
also-
you know
but
anything
also-
about
Let's go. Let me go.
That's fine.
Doobie.
But also, you can look at fucking Jim Crow laws. Fucking Scott, you threw me
Democrats.
off of that stupid comment.
Wait,
Wait, hold on.
Doobie, can I ask you something? 'Cause I agree. So
They're un-American. I agree.
Hold on, Lactoid.
Wait.
Lactoid. Wait, here, really quick. Lactoid. You're literally opposed to fucking the Civil Rights Act, which is
Only
like,
article like I think it's like Article
what's
2
your
and
word
4.
on- What's your well? Hold on, and the values that are not just expressed but imposed by the Civil Rights Act are considered to be American values now.
Oh no! It's forced to hold on. Is violation of freedom of association, which I think is what makes up part of the American identity, and I think that's why the Civil Rights Act is un-American.
Okay, hold on. Do you think that like I think if we polled Americans, right, as to whether or not the ability to discriminate against your fellow Americans was anti-American or like a pro-American value, they'd probably say it's anti-American.
This
Right,
is
you're
this.
judging
Wait, wait.
person.
Let me answer this. This is exactly what I was
Sure.
what I was trying to refer to when I talked about the billion Chinese people coming over and all voting in communism. Like, is American just like a popularity thing, or is it like identifying a specific culture that me and Scott are trying to hold on to?
Okay, but Lactoid, you couldn't find anywhere where Yankee culture or Dixie culture is written down on a stone tablet for everybody to look at.
Culture
Like,
is a lot of a
this
vibe,
is Yankee
yeah.
culture, this is Dixie culture, and everything outside of this list of shit is not American. Like, that's not real. Right? Culture is always shifting, right? We all understand this. So you're never gonna be able to find like a fucking flashpoint you can look and be like, oh, this specifically and only this is American culture. That's not how
Look,
it
I
works.
understand you're going to have some shifting, right? But like, there's a
Not
difference
some,
between
a lot of shifting.
like some teeth shifting compared to like getting the tooth ripped out of your head. We're talking about like key values being like remaining the same. And if a billion Chinese people moved in and all voted for communism, I'd be very upset. And I would say that this is not real American. This is not real Americanism. When we refer to Americana, we're talking about something very specific. And like when the Chinese refer to their thousands of years of like history, they're referring to something very specific. And I think that's all we're saying.
What are you referring to specifically?
The foundations of like the idea of what America was supposed to be when this country was founded, the idea of individualism, the idea of freedom of association, the idea of, I don't know, like a common language, right? This is like what we all did.
It was the idea of democracy and that the republic could vote as they change, they have the ability to enact changes in our government too, right?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
founding American
Assuming that we all, again, like the voting base, which by the way, the
That's
voting base was
modern.
much more limited than it was, but like we're
That's
talking about like
modern.
yeah,
That's
we're talking
not-
about like
that's
we're
not a foundational idea.
yeah, we're talking about voters that again
Okay,
share
hold
the
on. If
same
we're gonna go back to the
values.
foundational ideas, like you should be on here bitching at me that removing the slaves was a violation of property rights. Like I don't understand how you're like pretending that like, oh well, we're gonna
Can
go back
I-
to the
can I
foundation, but
please
not that
explain some of these
foundation,
things?
not that shit, just the other
No,
foundation. that sounds
I don't
great.
think slavery was one of the foundational ideals of America. It was a contradiction that
Can I-
was put in for economic reasons.
Oh, I see.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that part.
Can I-
Obviously,
Can I
we
bring-
rebelled against a king for a reason.
Why would you hold on? Hold on. Why would you let go of that? But hold
Because
on to this.
Oh, wait, are you guys rejecting?
The vote? Hold on. The vote is only for white men of good standing or whatever.
No,
the fuck.
hold on, wait. Are you guys
Like
really?
what-
Hold on, real quick. Are you guys really rejecting this idea that like the American experiment was fundamentally anti-tyrannical? The idea of we're going to reject monarchy, we're going to try to like build a community of people that isn't ruled by a monarch. This concept, like the foundation of you should have the freedom to speak your mind. You should have the freedom to own your property. The king shouldn't be able to send troops to stay on your land. Like these ideas, and you guys are rolling your eyes. But if a billion Chinese people moved here tomorrow and all voted that away, you'd be pissed.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be pissed?
No. Freedom for some, tyranny for others, right? Tyranny for most of the people actually here. No, actually, I reject this idea.
Yeah, let's let a billion Chinese people move in here and just vote everything away. Sure, you don't care.
Hold on, like, if you went out and fucking like war, like piss on the cross, right? In early America, you'd be fucking jailed. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like so. I reject so much to say here. So I wrote it down. I got a list. Because first of all, I reject that thoughts experiment Lactoid has. This is something that you hear from conservatives, right? Yeah. What if the entire world emptied into the continental America, huh? Well, what would you do then, Prime? Huh? Like, is that too much immigration now? Yeah, it's a ridiculous fucking idea, right? So what if a billion Chinese?
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's a dumbass hypothetical.
Well, hypotheticals.
It's a dumbass hypothetical.
Wait, just to be clear. Yes, hypotheticals don't have to be realistic. Just like if I ask somebody, "Did you eat breakfast this morning?" You may or may not have eaten breakfast this morning.
Thank you for explaining what a hypothetical is to me. Thank you. All right.
Well, but if you knew, you wouldn't call it dumb.
As ridiculous, right? I can acknowledge it's a hypothetical. I know what a hypothetical is, so you don't have to give me the definition of a hypothetical.
What's the purpose of a hypothetical?
Hypothetical as really dumb.
Why is it dumb? Why is it dumb?
Any which way. Oh, yes, because and this is part of like this American supremacy idea, right? That well, of course, all the Chinese, right? A billion Chinese would actually move to the U.S. This is something that we have to actually deal with, huh? This might happen because it like speaks to the heart. The hypothetical is set up to speak to the heart of like the conservative fever dream about America, right? Like there's this hordes of brown people and the yellow people will show up at our shores, right? And then just gonna vote in their new government. Yeah. So yes, it's gonna be. Literally a billion people might show, and we're just not gonna have a country anymore. We're not gonna have a country. I understand the framing of a hypothetical, and it's ridiculous. Hey, wait. You got hey. Don't get upset yet because I got a lot more to say. A lot more for you to get upset about. All right, moving on.
We got an issue with this, Prime. We got an issue with this, Prime.
Write it down. I got. Oh, don't worry. We can deal with the rest. All right. So write it down. I got much more to say.
Do you think the problem is real?
I'm moving on. Mandating English is crazy. It's fucking crazy. I
Authoritarian.
understand.
That's the word.
Sorry, what?
I said authoritarian's the word.
Authoritarian. Yeah, I like it. So I understand. Obviously, like it would all be easier if the world spoke one language. It'd be easier if just within our country, everyone spoke one language. Yes, it'd be easier. But that wouldn't mean that people are in community with each other, right? Like I speak the language of the standard American English, right? I can speak to the most number of people within this country, but I'm not in community with those people. And I'm not in even people who are in my geographical area. I'm not actually in community with them, right? So this like there's this desire in the conservative minds, like, oh, the reason why our we can't like form these bonds just because you guys don't share the language. And if you did that, then we would accept you. Also, we don't actually like your cultural ideas. Change that, right? There's that melting pot. I mean, that we talked about here before, just earlier tonight, right? Well, they don't share our values, right? They aren't assimilating yet, right? So it's not just language, of course. It's those other things. I think it's ridiculous to say that needs to be a requirement. So many people come to the States and they don't know English. They don't know a damn thing about it, but they want to make a better life for themselves, right? And I think that is the uniting value of America, is make a better life for yourself, land of opportunity. If there's anything, honestly, that unites us, I think that might be the closest thing to it. But is it just because you aren't good at learning languages? I'm shit at learning languages. And just because you can't necessarily pass a test on this, does that mean you shouldn't be involved? That we should exclude you? Well, there are a lot of people, a lot of valuable individuals who get lost, right? People making small businesses, people raising families who then create children who know English, who then go on to do great things in this country. Happens all the time. Common American story. And a mandate English for that, and we don't mandate, especially for even our own children, right? Our children score worse on English internationally than people in other countries that are non-native speaking English countries. That's crazy that we wouldn't mandate that. But anyway, the monoculture. Oh, but I do want to say I did agree with Buckaroo's idea of having English classes. Right? Government paid for. I love the idea of government jobs. Let's make more government jobs. This sounds like a great opportunity. But it would actually make things easier. There are people who want to learn. And I would even go farther than that. I'll go farther than that. I say, right, and I've talked about this before, but you guys probably don't remember, because I went to Colombia, right? Talked to a lot of Colombian people, and a lot of them were like, "Yeah, we want to learn English because imperialism has made it so that's like closest to the standard language of the worldwide language, right?" There are so many of them like we actually really, really want to learn English, but it's so hard to do, right? It's expensive to make happen, right? You just kind of learn from TV shows or whatever. I would say, let's spend American taxpayer dollars, right, to guarantee another American century by paying for language classes around the world. A lot of people really want to learn English. Let's pay for that. And then when they come here, they'll already know English, right? Two birds, one stone, but we don't have to mandate anything. Okay, monoculture is crazy, unnecessary, not a thing that we have. So, this idea that we need to conform to, again, this amorphous, completely, extremely difficult to define idea of a monoculture within our nation, that only benefits the powerful, because they are the ones who are going to get to define that. Whatever that monoculture is, it'll be the politically connected, the affluent. They'll be ones who define that, not the people within these spaces, within these communities. They should be able to define what their own culture is. And then on this idea of like cultures, right? I think the problem isn't that we're having cultures coming in from outside the country, because that's America. That's the way it started, right? These cultures come in, they add something to our nation, to our society, right? It's about compatibility. There are some values, and I've talked to conservatives on this, and I've given a bit of space on this. I think there's some values that may be incompatible, right? Like, let's say if you like human sacrifice, this is an extreme example, of course. But human sacrifice, yeah, you can't do that, right? Because we should have. Guys, I'm so sorry.
They've sacrificed 22 million black babies since 1973, but we'll talk about it.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Moving on. Cultures that spring up from America. What difference would that make? what difference does it make if the culture like exists in America? Again, it's more about compatibility. What does it make where it originates? Like it's about can it mix? So the Amish culture doesn't mix with the rest of America at large, whatever that means, right? They don't exist with the other societies around them. But yet that's okay, I guess. I guess they get grandfathered in. Well, because they literally evolved on the soil, right? But they don't actually interact with the rest of us. But I guess that gets a pass. It's ridiculous, a ridiculous idea. So our Islamic or Muslim brothers and sisters or Middle Eastern brothers and sisters can come from another country, right? And they can get here, and we can see how compatible they are with us, right? That's the thing that matters. Not that hey, some of their ideas existed from far away, right? That happens with the Germans. That happens with the English. That happens with any other white country, right? They're allowed to come in, and I guess it's just fine. Moving on. I'm not confusing these guys' racism. To be clear, I'm not including the other side of racism at all. And maybe I just reached the end of my list. Busing kids. Oh, the busing kids to neighborhoods. We'll have to talk about that one later.
Well, can I say
there's so much.
Just because I thought to mention this earlier, but what's interesting is if you guys haven't seen Breaking Amish, you should watch at least the first season. It's really actually pretty interesting. Because a lot of Amish people actually don't even speak English, right? They speak like a dialect of German. Right, so they also aren't even speaking the language. But Lecter, you mentioned earlier that when your mother came over, right? So I think your mother is like a Swiss immigrant or some shit, right? So right?
No.
Well, you said your mother.
Swedish, motherfucker.
Swedish.
Same shit.
No, it's not.
Swedish, fuck
They're
you.
different. They're not all white people are the same,
from
Doobie.
over there somewhere, the white people lands. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know. They all wear colorful dresses and sing yodeling and shit. Yeah.
Corner, yeah. So.
And watch Andy Griffith.
Terrible food, good cakes.
Oh God. So my great grandparents came over in the 30s on my mother's side, and on the 50s and in the 50s on my father's side, right? Both sides of my great grandparents, they lived here, fucking decades, right? Died barely speaking any English, right? They're just fine, right? They live in fucking LA, different parts of LA. Around lots of English speakers, around lots of people who speak like they went to Koreatown all the time, right? They interact with the rest of the community, and they didn't need to speak English, like to do all that. So I don't think it just doesn't. It feels like if you live in a city, like this thing that you're talking about is like just demonstrably, obviously not true, right? You can obviously interact with other communities, even
Would you
with
call
the
them?
language barrier.
Would you call them Americans?
Absolutely.
So I think.
There you go.
Let me add two more things because but Scott, it's good to have you back, friend. Anyway, yeah, one, I have an immigrant. I come from an immigrant family. I forgot to mention that part. And you guys forgot all about it, I'm sure.
I do too.
Yes, you do. You do. I'm not gonna take that stats away from you. Yeah, but no, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
That's all that shit.
These are the reasons. I encourage the Swedish to come. Right. I encourage the women to show up.
You mean
but yeah. So I have an immigrant family. A lot of them didn't know. My parents
in Stockholm, that's for sure.
My parents didn't know English coming here. They didn't know English, but they wanted to be involved with this country. Now, would they have, and how many years would have taken them to have passed an English test, right? Like, how long would have taken them to do that? I actually don't know, right? They always had deep, noticeable accents. And they had trouble with the vocabulary and the grammar and all that. But they were participating, they were paying taxes, they were raising a child, right? And adding to their local economy, and then bringing others who did the same, starting businesses, right? Others in my family started businesses, and are now doing the American dream. But it starts with people who didn't know the language, and then there's like my grandma who still doesn't know the language after so long, which is actually incredible. It's like unbelievable. Oh my God. I'll talk about that some other time. But anyway, still doesn't know the language, right? But when she could, before her retirement, she worked a job, participated in the economy, but she worked. She was involved in a very insular community, right? Because of that language barrier. But that's okay, right? It doesn't take away from America, and it wasn't as if all these Americans were desperate to get to know the inner workings of my grandmother's mind. That's not how that works. What does it mean? And this is the other thing I want to say. What does it mean to participate in American culture? Right? Like, what does that even mean? This is a response to something that Scott said earlier, right? How do we know when the person has participated enough? And then in what way, right? Is it online? Is that participating? Is it like yelling on Twitter? Is that American culture, right? Is it going to the grocer and just saying hi and being kind of polite to them?
Prime,
is that enough participation?
What's black culture?
It's nothing anymore because we had this fight already on all black everything.
Am I part of black culture?
I'm saying, okay, I think that just like when we talk about race, the word culture has so much baggage and means a lot of different things. And so one person's talking about race and what they're meaning ethnicity. Another person is talking about color. Another person is talking about cultural artifacts, right? But they're saying the same word, race. I think the same thing is true for culture. So yes, you can find signifiers of Black American culture that are widely understood, but that doesn't mean that it's easily defined.
Yes, you can find signifiers, but that doesn't mean it's easily defined. I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Hold up, wait.
Yes.
I don't know how that's.
I
don't know what you keep saying.
Apply that to American culture.
You can't do that with America. Wait, you can't do that with America. It's too big of a place.
Of course you can. Oh, Black America's not that big of a place. What are you talking about?
There are signifiers.
How many black cities are there? How many black people? It's like millions.
But the unifiers of America is that it's a combination of a bunch of different cultures, whether it be.
What's black culture?
There are knowledge.
What's Western culture? What's Southern culture?
Yeah,
they all have
signifiers. Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
but we all integrate and
But no. Because the point of doing this, right? The point of talking about this is to say who was inside and who was outside this culture, right? To erect borders, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. So if you're saying Lactwood, hey, are you part of Black American?
Am I part of Black America?
You might. Well, no. Whoa, that's important. This is important because now you just changed it. Are you part of Black America? Well, Lactwood, what did I just say? What does a Black American?
We'll make it 1-to-1. Am I a Black American?
If it means race, then no, it doesn't, right? Then no, you aren't. If it means ethnicity, if it means what are the other things I was saying? If you're just talking about culture, right? Well, and like norms, well, then you can engage those culture and norms. A lot of people want to engage with Black American culture and norms. They love it, right? It's exported around the world, and I wouldn't gatekeep them out of it, right? Like I wouldn't, I would appreciate.
But you would expect some participation in order to consider them to be part of the Black culture, right?
I would.
They would have to participate to some level with Black culture. They'd have to understand what the words mean. They'd have to understand the food. They'd understand the history.
But yes, hold on. But
and if they don't do that, they're not really part of Black culture, are they?
No. I wouldn't make it a requirement to interact to be in the country though. That's a different thing.
Whoa!
Right?
That's not what we're saying necessarily.
Or to come in Black neighborhoods, right? Hey, or Black cities, as you said, right?
I
wouldn't say. Well, you can't come.
You're going to second order. Wait, stop. You're going to second order level things. You're going to second order level arguments.
We're talking about.
No. We're establishing. No. Right now we're establishing what culture means because apparently we can't get past this first fucking step.
No.
Ali, I need to please. So. The reason why I'm bringing up Black culture is because for some reason, like we understand this when it comes to Black culture, but we don't understand this when it comes to American culture. We understand this when it comes to Chinese culture or when it comes to Swedish culture. I'm a citizen of Sweden because they decided to base it off of blood. They decided to base it off of race. That's the European model of citizenship. That's the European model of what it means to belong. But in America, we do something different.
That's changing.
In America, well, no, it's not. And in fact, there's more countries going over to Jus Sanguis than Jus Solis. There's more countries going over to blood than it is to land. And in America, no, it's not. And in America,
it is. Well,
we can argue about this later, but I trust me. But when we're talking about America, we don't base it off of blood. We base it off of something else. What do we base it off of? We don't just we base it off of We base it off of a set of values. We base it off of a set of ideas. People here, anybody can be an American, but an American must mean something. Anybody can like go and talk to like a black person, but being part of black culture must mean something. Engaging with it, understanding what it means, like all the tenets of it. And am I going to be able to perfectly identify every single aspect of black culture? No, but we can look at certain signifiers. And if I was to walk into Harlem and just start considering myself to be part of the culture, am I going to be accepted?
But the culture is that there are multiple cultures. That is American culture.
That's the problem.
That's the
with
thing.
America.
Like
There's no homogeny.
It's not.
There is some level of
it's
homogeny.
diversity.
No, there isn't.
That is
There is no
Yes,
homogeny.
there is
No.
an individualism.
Outside of
No, no, it's not
participation
that-
within American culture.
If there's
that's
no
the only
homogeny, then it's not a
unifying
culture.
factor.
Then it's
No, no, no,
nothing.
no.
Then a billion Chinese people can move in, and that'd be the new American.
No, no,
then
it doesn't-
space
no,
aliens could move in,
doesn't mean
and that'd be the new
that.
American.
Wait, To my fucking
It's
point
not a
earlier,
real
when I
culture.
when I said culture, food, language, these are some of the things that come along with culture, right? So the thing with America is that we're literally an amalgamation of 50 fucking states. Our country, like itself is so fucking big that we can't have a homogenous culture. We have California culture, Texas culture, New York, Florida, Michigan.
fair, only
You
one of
don't
those
have
states is the
one.
Republic.
Hold up. The unifying culture we have is that we believe in democracy. We participate in capitalism.
Oh, we believe in democracy
Oh
and
my God.
capitalism. That's homogeny.
Oh,
We're talking about universal values, aren't we?
Once again, but it's So when
France
people
has a
are coming
culture,
in,
right? But the Alsace-Lorraine and Paris are different. It's not an argument to say that California and Virginia are different. Therefore, this is somehow unique.
no, what I'm
Like,
saying is culture.
Like,
With
the
culture,
UK
as
has
I
a
was
culture, but Scotland and Wales,
Yeah,
and,
and
like
the-
fucking Geordie, they have different dialects. They
They
have
have
different subcultures.
subcultures, yes.
That's not different anywhere else.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, it is completely different here because our subcultures are fucking massive. They could some of our states could be their own countries. So it could,
That's the
it's
same thing in
easy- it's
Germany
100
too. Like Bavarian,
No, no,
North German.
Countries, no
Hold
big
up,
deal.
wait, let me finish my point. So the thing with
Bavaria's
America,
Catholic.
the thing with American culture and why I'm saying it's the participation that unifies us, because in America we have to accept so many different cultures because we've made ourselves the melting pot. That's why now if you can integrate yourself to what American culture is, if you can make yourself known, if you can make yourself recognizable, if you can market your culture, that's what makes you American. Because at the end of the day, America's what? Hamburgers and mac and cheese. But there's a reason why Tony Stark in a Marvel movie was in New York asking for a shawarma at the end of the fucking thing, because we've integrated ourselves to the point where these foods are part of us. It's a different shawarma here than it is in the Middle East. It's a different burger here than it is over in Germany.
Different
We
Chinese
make it
food.
we made it American.
Not
That's
Chinese
how it
food.
works.
All right, so I feel like I've waited long enough. Prime guys, number one, you said that it was ridiculous to use this 1 billion Chinese. Very quick question: Is
No,
it
it
ridiculous
is.
to ever bring up the trolley? Nope, sociologic. This question isn't to you. Is it ridiculous to bring up the trolley problem ever? Or is it used to describe your moral framework or describe and elucidate a concept? Like, would you always dismiss the trolley problem, or is it valid to use the trolley problem? Because it's not like you're ever going to be in a position in your life where there's actually a lever and there's 4 people tied to one track and one on another track, and if you pull the lever, it'll save 4 people's like, that's a ridiculous thing, but we use it to elucidate your moral framework. We were doing the same thing to elucidate.
You want me to
what is
answer the question?
American. Yeah, like
No, you can use the trolley problem, but this is more than that, right? Because what I was saying, what it does is it sneaks in a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of the fear, right? That conservatives have about this, rather than actually engaging this in a useful way. So it's not that you can't make a hypothetical. I know what a hypothetical is, and I know the purpose of the hypotheticals, but we can say that, hey, some hypotheticals are better than others, and some sneak into the conversation a bunch of underlying principles or an understanding that is corrosive to the conversation, and that's what I'm calling out.
I don't think that does that in any way, but I don't want to harp on such a simplistic.
No,
like,
but also that
doesn't
hypothetical with
get to the actual question. So, you stated also that cultures add to, like when people bring their cultures, they bring, and I think Sociologic has been talking about this a lot too, if you want to respond, Sociologic, but bringing in music, bringing in food, bringing in ideas, right? And I agree that cultures add to. There's this misunderstanding that I think is occurring, where there's this idea that like American culture ought be defined as it was in the ratification of the Constitution in 1789 or something. And that, like, because there were bad things about American culture, that it automatically means that American culture changing is good. And to a certain extent, I agree with you. Cultures need to change, cultures need to adapt, cultures need to move and shift as technology changes, it changes, right? Like you couldn't maintain a one type of culture in an area before and after social media. Obviously, that's going to change how your culture engages. The problem that I think people are trying, that I think my side is trying to explain, is twofold, right? Number one, at a base level, we're talking about a certain critical mass that engages with the stability of a culture, right? Like when you look at a country like Japan, for example, they have very, very, very strict laws about race and about identity and about immigration to maintain the stability of Japanese culture. That's why they exist. If I go over to Japan and I
And
marry
they
a Japanese woman,
demographic collapse soon, by the way. Just FYI.
And their crime rate is
yeah, I
zero,
get it.
basically.
You hate. Yeah, if I go over to Japan, right, you're distracting. Come on, we're having a conversation about culture, and you're just trying to find ways to subvert, which is why it's so fucking difficult to talk to leftists.
No, they are.
Because you
They
can't ever
are.
fucking engage intellectually with the concept itself. You always have to find a way to subvert.
I grant you everything that you say.
Fucking help it.
Everything that you say.
Finish the
Everything you
concept. You had to be
say is
"Hey,
correct. Yeah.
Japan bad, huh?"
And that's exactly what I said with my tongue out. Japan bad. Yes, you're definitely good at listening there, Scott. Yeah, totally great steel, man. Absolutely. And yes, I recognize everything that you said. I'm just bringing up a con in terms of like they are largely anti-immigration because they want to preserve their culture, and yes, that leads to potentially negative consequences in terms of they don't want a new influx of population, and they have problems maintaining their population.
I agree, and I was gonna say that, but anyways, you reckon, like, if I marry a Japanese woman and have a child, that child is not a Japanese citizen. A child is a hafu. It's only half Japanese. It's not until the third generation that child of that person marrying a Japanese. Well, it's like, well, why does that exist? Well, it's because they understand that the American coming to Japan will probably never be one with their culture and truly understand it. They bring with them their own values, their own things that clash with Japanese culture. And so they limit their ability to have an impact on their culture. And they understand that the child, even still, that child is not fully Japanese, that child grows up with one parent that is enforcing on them all of these values that come from a separate country. But it's when there is a grandchild where they can actually add to Japanese culture, where the grandchild has some values and some things, but is fully immersed in Japanese culture and is able to understand in their own life and in the market and in their marriage, etc., all of the ways these things mix. America doesn't have that. Right. And to a certain degree, I think that's good that America doesn't have that. That I think that's too stringent. And yet we do have to understand that cultures are susceptible to individuals coming in and changing them.
You just
If you
described
agree
the
that they
difference
add
in
to the
American culture. You
Yeah.
just described one of the differences between American and Japanese culture. American culture, like a lot of
Absolutely.
people are saying, is a melting pot. So we have beliefs that, as long as you're naturalized here, you're a citizen and you're adding to the culture. Whereas Japan doesn't have those things. You're just
Well, that
describing the
doesn't
difference
engage in
between the culture.
reality. You're talking
So
about you're confusing is
you don't
with
think
ought.
it's
No, you're confusing is with ought, right? Because what I am saying is. What I am saying is that when you bring in a certain amount of people and you attempt to bring them into a culture, that there is a multi-generational process that occurs before that individual is actually fully immersed within the culture. And if
that's
you
not
have
an
too
American
much of
idea.
that, again, you're confusing an is with an ought. I
No,
am not
no.
describing. Yes,
I'm
you
saying that
literally
that's
are.
not an is.
No, what I'm saying, I'm talking about a reality of culture,
That's not a
cultural
reality.
beliefs
I'm
of
No, that is a
disagreeing
reality
with
with
you.
every culture in
Okay,
the
no,
world.
I'm talking
No,
about the reality of cultures itself, not American ideas. American
no,
ideas and
and I'm
art,
disagreeing
what
with
I'm
that.
describing as an is.
And I'm disagreeing with that. Do you think we don't understand
No,
what you're saying? Do you think you're saying something like
you're
high level?
showcasing that you absolutely
high
do not
level,
understand
bro.
what I'm saying. You do not understand the is-ought distinction that is at play here. What I'm
Yes, I
saying is an is. I'm not attributing American values or what it is that America believes or what
I've
ought
never
be.
said you were.
I am describing how culture works and how it is influenced.
And
And
I'm
so
saying that
when
that's
you have
incorrect.
okay, but your grounds for doing so is an ought implication.
No, it's
Again,
not.
I,
You just
it is.
injected that
I'm
and
going
saying
to
that.
ignore it because you
It's
don't
not.
understand.
Yeah, of course I
That
don't. Yeah.
that
Sure,
is
sure, Fabian.
problem. That is
Just keep
problem.
making your assumptions that everybody has to go along
Really
with
quickly.
as
It's
fact.
not an assumption. You're
So
literally
hold
giving me an
on.
ought argument.
So
Please
Scott,
stop.
real quick.
You're not.
Scott,
Number
can you just
two.
describe? Can you describe the is ought, like
Number two.
like what's the is and what's the ought that you're referring to?
When I'm saying is, I'm not being prescriptive. I'm not saying.
No, I understand that. I'm saying like, what do you?
And I'm
what is the
disagreeing with
is
your
you're referring
saying is
to,
a
and what is
culture
the ought you
exists.
think Gambit's referring to?
Gambit says that's not an American culture.
No, that's not the only
What
thing I
he's
said.
saying is that America believes in multiculturalism. And so he's saying that this doesn't happen to America when I'm describing a process of how cultures are influenced. I'm simply giving an is. I'm not saying whether or not that's good, and I'm not saying whether or not Americans believe it, or even if America culture is doesn't have
And
an
I
idea of
disagree with your
multiculturalism in a
description.
melting pot. Those are all ought claims. Okay,
And I
like
haven't
those are
made any.
beliefs that American culture maintains, and a belief that I'm sure many of us have. Right, but I'm simply describing as an is how cultures are impacted by new ideas and new values from individuals. The second thing, and this is something that has not been introduced that is incredibly important to this conversation, is there is a difference between naturalized immigration and forced integration. There is a difference between people that come over here for economic opportunity simply to engage in a capitalist market and want to be a part of the culture, and NGOs flying people over, the government taking your tax dollars and giving them housing in your neighborhood, when as opposed to you competing in a marketplace with those people, because the people that live in those communities have zero say in the individuals that are coming in, and in fact their own paychecks are garnished so that these people can be imported against their will. If you want to talk about what causes fear and division, it's when communities no longer have a say over what their community looks like, what their community values, what language their community speaks, etc. And instead, we import against their will people into their community. That's what causes so much fucking division, is the welfare state that we have, and this process of immigration where people aren't invited. They're not invited. Goods can cross borders via invitation. If I order something from Mexico, it comes from Mexico because I wanted it. But when you have laws that say it's illegal to discriminate against people based off of their national origin, then you can't ban them from businesses. You can't keep them from renting property if you're a landlord. You can't do anything. And then on top of that, the government comes in and gives them money and gives them services. Well, now what you have is you don't have a natural process of the culture changing because the values of the culture were accepted and accepted people in them, and they paid a certain gatekeeping price. Now you have the United States government forcing your culture to change with your own fucking money and destroying your community's cohesion against its will. And these are radically different things. There we go.
Yeah.
After that,
I just
I
want
wanna
to
get Corey.
I just want to
So-
repeat again that I never made an ought claim. I disagree with his description of how culture works again and again, but he doesn't understand that. It's fine that he doesn't understand the words that he's even saying. But yes, I never made an ought claim at all. I was disagreeing with the way that he says culture works, and I'm still disagreeing with it. He has his own subjective opinion.
So
Mine, and there's no
So
definitive proof of
This
how
is cool.
someone.
we'll let Ali.
Sorry,
We got to let Ali and Corey go, and then I want to move on to the actual topic at hand, since it's before the election and it will be less importantly next week. So go ahead, Ali.
So my problem with the hypothetical of the
one of the number one issues,
of the 2 billion Chinese coming over is because you take that and then you apply that same absolute to the immigrants or migrants that come over here, right? So it's like none of them want to speak English or learn English, and none of them want to work and assimilate
You
or
don't make
integrate.
those claims.
I mean, that's what
That's not what happened. It's just not what happened.
Yeah,
It's a lie.
I mean, these people come, they don't speak our language, they're in our community. How can we communicate with them if like, that's literally what you're saying. So anyways, the majority of the people that come over here, even if they come over here by force,
instead of dealing with the hypothetical.
I
mean,
cowardly.
okay. So
you like democracy. What if everybody voted to fuck kids?
No,
It's
you're pussy,
useless.
so you won't deal with it.
Right, that's a good question. What if a bunch of people come in and they all vote to fuck kids? That'd be a problem, wouldn't it, Doobie?
I mean, that's what the country wanted, right?
Wait. Doobie would argue that if all the Papua New Guinean... Wait, hold on. I just want to point out. Doobie would argue...
All the Papua New Guinean moved over here overnight.
Stop.
Yes,
we
get it.
No. Wait. Hold on. Brother. No, don't say real quick because I was in the middle of talking. I just wanted to say. I know, but this is particularly relevant to what Doobie and your
the middle of my story is interrupting the beginning of yours. My bad.
Okay, whatever. Listen, Doobie would argue that the Papua New Guinean tribe that does the dick sucking thing, if they all came to America and became up like a majority,
if they all came,
then this would be the American population.
Yes,
this would be American
God,
culture.
God
That's what
bless,
Doobie
God bless
argues.
America.
Doobie would argue that American culture does dick sucking. That's what. Yes. And you're rolling your eyes, but you're saying, "Oh, it's a melting pot." They're just adding to the culture. They're adding the dick sucking to the culture, aren't they?
You wanted a democracy.
I don't want democracy. We want a limited democracy. We got to prevent some people from voting.
Anyways, the issue is the vast majority of these people come. They may not assimilate right away, but they integrate pretty fucking well. They come, they work, they try to work with the language as best to their fucking abilities. They take plenty of jobs that regular Americans seem to not fucking want. So I think like the issue is that they come here, they build a community, they're better at being Americans than the Americans that were originated here, and you guys are just mad at that? Like, what's the issue?
That's not.
If they can build a community, if they can build a community and integrate within America, stay here, have generations of people here, vote, work, build taxes, build businesses. Yes, they succeeded at being Americans.
Let that be a rhetorical question because it's going to take forever. We go down that route. So let's go to Corey. Finish us up so we can move on.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Just 2 points. One briefly. First, Japan bad, obviously. But secondly, this whole language thing. Okay. So you're pretty much having the exact same argument that Quebec had, many decades ago, of like, what is French or Quebec identity? And that's why, we literally have here in Quebec, we have the Charter of the French language. Okay, and the only thing that I would say is despite Quebec's attempts to like enforce their Quebec and French identity and French language, it's like, there's clear drawbacks to it, where one, even though there are government-supported programs to learn the language, okay, one of the issues is where basically bigoted people will always find excuses to be bigoted. And there's bigotry in the English world and obviously in the French world. And like, basically one of the issues here is like, even the people that are coming here that are trying to learn French, if you're not up to par, up to like the Quebecois French, and you just try, they're going to criticize you. They're always going to be bigoted towards you. It's just like not going to work out, even if you make a concerted attempt. Where there's actual violence that occurs of like, if an Anglophone person tries to speak French to a French person and it's not good enough, like violence ensues. Because like, yes, the bigotry is just still there.
It's just French people though, dude. The same thing happens in France. You go anywhere else and they're like, oh, we're so happy you tried to learn 4 Italian words. But if you go to like Paris, they'll be like, oh, so I speak English. Like that is a French specific thing for the record.
Maybe.
I just want to point that out. Like
that is
go to Italy and go to France and see the difference you get with trying out a couple of Italian words.
Anywhere
and
really.
a couple of French words.
This is actually true.
In France,
anywhere really.
You fuck up their language, their beautiful language. Which, by the way, Quebecois is not fucking French. Piss off, Quebec people.
Come here and say that. I like to see how that works out.
Let's move on with our lives here.
As long as I can bring my American guns.
Quickly. Thanks. This was a lot of fun already. I honestly, like, and I'll say this later on, is that like I love this group of individuals. That like I start us off with a seed. Just a quick comment. I wasn't actually making this a huge topic, right? You know, I was like, oh, you know, consequentialism and, you know, Israel Gaza and all that stuff. And then it turned into this. But like, honestly, I think some of our best conversations are the ones where like we don't even try, right? Like we just kind of, you know, naturally get into it. So this is a really good one. And I actually, there's so much more to say. I love to try this one out again because we're not done yet. Yeah, maybe.
Part
Yeah,
two.
maybe we should do that, huh? Topic: American culture equal number one. All right, there you go. So let's but before then, hey guys and gals out there, if you've been enjoying this conversation, it's been explosive fun, right? Help out the channel. I do need your help, guys. We're low on subs. So if you're out there, consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you find yourself coming here often, then show your appreciation. We are low on subs. So you know, I actually got a message from someone talking about how so many people got their start on this channel. Apparently on Destiny's stream, they were talking about this. And Pisco, our old friend Pisco, gave me a shout out. That's great. But we don't do as much as we used to. You know, but we don't get as much support as we used to. So consider helping us out. If you want more of this, sub to the channel, gift bits, or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming Year, 1 free sub per month. Hopefully one day we can get back to those days where you know, a lot of people would come through here, get their start, have a lot of fun, jump in to this conversation, and see if they like it. So yeah, we'd like to do that, but we do need your help. Sub to the channel, help us out. All right, so we're gonna hurry off to the topic that I had picked out. That's the title of the stream. So let's get to that. Topic 1 or 2,
Hey,
whatever.
One second, Prime. I just got something from work, so I do have to drop. I'm super happy to be here with you all, and I really wanted to go into the second topic too. If I can, I might join back, depending on if this takes like 10 minutes versus like 30 minutes.
Hopefully,
But,
yeah. You're
cool.
welcome in.
Good to see y'all.
Have a
Happy
good
to
one.
argue with you all.
Take care, be
and,
well.
we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mach and BMAC for the 5 subs. Corey Campbell, thank you for your resubbing with your Amazon Prime since Prime Gaming. We're close to a hype train. Guys, help us get into a hype train. Now's a great time. Support the channel. We do need your help. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime since Prime Gaming. Now's the time to do so. If you want more of this community, then we do need more of your help. We're definitely low on subs. All right. Let me, guys, the introduction's got to be quick, right? Because we got to roll into this. So, part of the Democratic strategy has been focusing on running up the score with female voters. Kamala already has an incredibly wide lead in the gender gap. So, leaning in to find any more stray female votes makes sense. To that end, Harris has been running ads targeting Republican women, telling them that whoever they vote for is secret. And the implication being that they can vote for Harris without their husbands knowing. This has enraged many conservative male commentators. They say that such an action would be a betrayal and immoral. Fox News' Jesse Waters likened it to a marital affair. Do you agree? Is it wrong for a spouse to lie about such things? How would you feel if you found out your partner lied about their vote? And does this have large implications about their value system? Yeah, so it's just like it sounded. It's you know, like there's been commercials, and you may have seen them. They're easily found on YouTube. Of, you know, hey, your vote's just a secret, just so you know, MAGA wives, right? And then like an actual commercial where, you know, it shows a woman who's clearly like has got like a MAGA husband, and she's like breaking away from him and going to vote in a different way. It's like a conspiracy, you know, like he's never going to find out. But what does this mean? Like, is this a betrayal when you thought this person that you married like shared your values? Like does that matter? So let's get into it. a minute later, or sorry, a minute left to stop the hype train. Consider helping us out. And thank you again, Majin, for being so kind. So help us out with this hype train. We do need your help. We're low on subs. All right, let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, is it really surprising that Democrats would encourage dishonesty and lies? No, it's not all that surprising. I think it's horrific. I think that it is pretty akin to cheating, and arguably it's somewhat related to SA, frankly. Because, I mean, if stealthing is SA, then this probably is SA too.
Okay.
Think about it, right? I only consented to sex with a condom. I only consented to sex with a Trump supporter, right? Both is kind of like deception, rape by deception.
Interesting. Okay. Let's go to our friend Scott. Keep it tight, friend, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I actually called
SA
my mom on
light.
this one because she's a Kamala supporter. And I just and she's Gen X, and I was just curious what her opinion on that was. And it just it shocked her. She was like, "Oh, that's so disgusting. I can't believe that they would do that." I mean, obviously she still voted for fucking Kamala, but it's not like it isn't the 100th lie that campaign is told. Which isn't to say that Trump is immune to fucking lying. It's just that, the Democrats have no moral high ground to stand on in this regard. Yeah, I do think it's I think it just speaks to a wider problem, unironically, that we were discussing in the last post, which is just a breakdown of culture and a breakdown of a high trust society. Right? Like the concept that you ought be honest with your spouse and that you ought have open communication and share values and work towards common goals. Instead, what they're suggesting is that you ought lie to your husbands. And and vice versa. If the Republicans, I think there have been some, but no televised or YouTube commercials. The concept that you would do the same in the other regard. It's just I do think it is somewhat disgusting. I don't think it's fucking sexual assault or anything. You know what I mean? Any more than wearing makeup is. You know what I mean? And, I
don't know about that one.
He's got a whole thing about makeup too. Yeah.
Oh God. But yeah, no. I mean, I think it's disgusting. I think it's part of a bigger problem. I look forward to getting into it.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So at least based off of the prompt, and I've only seen I think one of these advertisements. I don't know if it's encouraging lying per se, other than reinforcing that it's secret. Now we can get into omission versus commission, but I don't think it's explicitly lying. Just reinforcing that you don't have to tell your spouse. But as a general rule, I don't think you should ever lie to your spouse. As in, that's my guiding principle. If you're marrying someone and you're lying to them, you probably shouldn't be married to that person, or there's probably some problems with the relationship. But what I will say, in terms of answering the prompt, does this have large implications about the device? Probably, in terms of generally speaking, on average, in traditional marriages, I think there's an expectation that the man is whatever the leader or the head of the household, and that they guide all decisions, including voting habits. I think it says something about that, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Ali.
So I think that type of rhetoric coming from Kamala is a little bit malicious, because I feel like it implies MAGA or Republicans are forcing their wives to vote Republican. And so to that point, it kind of would be lying, because I don't know too many people that are in relationships with people and they don't know their political views, right? If you're married to someone, I'm pretty sure you know where they're going to vote, or at least you have some type of idea. You've had some type of conversation. So if you're a MAGA or if you're a Republican and your wife's a Democrat, I mean, if you probably had that conversation, you've accepted that, whatever. But if you're under the implication that your wife is siding with you, and this is a person, these are two different values, right, that come with the votes. So I do think it would be a bit a lie. And you I'm not gonna lie, yeah, if you find out the day after that someone shares a completely different set of values with you, down to the who you want to run this country, I think it would be grounds for some type of divorce, or at least a conversation about what the fuck's going on in your relationship.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is malicious and nefarious, really. It's not necessarily I line with what you're all saying, where everyone else is saying about, you have to have similar, values and similar voting patterns. I personally don't want someone that in my life, if I want to date someone or marry someone, I don't want someone that has all the same values as me. That seems like that would be really boring. I want some spice, that's fine. But if you can't trust them enough to tell you who they're voting for and vice versa, that's a fucking problem. Like if they're sitting here keeping that kind of secret from you, then they're also fucking somebody on the side. So it's really that simple. It's equivalent. It's directly equivalent because like it's not just a lie of omission.
One to one.
I would say it is a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
You literally are going to have someone, if they're willing to lie about something so big and so minor at the same time, like, oh, I went and voted. Like, they can't tell you who they voted for, or like that's sus. That means I would see whether it's a guy or a girl, they're cheating. That's how it is.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Buckaroo.
I think it's really weird, first and foremost. I think it's I think it goes to show a lot of the divisiveness in modern day politics. And I also am very disappointed to see Kamala, of all candidates, to be promoting an idea that really removes the autonomy from all conservative women. You know, as much as I don't understand their perspective in a lot of ways, I think it's really easy to write off people who share your demographic but don't share your perspective as just idiots or people who are under somebody else's control. You know, women undergoing Stockholm syndrome. But, you know, that really ignores the nuances of what drives people to vote. And I think it only further stokes the flames of, you know, stokes a fire of alienation that's, you know, leading us towards such a heated political state in the first place. So I find it to be a little disappointing. And ultimately, I think, you know, couples should be honest and upfront about their politics with one another. You know, if you're paying shared taxes, you probably want to agree upon what you're going to pay. You know, I think there are just some things that logistically make more sense. So yeah.
Thank you, Doobie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the reasonable people that went before me. So I think that obviously, if your wife feels like she needs to lie to you about who she's voting for, that indicates that there are massive problems in the relationship. I think that's the more worrying thing, not so much that she's voting for Kamala or whoever. That the issue is that she feels like she needs to lie to you, which would indicate that you've made her uncomfortable in some way, and she feels like she needs to hide this from you, right? So that's just an indication of issues in the relationship that are way bigger than, you know, her keeping who she's voting from you. So if you are one of these wives that this ad is for, and who feels like her husband is pressuring her to vote for Trump, I think you should leave your husband. Actually, you probably should just get out of the relationship. It's probably a bad relationship, right? You should vote for Kamala. Don't tell your husband; he'll probably beat you, and just get out of the fucking relationship.
That's the other part.
I mean, that's the implication. The implication is if they tell their
Yeah.
husbands they're going to get beaten or something.
That
It's really
was
fucking
yeah.
weird.
Well, we all know Kamala's husband's
Yeah, a
voting for
little
Trump.
That wasn't the
Wild.
implication of the ad, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's what I feel like
Wild,
the
she's
implication
like-
of the
Yeah, well,
statement is. Like, you can vote in secret. You can. I feel like that's what it comes off as, because it's like, I don't know what the
No.
alternative is.
Mad if
If
her
your
husband
husband
voted for
finds
Trump.
out,
On the
it's like,
down low?
you don't have, you
I
don't have
disagree.
personal choice. Women don't have personal autonomy at home anymore, or because they can't get abortions. So therefore, you know, in the ballot box, you can secretly vote for.
Yeah,
Kamala
vote for
or-
secret
or-
seems
Bro,
weird.
how many
your
fucking
husband.
how many fucking men? We all know this. How many men are
Wait.
like, oh, like they started voting Democrat because they got some fucking girlfriend that they can't like contradict, right? This happens all the fucking time.
What?
Okay.
Who
does?
Absolutely. I know.
Wait,
I
wait,
personally know. I
keep going with your
personally
point,
know
Lactoid.
multiple men that this have done.
We're in
that
defense
changed
of your
their
side here. You know this, right? We are
I
in
don't
defense.
know.
I know.
I'm confused as to
We're
what-
all on the same side, but you're not going far enough. What I'm saying is that, like,
Let's
like,
do it.
We're saying we're saying the ad
Some
paints.
weird alternative chick and end up voting for Democrats. Is that what happened to you?
hold on.
You're in a safe place. You can tell us.
Personally, me, no. Okay, but I personally know
That's
people.
what we saw.
Wait, you gotta hear me out. I know people who have like gotten like hitched with like these fucking liberal women, and then all of a sudden, like they just change, and
They
you know,
seduce them.
and they seduce them, and then like of course
no
they're not
offense,
particularly
but those
strong.
men, if they could be moved to that side, then maybe they were always there.
No,
and they just didn't
no,
know.
except they're weak.
really
Except they're
is-
weak.
Either that,
They are
or
controlled by the
either that,
poon,
or you're surrounded by a bunch of
You're just bipolitical. They were bipolitical
who
left.
lack
Choice.
75% of
and
men,
are
yeah.
willing to just flip flop. However,
That's most men.
The wind
That's
blows.
the problem. Yes, weak
and
men
maybe they
create
should,
tough
maybe
times.
you should just find
Scott.
more men with backbones.
Yeah,
I'm working on it.
Amen.
Lockwood, are you admitting that like a large portion of your friends are essentially like a bunch of betas?
That's what I think.
So hold on, I don't know if it's my friends. I think that like probably 70, I would say 60 to 70% of men are betas in the sense that they will change like their fundamental
Ugh,
beliefs
man issue.
just to get
man
through.
issue.
I just wanted to say, like
What
this.
are you talking about?
I genuinely believe this. But I also want to point out, like, I think a lot of these men deep down, they don't actually agree, but they feel compelled because their women are oftentimes very loud and very angry. And if you happen to disagree with them, it's true. If you happen to disagree with them, they're going to be like,
Let me finish.
and then all of a sudden, like, you're not going to be able to, and then you're going to get in trouble, right?
Let me finish my point.
If that's all they do, then I'm doing pretty good. I'm just saying.
Okay, Gibbs, you are the exception. Your car got burned. How many times?
Listen, don't worry about it. Listen, the point is, you got to get some spice in your life. If you're sitting here agreeing all the time, that's boring. Have you ever had an Oh, wait, never mind. I was going to ask a question, but we already know Lactoid has only got like one position.
So I think
Yeah,
I want to defend Lactoid. I'm going to defend him just for a moment here, right? And that, like, it's hard for us, the people who are quite politically connected. I mean, you guys spend your Mondays every week on a political show here, right? To imagine how, like, normies actually, like, vote, right? And there's a lot of things that sway them. Oh my God, the things that sway normies, when you find out, maddening, right? So I don't think it's crazy to say that, yeah, like, you meet another person who has a stronger opinion on something that you don't care about yourself than you, and it sways you. And it happens either way, right? Like, you just have, and it happens in not just this.
I think it
area,
more
but in
happens
other
towards
areas.
men, frankly. I mean,
No,
in my
it
perception,
happens
I don't know.
ways.
I don't know.
Really
I don't know.
happens both
I can't. I have no data on this, and neither does Lactoid.
maybe I just know more men because, like, male friend groups or whatever. But I'm just saying
Uh,
that, like,
you
in my
know-
experience, it's
You-
primarily, and then they're all like, and then, like, they think they're all up
I
there,
think
right?
you know a lot of men who's got
I've never
grievances.
seen that.
This is my overarching point of, like, Lactoid is saying, like, 60-70% of the men around him are, like, essentially whatever betas, and it's like,
It's men. They're normies. They're men generally.
Okay, but hold on. But the point is that, like, I don't think we're properly compensating for how normal people do this. And, like, if
Thank you,
again
Brian.
you don't really care about a subject, but another person does, then you can be easily swayed by their opinion, and that happens all the time on a variety of subjects. But go ahead, Scott.
Well, did Corey get to finish?
Oh,
I
I'm
finished.
sorry.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I finished. Go for it.
Yeah. So first and foremost, Lactoid and Prime, you're both right, but in the wrong direction. It seems we don't have a ton of data. We do have data with, like, dating apps and things like that, and it seems to be the other way around, that women are more likely to change their position from males, mostly because males tend to have stronger political opinions than females do. It's not so much that, and it's the process that Prime is describing, right? And women, if they find an attractive, tall, wealthy dude with abs, and he's like, I'm a Republican, they'll tell all their fucking friends. And you see these memes too, and it kind of speaks to reality that women put out, where it's like, did you see that Salon article I just shared you? And then, like, it'll be a dude, and it'll be like the most racist guy ever, right? And it's like, and it's, because, like, their women seem
I
to
have
be
evidence
more
against
likely-
this. Did you
If
not
have
see?
research-
Yes,
I think it was like, it was either Hinge or one of these other ones where it's like they would give you a pro-choice sticker if you were pro-choice, and then you got priority matches. Remember that?
Well, I mean, that's
I
algorithms. right?
Single women
Absolutely.
control the algorithms.
I'd
Well,
just
yeah,
like
of
to
course.
say,
Well, they dominate the platform. They're really making the
Exactly.
money,
This is what I'm
right?
saying.
Like dating apps are built to squeeze money out of men,
Yes.
so that women have a
Dating
giant
is built
array
to
of
squeeze
options.
money out of men, frankly.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but dating apps are a lot worse. But I don't want to get into that, but so much. And also, to add power to what both of you are saying, there's also been research that shows that roughly 10% of Americans that vote primarily based off who they think will win. Right? So, like, that there's a reason why people put out bullshit polls from their side or the other side, because they know that if they put out a poll that says Kamala Harris is, up 6 points in Michigan, they know that roughly 10% of Michigan voters, if they all were to hear this, and this was the last poll that they heard, and it was, convincing, then literally Michigan would be like 45-55 for Harris, based purely off of that poll, because people will literally vote out of reality and into the subjective concept of like being on the right side of history. They will vote because they think this is right because most people think it's right, which is another reason why democracy is fucking retarded and evil. But yeah, I think it actually speaks to, and this is kind of like maybe it's too meta, I don't know, but I think it really does speak to a larger problem in the domain, and I think Bakru kind of touched on this, right? Which is that like there is a sense that the Kamala Harris campaign doesn't understand, like they understand this, which is that their internal polling and data shows that white suburban women are the ones that flip from Democrat to Republican the most, right? If you're looking like who wins elections, it's usually white suburban women because these are the people whose political opinions are very malleable and they don't have strong opinions, but they will often go out and vote. And they're trying to target that demographic. But what it's conducive of is not just so much like, is that they have this concept. I don't know if it's like the influence of leftist philosophy of like patriarchy or things of this nature, but that they feel that these women are trapped and that there is a large enough portion of people that are trapped in marriages that are abusive and toxic, that they can target them and actually swing states by this. And I think it is less so disgusting and morally corruptible and more so shows the ignorance that the kind of that the philosophy has led to, which is that they see white women in relationships with conservative women as women who are trapped under the yoke of oppression, as opposed to simply having different values and being different than them. Otherwise they wouldn't put this out to them. They would assume that those women are conservative because they're conservative, and that's why they married a conservative man, and that's why they do conservative things and participate.
Well, statistically, that's why they got married, right?
Well, although I will note there is this sort of caricature that you have for, leftists from the conservative perspective as well. Like there have been so many times where personally, I've met tons of people who are conservative and Republican and even, pretty far right. And all of them basically say I'm a leftist because I'm lazy, I'm hedonistic, I don't have a God, and, I would just like roll around in mud if I could, Like I think
Blackthroat, you're
Notice
I
that
hedonistic.
think
didn't
these
make any
are
of
I
those
think
claims. I specifically
No,
brought
no,
up
no,
leftist
but
philosophy.
Why do you drive a motorcycle, Blacktoid?
Right. I just say like, but notice
freedom.
that in my description,
Yeah.
I
Freedom to
describe
die.
philosophical
yes.
things that are leftist, right? I'm not, and I don't think it's
Yes,
crazy
no,
to think that Kamala Harris's campaign has a bunch of leftists making decisions.
No,
right?
I
Like,
do absolutely agree. Sorry, my point was just to say I do agree that caricature does exist. I do think that is how at least some of the people in the campaign view conservative women, because I've met people who I like most people I've met on the left who talk about conservative women speak of them in this way. But I would also argue this is something that happens just as much on the right, regarding leftists. I don't think it's just about conservative women. I actually think a huge part of why they might be targeting women and conservative women especially is because conservative women are, I would argue, are probably like the highest rate of homemakers out of any specific demographic. Women are known to be, communicating with one another in ways that are different from how men communicate with one another. They tend to gossip more. They tend to share opinions a lot more. They tend to spread like cultural memes a lot more. So if you're targeting women in any specific demographic, you're going to have a lot more social movement. You target women who spend their days, you target a disproportionate amount of women who are spending their days at home just talking to one another. You're going to see a lot more
I think
influence.
you guys are
so you
overthinking
think,
this.
hold on. Are you saying that the concept here might be, at least some portion of it, is targeting women because they have stronger social networks, and that by doing so you spread the message from a I could buy it. I don't
Because that's
I don't know
also
that I could give the Kamala campaign that much of credit for intellect because of the overwhelmingly bad decisions they consistently make. I think you might be doing what so many MAGA people do with Trump, where they're like, trust the plan. He's doing 5D chess with the Kamala campaign, who has blundered this every step of the way, and it's literally just social and demographic shift and Trump derangement syndrome that her entire campaign is like on fumes. Like
If I shake my head
Yeah,
any
if
harder,
I-
I'm
if
going to
I
throw
had
off my
to-
headphones. Holy shit.
Yeah, if I had to bet which one it was more, it was definitely more just the caricature of conservative women by a long shot. But I do think that still is something to keep in mind, that like
I think you guys are
women are known
overthinking.
to-
Are overthinking
just
this.
watch that ad. Watch that ad about
Yeah.
men and
Just-
that is targeting men, and every dude looked at it and
You-
laughed their ass off because Kamala Harris campaign has literally no idea.
I
And
haven't
it's like-
seen.
And I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen that one. But I would like
It's
to.
fucking
You shouldn't watch it.
hilarious.
It's really bad. Just
Oh,
never,
it's
It's
so
I can't get it.
cringe and bad.
There are things
Someone-
in there that I can't get out of my
I'm
brain.
man enough to vote for Kamala. Look at me.
Oh
in
my
pickup
God.
Truck.
So-
I love bears. It's like it's
send me.
rough.
Hold on.
Yeah, Prime,
This
it's really
sounds
bad.
almost satirical. So, but anyway, send me a link. I'll take a
I
look
thought
at
it
it.
was satire. I literally thought it was satire. I had to like.
Yeah, I
look
did
into
too,
it.
actually.
This
But-
literally is.
I think you guys are a bit overthinking this. Like, why is Kamala targeting women? Because of abortion. Abortion. Also, I gotta say is abortion.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So they realize that Republican women, right? They have experiences. One that this is something that might have kept from their husband having an abortion. That's something that happens. But also, which is maybe something we should examine at some point in time, actually, because I think that's super interesting in and of itself. But in any case, they also may have friends who have these things, right? Women, like our friend Barker was just saying, they talk to each other, right? And they talk about these experiences, like, yeah, like I got a friend who went through this and that and right, and didn't have that right, or because they were denied this right, then this terrible outcome happened. So, just abortion,
And
running
good
up
to
the stats here. And I want to say that I do disagree, though, that at least from what I've seen, at least the tenor of these ads is not because they're saying women don't have agency, is that they're reminding women that they do have agency. Like they are getting from, and I've heard this from multiple sources, like when these women are contacted, right? Yeah, some of them are asking, hey, so is it true my vote is secret? Because people don't know this. This information, not all Americans understand this. Your vote is public that you voted, but it's private who you voted for. People don't know that.
But what's
That
the
is
implication
interesting to
there,
know.
right?
They're
Like,
actually
the
getting
implication is
Yeah,
the implication is that they need their vote to be secret from their husbands.
yes, exactly. I mean, I know that it was in the topic. I know that part. But
I do agree. I do agree. I do think abortion is like the most likely target, especially considering there have already been a couple deaths related specifically to the abortion ban in.
It's the reason
There
if
hasn't been a
Kamala,
single- there
if
hasn't been a single abortion ban that has caused a single death. That's
okay, so we'll have to don't go down the rabbit hole. We'll talk about that later. There's lots to say there. But
like
if
malpractice is not because of abortion bans. It's a silly argument.
Scott, I love you so
I got a
much.
question for
we're
you,
gonna have
Brian.
We
some-
can just keep moving
Okay,
forward. I'm not
so
going to
then now let's hear and just quick second. Kamala, fuck, what was I gonna say? Kamala, damn it. Fuck, I missed it. Hopefully you can remind me back to it.
Okay. If a woman tells a man, I only agree to sleep with you if you did not vote for Trump, and he actually secretly did vote for Trump, is that SA?
You use SA Lite or something, or SA
think-
1.0?
No, but you are an asshole.
I think there's
Why is
validation-
it not
It's
SA?
SA beta.
Sorry, let's.
So
I'm gonna
how
say
is this ad any different, right? You're convincing
No.
women because arguably there's some reason why you're keeping it secret from your husband. Is he going to leave? He's going to leave you, right? He doesn't want to be with a Kamala voter. Why would you, right?
No.
And
To
so-
be clear, here's the thing. You asked me this question. One,
Yeah, I did.
we're not going to call it sexual assault, right? I'm going to use the word sexual assault. We can use that here, right? I'm not on fucking TikTok, and so it doesn't matter.
I just
And
care for you, okay, Prime? That's all.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah, wait.
YouTube
Lacto, are you
demonetizes
saying
me
that
all
like
the time.
gaslighting and
But-
lying is equivalent to SA? Is that what the joke is?
Arguably, it's by deception. Yes.
This
okay.
is yeah.
If you use it, if you know the person wouldn't sleep with you otherwise.
I say there are violations, and we can scale the violations. Or violations exist on a
How about
spectrum, just like everything
hair
else.
transplants? Hair
And I wouldn't call it the
transplants,
sexual. Anyway, hold on. To be clear, right? And Buckaroo knows this because I was talking to her earlier. I think it is wrong to lie to your partner about your political views. I think it's a statement of your values. And I would say that this in itself is a problem. If I found out that my significant other voted for Trump, hey, we got to examine this. It's important.
I got one more follow-up question, please.
Okay.
If I promise, I say, yeah, I'll use a condom, but then I actually secretly don't, is that SA?
It's yes, no. Actually, I think it's a good question. Whether we should categorize that as a sexual assault or not. It is a violation. It's some level of fraud or whatever.
It's
but I don't
fraud.
know.
It's fraud.
It's fraud. At least fraud.
This advertisement encourages fraud, and it is disgusting from multiple levels. It disrupts the marital relationship. It could lead to deception and if you don't want to call it SA, whatever, but it leads to this kind of uncomfortable situation where it's just not good, and it's violative and it's horrific. And again, the fact that somebody reviewed this and thought it was a good idea is just it's so sad. It's so sad, and the campaign thought this was a good idea.
You're using bad examples from the ad.
Lactoid.
Why is that a bad example?
Lactoid.
Go ahead, Scott.
1 second. So I think this is something that it took me a long time to understand when talking to people that have not really delved deeply into libertarian theory.
Okay.
And we saw it earlier, which is the difficulty that most people have with is ought claims. Right? When you're talking about sexual assault, most people they combine their is ought claims because they believe in the justification of the state as an arbiter of justice. And so they immediately think in legal terms. And so when you say SA, they think of all of the legal implications of sexual assault. It's why it's so confusing when we say taxation is theft or taxation is slavery. They're like, no, it's fucking not, because those are loaded legal terms and they don't have a distinction from the philosophy between prescriptive and descriptive claims.
Fair enough.
They muddy the waters. And that's why Prime is saying it's wrong, but I wouldn't say that it's sexual assault. I think he's actually agreeing with us. It's just that he doesn't work in a libertarian framework where we can say something like this is theft or this is sexual assault, because it technically is from a descriptive standpoint. Most of those people are immediately applying the ought to it, which is we ought prosecute it and look at it legally the same way we do other sexual assaults. And sometimes
which I'm not necessarily saying, right? Just to be clear to the audience.
Right. But we often don't think to break apart those things because we've read so much libertarian theory and we're all automatically looking at is and ought claims as two different things. And most people automatically package them. I think that's where the confusion's coming from.
But I agree, but you would say that Prime agrees with us.
But I agree with you. I wouldn't agree that the state ought to prosecute you lying to your wife as sexual assault.
Well, yeah. I understand. There's lines here, and there's always going to be lines of severity. I actually refer to it more like a spectrum, right? I think there's a spectrum of SA. It's like a sexual assault spectrum, and on the low end you have shit like this, and on the high end you have horrible shit. But it's all part of the spectrum, and the fact that the ads encourage
it is fraud. It is
fraud
and deception.
Yeah.
So that you can so that you can get sex, and so definitionally, from a purely prescriptive standpoint, there is very little argument that this isn't a form of sexual assault. It's just we wouldn't look at it the same way as groping a woman on a bus, right?
Of course,
these are clearly different things.
Yeah, agreed.
Right.
But you got to emphasize why I got a problem with this, right?
By that logic, though,
I
just like okay, if your wife comes up to you and says, "Hey, do I look fat?" and you go, "No, honey," and then you sit here, you're like, "Oh, by that," and even though she did, that would also be sexual assault because hey, you just did it to keep the peace and maybe get laid later. Like that's basically the stupidity of the argument you're making. Like that's the same.
There's no reason to talk about sexual assault, at all.
I want to get back to the talk because I don't think Lactoid keeps bringing up this analogy of like, yeah, if you lie, but like at least again, the way I interpret it from the prompt and just one ad, it's not encouraging lying. It's encouraging like pretty much reinforcing the idea that it's a secret. As in, if your husband asks you who you voted for, you can say it's none of your business.
Wait, Corey.
That you're lying.
Yeah, the implication is that you're lying because like, think about it this way, right? Like, what if it was like you make it look like you're putting on a condom, but then you actually don't? Well, I never specifically said I didn't put on a condom. Yeah, but your actions represented that you did, and you actually
we can
did.
We can get into sexual politics, and you should have these conversations about like, yeah, you shouldn't rely on your partner in like whoever you're sleeping with, unless you have some pre-established relationship and dynamics. But like, yeah, on a one-night stand, you shouldn't have faith that your partner is just like, yes, trust them to put on the condom. But like, in a marriage,
a one-night stand or not one-night stand, right? Like if you represent to somebody, if you go through the actions to represent something to somebody that they are relying on, and we can even remove it from the sexual context if you want, like. I think there's something like deeply disturbing about the fact that like we're encouraging the behavior of deceiving one another, first of all, just generally, but the deceiving your spouse, deceiving the person that you're wed to, the person that you're supposed to be one with, and deceiving them about something that's so important as this.
What's the deception? Are you saying that a spouse is obligated to tell their partner who they voted for?
I think a spouse is obligated. I think a spouse is obligated to not represent that they're voting differently than what they've represented in the past. If they represent they're voting for Trump and then they actually don't, that's deceptive. If they say to their spouse directly, it's none of your business who I'm voting for. I'm going to vote for whoever I want. It could be Kamala, it could be Trump. That's whether if that's a problem for you, then you can leave me now.
Well,
that's fine.
You don't need this ad.
Then you don't need the ad. Exactly. Exactly.
The ad's not targeted to people that are being honest, because the people that are being honest and are being like, fuck you, I'm voting for who I vote, and if I can't get your vote, it is what it is. Like, I have my own beliefs, and I'm a strong, independent woman, and you knew this when you married me. The fucking ad isn't for you.
Exactly.
Well, again, I've only seen one ad, but I'm only going by the prompt of like the prompt is like it's reinforced that it's secret, as in like you go to this extreme where it's just like. It's a perfectly valid answer if like your partner asks you how you voted for it to say like that's private. I don't have a.
I'll tell you another. There's another level to this.
Though, Corey, I don't want to be on like the side of this. But
coming from a libertarian, but you're being fucking autistic about this. Like,
I don't find that as an insult.
I understand that there is a category of people affected by this ad who don't talk about politics and who don't actually need a lie of omission because it's not an important conversation within their household, and they're reminding them that it's secret, right? And so that person doesn't have to worry that it might cause a potential problem in the future if their husband found out, but that they hadn't necessarily had the. I understand that is a small portion of it, but that's not really who it's directed towards, and that's not really representing the majority of what this ad is seeking to accomplish.
Right.
And like, I understand you're technically right here, right? That a lie of omission, when you never actually discuss the importance of this being a value in your marriage, etc., is not necessarily wrong in any way, shape, or form. But like, that's clearly not the point of what's going on here.
Well, that's why I'm just saying I'm only
in the weeds.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to be transparent. I've only seen one ad, so I'm not like of the ad that I've seen. I didn't get the message that like, oh, if you have to protect who you're voting for because your husband's going to be. I didn't get that message. But yeah, maybe I'm just not reading too much into it, or I haven't seen the ad that you're referring to. But I'm also going by the prompt of like, and maybe the prompt is misframed.
Look, Corey, you're a really smart guy. You can use some common fucking sense that this is selling the concept that don't worry, your vote is secret and your husband won't know, and then you can use some deductive reasoning to figure out, well, who might that be towards and why would they sell that message, and you know that the implication there is that the ad is targeted towards people that are lying to their husband about who they vote.
I feel like you guys are way overthinking this, to be honest. But can I ask like a related question that I think is like maybe at the core of some of this stuff? So, like Lactoid, I use you. Actually, Scott, I use you. Okay. It's probably gonna be pretty rare that you find somebody with your political beliefs, right? Because they're pretty niche.
Super rare.
Women are not libertarians. It's so weird. Yeah, it sucks.
So weird. So weird.
You go to libertarian conventions like it's all men. There's like 4 women. It's like 200 men. It's crazy. It sucks.
Is that surprising to you?
You should all go to New Hampshire.
I wish it wasn't the case.
Yeah, wait. Your wishes and your surprise are 2 different things.
Okay, let's not get distracted.
Okay, and you guys make each other
I can't
happy.
hear what Doobie said. Sorry,
So-
can you repeat? I didn't hear anything.
So I said that I hope you and Lactoid wake up one day and God has made you guys crave man ass so that you guys can make each other happy. You guys will find a partner that has the same value system. But if that doesn't happen, what I'm curious about is like, is it the case that, you know, if you meet somebody and you like them in every other way, but they're a fucking communist, right? You find out one day that they're a communist, right? Or something like this. Like, would that just be like a deal breaker for a relationship? If they,
Yeah,
if you
a communist would be a deal breaker for me. So this is actually, it's interesting. It's part of the reason I think, at least in some degree, why I tend to date black women. And it's because the type of black women that date white guys tend to kind of already be in part pariahs to the black community. And they tend to, they tend to lean libertarian, right? They tend to have conservative values that clash with their family.
Give
And
me
they also
ideas,
tend
Scott.
to be very socially liberal in terms of like relationships, etc. So like even though they're not going to be fucking ANCAPs, and I'm not going to try and make them ANCAPs, but they actually do tend to socially and politically somewhat align with me because they are more
Okay.
open. They're open to date out of the rate, and at the same time they often have values or things that clash with like the kind of like the mostly democratic voting base that much of their family and culture has. So
Yeah, okay.
believe it
So-
or not, the type of people that I target do tend to lean towards me in politics, but obviously not to the extreme degree because I'm a radical right-wing anarchist. Like,
Yeah, so
there's like 15 women in America that have that political opinion.
Yeah, so Lactoid, like, so that's I get that from Scott. Lactoid, I think your beliefs are a little bit more mainstream, right? There are libertarian women out there.
I think
Well,
I'm more
again-
consequentialist, so sure.
Sure. So if I get the same question, but what if it's not like a communist? What if it's like a Kamala voter, right? Like a down the line Democrat voter person.
Well,
Like, is
so
it just a deal
I
breaker
have a different
every time?
philosophy. I don't believe in the concept of deal breakers. I think that every person
Okay.
has like a number of points associated with each attribute and detriment, and I add up the points in my head, and I add up the detriments, and if the points exceed the detriments, then they're acceptable to vote again, or acceptable to date. It's very much a like consequential sort of like a utilitarian analysis, right? Like if they're super rich and super hot,
I just go with what makes my dick happy, and communists make me soft as fuck.
well, so but no, this is fair enough. But okay, but here I bet I could even convince Scott. Okay, she's a communist, but she's a multi-trillionaire, and she's going to give you all of her money. What about now? That's what I thought. See, a little bit harder, isn't it?
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, a multi-trillionaire would literally, the existence of which would literally crash U.S. economy. But
Yeah,
assuming she's like,
assume it. It's just hypothetical, right? Trolley problem,
assume
Scott.
she's right. Yeah. Well, it's just make it a little bit more realistic so I can deal with it. But yeah, I might be able to
Going full
have
circle,
fun
man.
with that person. I might be able to have fun with that person, right? But like,
I'm marrying this person,
Can I be
100%.
in a loving? Can I be in a loving relationship with them?
And then divorce them and taking all their money.
I don't think.
Well,
I can
no, maybe
love
I actually think
legit
I think it would be
communists.
I think it would be unethical to not date them and not get the money because think how many libertarian causes you could advance with that money. Seriously, right? You could save a lot of lives and you
Right,
could
but I
advance a lot of
wouldn't lie
libertarian
about it.
causes.
I wouldn't lie about it.
I'm not expecting you
I don't
to.
think maybe I would because it's so much fucking money.
But then you're not
and I've
dating
never
them, you're
actually
just
been
the
in that
charity
position, so I'm
case.
not going to say I'm like a moral arbiter of like truth and justice. And like maybe I would be tempted, but like I would hope that I would be like, look, our values do not match, but like, I mean, you know, if you want to have some fun and you're gonna give me this money, fuck it, I'll sign the paperwork. You know,
Sure.
but like I don't want to, but I couldn't be in a healthy
Gold digger.
committed- like I couldn't be in a healthy. Well, I'm not seeking these people out, and also.
Well, no,
look at them,
Lactoid's
they're
the
not
gold
taking-
Well, just to be clear, we're
His
talking about
only
how-
value is money.
I
apparently.
no, that's not my only value. I just said like
I'm not the fucking
Either a gold digger or a
Uber
sugar
eater.
baby.
wait, hear me out. Like
Is
like-
Lactoid a bird?
like healthy relationship is subjective, okay? If she's a multi-trillionaire and she wants like me, okay, and I'm not going to hide my beliefs, then that could be a healthy relationship.
I'm
but
talking
she's
about
going to
my own
know.
That's
opinion.
bird
Well,
mentality.
I understand. Like you're going to be different than I am, of course. And I think this is what Juby acknowledged when he said at the beginning, like I'm a little bit more mainstream.
Lactoid. If this,
Sorry, go ahead.
this trillionaire was going to give you her money,
Yeah.
but if she found out that you were okay with getting rid of the Civil Rights Act or something, right? Or you're like okay with dog fucking, found out one of your deeply held beliefs, right?
Deeply held. Yeah.
That was the red line for her. She'd dump you immediately. Would you lie to her about that to get the $1 trillion?
This sounds a little bit like.
Would you become the soy beta?
Let me
cock hiding your
explain. Let me
beliefs?
explain. This sounds a little bit like the what is it? The Schindler's List dilemma or whatever, where you're like lying to the
here we go.
Nazi about whether. Because think how many lives like it's so many African children. I could save so many African children. I don't know. It'd be tough. I could save a lot of lives.
You know, you'd become the soy beta cock. You'd probably if that woman wanted to peg you, you'd probably let her do it.
For $1 trillion? You bet your ass I would. And dude,
No,
for $1 trillion, I wouldn't like it, but for that amount of money, I would do
You're gonna
basically
like it.
anything she asked me to do. The ethical dilemma, like the ethical the consequences
He
demand that I
hopes
do.
he wouldn't like
He
it.
hopes he wouldn't like it.
I would hate it. I would hate it. I don't even like wiping. Okay, you think I'm gonna like a peck?
Don't you share that information.
He just stepped in the shower. He just stepped in the
Man
shower.
just
Someone-
admitted to shit ass.
Someone please clip all of that. Please. Please someone clip
People
all
like
of that.
Wait, hold
is
on.
wild.
What if it's just a straight up gay dude?
$1 trillion?
Yeah.
$1 trillion.
Yeah, I just said
Oh.
it's trillion
You'd be the power bottom for a gay dude.
for $1 trillion. Yes, 100%. And you
Billion.
would too. Don't lie to me.
Billion. Billion.
Anybody on this panel would. You're denying it now, but then the money's in front of you, and you would say yes.
Fuck no. What? No.
For $1 trillion?
Power bottom is wild though.
For
Come
$1
on now.
trillion?
I'm giving him the power
Listen,
bottom. I
for
feel like that
$1
is a
That'll
power bottom.
crash the U.S.
I don't know
economy.
if I'm fucking power bottoming for $1 trillion. Like that's rough.
All those starving
These
African
lines
children are
always-
going to die because you can't get over a little bit of like gayness. It's whatever.
You
Like
do
just
so-
deal with it. You get the
No,
money.
hold on, but I just said
Seduce
I'm
a Saudi
second. I
prince.
This
just
is
said-
how I'm
They- they
secure. I am
exist.
secure in my masculinity
fetish is
because I
there
will
for
do this
you.
for $1 trillion. Okay.
Just
I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
Lactoid. Move to Dubai. Move to Dubai. Seek out a Saudi prince. He'll have you for like a fetish. You'll get paid immensely. You'll have
What
the
is
American
immensely?
values that you were
It's
looking
gotta be a lot of
for.
money.
He's a
lot
Saudi
of money.
prince.
Or a Twitch
You'll live.
streamer, okay?
You'll
He's a dude.
You'll live in a land with civil honesty, and you can leave your cell phone out, and you get all you have to do is move to Dubai.
Just be careful what bathing suit you wear. Or the
Oh my
police
God.
might come and get you.
Okay, he's under the protection of the Saudi
Hey,
prince.
Hey Gibbs, I think you wanted to say something.
true,
Please.
actually.
I want to make sure you have space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea where we're at now. So I mean, I was going to talk about something else.
Power
Gibbs,
bottom's
Gibbs, would you
obvious.
get
We're
fucked for
all
$1 trillion?
Lactoid on Saudi
Oh,
prince.
oh,
Gibbs, would you get fucked for $1 trillion?
I'd probably do it for like 50 cents. Don't worry about it. Like we're gonna get to you're over here. We're asking all the wrong
I'm a
questions.
true
Like,
capitalist.
yeah, I'm talking about making some money. You over here worried about all these ethical questions. Bunch of bitches. That's what it is. Listen, we're talking about getting shit done around here. Anyway,
Literally
get
get shit done.
Yeah, literally. I'm saying, hey, they want to
man
shut up me.
Gibbs is
Give me a Cleveland
motherfucking
steamer. Anyway, sorry. Here's the other thing. Back to more serious topics. When we were sitting here talking about this earlier, the thing I was talking about earlier is basically relationships are built on trust. I'll tell you one thing. It does seem like this is almost like, not only is it like the deception thing, it seems like it's also like part of this larger culture war attack on like the nuclear family. Like any kind of things like, oh, deceive your husband. Oh, like anything that's like a traditional value that's like labeling as bad. Like, oh, trust. Now even trust is bad. Like I think that's kind of a scary thought.
I would think it's less so an attack on the nuclear family, so much, in my opinion, that it is the ideology speaks through people, right? Like when you listen to people speaking, and you can tell the philosophy that is speaking through them, and so like the philosophy of leftism and the way that it instantiates itself, both within the left and the right, is certainly an attack on the nuclear family, right? I mean, if you read Prison Papers by Antonio Gramsci and you understand where countercultural hegemonic revolutions occur, you understand why we have critical race theory, why we have queer theory, etc. But I think when you talk about the individual people that make those choices, I think it's really just a complete lack of respect or valuing that family, right? I don't think it's so much that they're like, ooh, how can we undermine the nuclear family? I think the ideology does that and speaks through them as they act in such a way. Like Carl Jung famously said that, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. But when I think it's the individuals that chose to do this ad, I just don't think they have any respect for the family. I think the Kamala campaign doesn't give a fuck about, a man and a woman and children being in union and raising families with, the values that are instantiated together as a team. They don't give a fuck. It's all high time preference thinking, right? They only care about like, what can we do to eke by a few more votes, because power matters, not necessarily values, or why the value matters. The only value is power. Kamala doesn't give a fuck about you, doesn't give a fuck about family, she doesn't give a fuck about the economy, she doesn't give a fuck about anything that'll make your life better. She only cares about maintaining and gaining power. And in that regard, if that means undermining the family, fucking who cares? If it gets me some votes, it gets me some votes. Yeah, that's what I would say. So I don't necessarily disagree with you per se. I just don't think that they're like the family. I think it's just
I
the
don't. Yeah, I don't
philosophy
think it was plotted. Yeah, I don't think it was plotted.
Yeah.
But it does seem like it's like, maybe it's like a lucky benefit for them. I don't fucking know. Or like I
That's
would
just the
describe it.
demographic that happens
Yeah.
to be targeted.
Right,
It's just-
but
yeah.
it does speak to like, I mean, also if maybe it wasn't a direct plan, but it also speaks like kind of like this represents one thing, and like we want our vision to come out, and they push something that does like inadvertently attack like the nuclear family. I think that's like another level of this that's like making conservatives outraged, because it's like, oh, now we can't even trust our partners, like, and y'all are selling this as a good thing. That seems concerning. I mean, to me, but at least.
No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
No one wants to defend the left's attack on the family. I love it. They're
Well,
just
no,
like, yeah, the left. I don't want to touch this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I have complicated feelings on this. One, I don't like the idea of line to part. I like Jesse Waters. I believe the line was more or less like, this is like worse than an affair. I don't know if I would call it that much. I don't know. I don't know how to categorize that. It would be a violation.
It's a fucking meme.
Violation of trust.
It would be a violation. Yeah, violation of trust. And
I mean,
you go. All right.
Well, for a lot of people, that like having sex might not even be the worst thing that the other person could do to them, right? Like cheating on them, like physically, might not even. But like to vote against your values or vote against the values that maybe you see together, like that's a completely different person. So yeah, I can see how that's akin to an affair. Because if someone has an affair, honestly, you kind of look at that person like, who the fuck even are you? You're not the person I wanted to be with. You're a completely different person. And I think the same thing comes down to like when it comes to like the president and who you're voting for and like where your politics stand. If you were on the same page and then they go completely left or they go completely right, I think you're looking at that person like, who the fuck are you?
Well, also
Yeah.
people change over like decades as well.
So that's why I think they're like akin to
Well,
each other.
it's-
Well, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Well, I think it speaks.
Wait,
to
I wanna say what
the
Corey said.
concept-
I just said people also change over decades if they're married.
Yeah, but if they change, okay, the change still comes with communication. The issue here, Corey, is that like we're going on like I feel like what you're doing is going on the assumption like people don't speak to one another. I'm saying even if you change, you speak to one another. The issue here isn't that you're dating or married to a Democrat or a Republican. The issue is that the ad is pushing that your vote is a secret. It's private. The only people that need to hear that it's a secret or that it's private are people that are afraid of telling their partner or spouse like their political views. And then that to me speaks to a higher, like if you can't speak to your spouse about political views, you probably shouldn't be.
Yeah,
in
hold
that
on. But let's say this. Hold on. Like the Kamala Harris is not like you guys are throwing this idea out that the bigger problem is that you guys aren't talking in a relationship. Okay, but Kamala Harris isn't a marriage counselor, right? That's not the point of these ads, right? She can't fix any of this, right?
No,
The
but
point
she's
is
the president. Oh, she's the president. She's the candidate, right? So the type of rhetoric that she puts out, even though it isn't like what she's implying to do isn't what the problem is, right? So like she says something, she puts out this ad. What comes out is the feelings of the Republican Party and how they feel like they were attacked. This came from the ad. It doesn't have to be so much that her implication was to target people to cause divide in homes. Obviously it's just to gain voters. That's all she wants to do. But what comes with that, because she's a candidate, because she's the potential president, the rhetoric around that becomes like completely different, and it's exaggerated due to the fact of who the person is.
I don't know if Kamala's campaign is now a homewrecker because of all this. I want to try to keep this in proportion.
No, I agree.
No,
It's just
I think I agree. What I think is occurring here is when I said she only values power, right? She doesn't care about these things, right? That's the is statement that I would make a claim about, right? I would claim that she doesn't actually care to break apart the nuclear family or anything. What she's doing is she's trying to target voters, and
Yeah.
that she thinks this is a tactic that will get some percentage of women to gain those votes. And on the flip side of that is that it's not per se saying everyone ought do this, but it does come with a snuck in ought claim, which is that when she does this, she's saying, at least in some degree, that this is okay. That it is okay to lie to your husband and to vote in this way. Because if it wasn't, then why would the ad be targeted in such a way to saying, hey, don't you know you can do this? It's a tacit acceptance.
It's
Even
not
if she
her.
doesn't agree with the relationship itself,
Well,
but she is in a certain way making a moral claim via the ad.
It's not her, it's the marketers too, right? It's the people who came up with the ad campaign. It's not like she came up with it and it's like, hey,
Well,
do
she's
this
in
ad
charge,
campaign,
you know
right?
what I mean?
She approves it or denies it.
It's the same thing when Joe Jorgensen put out that fucking tweet that said it's not enough to be to not be racist. You must be actively anti-racist. And everyone in the LP was like, "What the fuck is your problem?" She was like, "Oh, an intern wrote it." And we're like, "Okay, but that's your fucking campaign, bitch. At the very least, you
Yeah.
should have control over what people."
No,
put on
I
your
don't mean that.
fucking Twitter.
Her approving it is 100% up to her decision. I'm saying like
Yeah.
the snuck in implications probably don't come from her. She's not the creative director of the campaign. The campaign directors have the snuck in implications. She just went along with it because, hey, this might get me more votes. That's kind of what I'm not painting Kamala as like a destroyer of homes.
It is.
But the ad itself,
acceptance of that.
but I'm just saying the ad itself comes off malicious, and it's like that's more important than maybe the intention of Kamala's. I don't think the intention was to like break home.
Let's go to Buckaroo and Corey.
I think the ad does go to show how Kamala's whole campaign has been like really specifically targeted towards, I'd say, some like niche demographics, and it all just comes off really insincere, especially in comparison to Trump's campaign, which, he's kind of touted as a man of the people, anti-establishment, and then you see Kamala come in with all of these really pristine advertisements that have like really obvious demographics, and they have like really strong messages. It doesn't come off just informational. It comes off like they are pushing an agenda of some sort. And while I understand that kind of is the point of an advertisement, to push the agenda of voting for her, I also think it shows kind of the lack of awareness that the campaign themselves had of how everybody else who isn't targeted by those ads sees them.
Actually, can I just real quickly, because I actually noticed something that was like, because I mean, there's always like red meat that they throw out, right, for like different interest groups or whatever. But there was a thing that happened, I think last month, when there were like a bunch of stories about Kamala suffering with like black men, and like not doing well with black men, or not doing as well as expected. And like a couple of days afterwards, there was all these ads all over the place about this small business program for like for specifically for black men, right? Like put out by her campaign.
Bitcoin for
Yeah,
black men. I was like, what?
Like just a couple of days after those polls came out, right? And the stories went up. So it really does feel like Buckaroo said, it's like very targeted, very obviously pandering to like specific groups of people. It's like it's very like it seems very like reactive, right? It's
Yeah,
like, oh,
and
we're
I-
suffering with this group, so we got to target something of that group.
She's queen pander.
think-
She even puts on different
Yes,
accents.
and I
Gotta get
think a
Obama
lot of
out
her-
here to get the black men.
Yeah, and I think a lot of her campaign has been focused on identity politics, which is probably also why they're targeting such like specific identities. They're not targeting just women or just conservative women or just conservative, they're targeting conservative women who might be in a relationship, who don't realize that their vote is private and might want to vote on the more recent like abortion policy. Like
I guess
it's-
my only issue with that is that almost all politics is identity politics, right? We try to separate these
agree,
things.
but my point is, when your opponent is Trump, who like touts himself as a man of the people, he's anti-establishment, he's like kind of messy on every stage he goes on, he's kind of the exact opposite of Kamala in a way that I think Kamala had to combat in some way by being more of
Well-
a woman of the people.
Well, I mean, like, I agree with you, Prime Guys, that like every campaign or every political thing is going to be targeted towards a demographic, towards an identity in some way. What I would say that is a little bit different, at least in this, let's just taking just the 2024 campaign, right? Is that Trump is casting a wide net and the identity is conservative, right? The identity isn't necessarily white men or black men. It does go into that, right? Like when he was interviewed by those black journalists,
Mhm.
he specifically was talking about black jobs and black people and that. So they certainly do that to a degree. But if we're looking at the overall arc of the campaign, it is that way. And he's doing the best that he can. I would say somewhat poorly. His team seems to be doing a much better job than he is at like specifically focusing on policies, and those policies, even if you consider them good or bad, are meant to be policies that are wide net policies, right? Kamala Harris is talking about abortion, but she has no abortion policy. What is she going to do? Pack the court? That's the only policy she could have. Because if she tries to make a law in Congress, to solidify Roe v. Wade as law of the land, it's going to get struck down by the same fucking court that already struck down Roe v. Wade for the same fucking issues, most likely. And so unless a conservative dies and she replaces them, she doesn't really have much that she can do. And Trump has said over and over and over again that his goal of abortion is already done, to leave it to the states. So it's not like she's actually running on a specific policy. She's just
Yeah.
running on the fear that women have that like the rapist Trump is gonna. It's all games and illusion.
I love that. I
Whereas
love that,
Trump's-
Scott.
And
I know,
if you look at her agenda, right? Look at every single agenda on her website, and what you'll find in the second or third paragraph of every one is like, yes, this is for people, but also this is specifically for Black people more so. Like every single one talks about how her policies are going to be targeted towards Black people, minorities, everyone that isn't a white male is going to be able to benefit from these policies. Whereas Trump doesn't have any of those things because none of his. I mean, he did some with the Black community with opportunity zones, right? And which I think probably might be where she got opportunity economy from, hilariously. But he's done some of that, but most of them are a wide net. So I think it is a little bit disingenuous, but I understand where you're coming from to say that like they're both running an identity politics game because they're very different in the way that they're doing it.
I hear you, friend. But I do love the idea that you were getting to. Kamala and liberals in general are about half measures. And when it comes to this abortion, specifically on
They're
abortion,
a fractured party. The Democrats have to appease neoliberal war hogs and communists at the same time.
they don't appease the communists. Oh, I'm sorry. Now you're losing me here. But like when it comes to abortion, Democrats had a long time, right? And they had points where they had the trifecta, which is the presidency and both houses of Congress, where they could have addressed this issue. They like to fearmonger on this issue, but they could have addressed it. They didn't. Right? Kamala Harris, yeah, she doesn't have a plan. Are you going to pass a law? Yeah, that law will probably be struck down. I think on different
concept of a plan. Okay.
I think it'd be on different grounds than on Roe v. Wade, but still, I hear what you're saying. I'm picking it up right here. But the Democrats aren't willing to get rid of the filibuster or to pack the courts, right? Or do some sort of court reform there. So they're chicken shit in all these areas.
Might pack the courts, and then we're fucked.
Kamala is not going to do that. Kamala can't say
she
no.
She threatened to do it in 2019.
She ain't doing. She's starting to do lots of things, and she has no policy.
She's flipped on every fucking issue.
Exactly.
She has never taken back. She has never taken back her threat to pack the court. And packing the court would lead to the destruction of this country.
Has it been brought up again? Has anyone asked her?
It hasn't been a common talking point this time around. But she has never repudiated. She has never taken back that position.
And if she felt it was unpopular, she would eject that policy so goddamn fast. No, she doesn't.
It was unpopular when she proposed it.
Quick
It-
question: Do we think
Well-
think she signed off on this ad because her husband's a wife? I'm just curious. Like
Oh,
maybe
I'm
she
sorry.
thinks all women are suffering.
exactly.
You
from
cut out a
You
really,
said that.
really bad time. His husband's a
Yeah,
what?
like
Her husband's a
a
what?
wife, a wife beater.
I don't know that it's true.
We didn't hear
I
what
don't
you said.
know.
Wife beater. Wife beater. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
it was. I was joking because there's
Oh, okay.
supposed evidence that her husband has beat previous girlfriends.
Oh, I don't know about
I
that.
think I may have heard something about that.
But
This is what
Is
I'm
it?
talking about the echo chamber of the left, right? Is like conservatives have stories and news articles that they share that like just never make it to the left.
well, Gibbs gave us some nonsense, right, about Tim Walls a while back ago. You guys remember that? I mean, he came in here talking
Listen,
about Tim Walls
it
and some
touchdown
like
Timmy, bro.
gay nonsense that was happening and with minors and shit. That was nonsense,
And
of course.
big
It went
news, big
nowhere.
news.
What a surprise!
But hold on.
but
But nothing I've said has been wrong. I think it's fair to hold Kamala Harris to the positions that she held the last time she ran in a primary, and that was 2019. She supported mandatory gun
hear you.
buybacks, packing the court. She's a radical leftist.
Mandatory gun buybacks sound like a
Fracking.
great. Now you now
And,
I'm warming up to
but
her.
she loves Israel, Prime Kais.
Now,
So
yeah, that part's true. Well, actually, I don't even think that part is true. I think nothing of her. She
doesn't
doesn't
care.
have
She doesn't
principles
care about Israel
whatsoever.
or Palestine. She just cares about fucking power.
Exactly. Anyway, I'll leave it. I'll leave that there. This has been a really good conversation. We're already over time. I don't want to hold anyone. But this is a really good conversation. I think there's probably more to say on this. And I'm really, really grateful to all the fantastic guests that we have here that make this possible. Really, you guys, once again, knocked it out of the park. If you guys liked it out there, one, hit the follow button. I should say that more often. I really don't. Hit the follow button. We do this all the time. So don't head out until you do so, and keep the bell on so you know when we stream. And consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Brand new month. Maj and BMAC was so kind to get the first 5 subs of this community of this month, right? So shout out to Majin. But we do need more support. We are low on subs, so consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming. If you're out there, I see you. You got them. Use them here, right? Because you apparently value this place to keep coming back, so I'll consider using it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to give an outro to all these kind of individuals, and that'll be that. Lactoid, thank you. You are fantastic in doing a great job. I love the back and forth today.
yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on, Prime, and I want to thank everybody else here. And if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. But one thing that I want to end on, and this is just very deeply important to me here. Tomorrow is a big day. We got a big election coming up, and I think it's important that all of us here in this panel, just like Joe Rogan did an hour or two ago. Okay, you can look this up. He did it.
Oh, there's gonna be a huge shocker of what Joe Rogan did. In his endorsement.
He endorsed Donald Trump. Okay,
Huge.
and I think it's critically important. Okay.
Oh no!
That all of us here do what's necessary and vote for Donald J. Trump tomorrow, November 5th. Okay? Don't forget, Tuesday, November 5th. Don't miss it. Thank you. Do it for me.
So I stand by what I said in that group DM. That's you in 20 years. There you go. There's the hat. You've already the transformation has begun.
Today.
As a lactoid of today. Oh my god. I wish I had a candidate that I could, forcefully push back on you with. I don't. So I'll just have to leave it at that. All right. Thank you so much, lactoid. Scott, I've fucking missed you. Honestly, this is amazing. I really, really enjoyed our conversation. You had a whole bunch to the topic, and you had great questions, great follow-ups. And you're fantastic, dude. Like you're back.
I'm amazing.
Yes, you're amazing. No, I'm gonna say that you're amazing. I do appreciate it. You don't have to spend your time here, but you do, and I do appreciate that.
Well, yeah, I just started coming back. I'm streaming currently on YouTube on Wednesday Thursdays, and obviously, we'll come to some Prime Guys for sure, and potentially do some other stuff. So, check me out, Fabian Liberty. I saw some people followed on Twitch. Like, I don't stream to Twitch, mostly because, you if you have any spiciness or right wing ideas, you'd be a fucking idiot to stream on Twitch, because you're just waiting for the ban to come, and then you're going to be banned from all Twitch panels and from talking Twitch, because they can't stream you. So it's just a much safer bet to go to YouTube or Rumble. Um, I'm not. Rumble's not quite there yet. I like Rumble. I like what they're trying to do. But they're just they're missing some things that YouTube just does better currently. But yeah, come check me out. Join Discord, follow me on Twitter, etc. I'm happy to be back. As far as the election tomorrow, I don't really have a dog in this fight. As a right wing anarchist, I don't trust Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form to shrink the size of the state. He wants to create. Seems like he might want to create an entirely
With Ron
department.
Paul.
Well, he never confirmed Ron Paul would be there. But even if it did, and it was a good thing, what does that department look like under a Democratic presidency? What does government efficiency even fucking mean, and how will they use that power against us? Tariffs are fucking gay and bad. There's a terrible fucking policy if you understand economic law. Yeah, so I'll be voting for John Galt tomorrow. That's what I'll be writing in. Read Atlas Shrugged. And mostly, I just won't vote for a socialist. And that's why I'm not voting for Kamala or Trump, because they're both fucking retarded socialists. But if you wanna get based conversations and talk about philosophy and political philosophy and at maybe a little bit of a nerdy level, come check me out. Appreciate
Thank you so
guys.
much, friend. All right, and Corey, I love when you were getting aggressive, especially when you're getting aggressive with Scott, right? Perfect target for that. But that's fine. Let's do more of that in the future, Corey. Right? It was chills running through my body watching you doing that.
Oh no! If I've set some sort of standard at your home with you, I'm gonna fail miserably now. So don't get your hopes up. But I'll do my best. And yeah, as always, this is great and totally great to have Scott back. I know that I can engage with Scott on that level because I know he can take it. He's good to engage in that manner. And also, what I would say is, I do find it interesting going back when Lactoid was admitting that 60 or 70% of the men around him are like weak. I think there's a saying about birds of a feather.
They're all liberals, all of them.
all of them. All the people around you are liberals. Okay, well then.
Unironically, yes, I come from a liberal background. It's true.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and you
He's
just
a
have to be
lawyer. Of course, it's a bunch of fucking Democrats. They like doing. I mean, lawyers, sleazy, slimy pieces of shit. Obviously,
All of
they're
them.
going to be majority Democrat.
Without exception.
That might depend on the state as well. I can probably imagine that there's probably like more libertarian lawyers, but I'm making that up, but I can see that. Both economists and lawyers.
It is like the least. It's like no libertarians with lawyers.
Okay, yeah. I have nothing. I'm just totally speculating. But yeah, anyway.
That is an anomaly.
This has always been great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Gibbs, Doobie, Ali, Banshee, and Scott. Lactoid, always a pleasure, and pleasure to meet you, Banshee, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Honestly, the MAGA cap is freaking me out. All right, there's like a clash here. It really is.
It looks like a
Lactoid.
fake MAGA cap. Is that a trucker cap?
Yeah, I like the open back. It helps with my hair follicles breathe. Fitted caps are uncomfortable for me.
Is that authentic? Or did you get it from a gas
I
station?
got it from Amazon. I don't know how authentic that is. It's probably not all that authentic.
It's not a real. You didn't support MAGA. A Democrat made that hat.
Democrat.
Whoa! I've seen the documentary of the actual facility that they make the official hats in. A lot of Democrats make the actual hats. Just to be clear, right? It's true.
Support Democrat, baby, by MAGA.
Which means it was made by children in a Chinese factory.
Yeah.
Communists made that hat.
Well, he likes making communist slaves, so that works for him.
No, it came from somewhere else. I don't know where, but not China. Definitely not China.
Lactoid. This is it's like a it's a clash for how I view you in my mind's eye, right? Like, I have a lot of respect for you, right? But like this
A cap.
this hat is it's a problem. But let's move on. Buckaroo is so nice actually having you. This is fantastic. I could actually,
Yes, thank you for
put
having me.
a face to the lovely voice that I've been hearing for months. And you really crushed it. I thought you were a fantastic guest, a great addition, and you got the full experience because Scott hasn't been here for quite a while, and you haven't run out of here screaming. So hopefully we can have you back in the future.
I hope so too. It's been great. Thank you guys so much. It was terrifying, I will admit. Every time I heard you guys just quietly listening to me, I was like, oh shit. They're not just all talking over at me at once. Okay. It was lovely meeting all of you guys. And thank you.
Yeah. No, don't worry. We will. I mean, we will. I mean, once eventually, woman's voice drones on. We just got to cut that shit off. But
normally, I
We gotta
just feel
break
like
the
a
ice.
crucible by fire anytime I see a woman on here because I'm deeply misogynistic. But it's like I see Prime guys over here smiling too goddamn much. So I was like, I guess I got a wingman Prime over.
Look, all I have to say
Guess I gotta
is
be nice.
every place, a woman invited into the room, it just lifts the spirits, okay?
really lifts the spirits.
Unless that room is the
DJ,
White House,
fuck
then
that.
it's a bad outcome. We can't let that happen.
All I know is I work in a warehouse, and when I was hired along with another girl, the guy said, "Thank you. We really need women here."
That's okay. I actually want to
That
examine
was a
that
lie.
sometime.
They didn't need him.
I
Perfectly fine without a woman in the fuck.
I do want to examine that at some point. All right, anyway, Ali. Thanks for being here, friend. You were great today. You were really passionate. I love to see it. I love to see it. Thanks, friend.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. Great to have you back, Scott Buckaroo. It was a pleasure to meet you. All I got to say is tomorrow, listen, if you have any conviction, you either just won't vote or you'll do what Scott is doing and you'll just write in some random fucking person. Because to vote for either Trump or Kamala is a waste of a vote, and you should prove to these people that your vote is to be fucking earned and it isn't just deserved on some stupid ass basis. Find some morals, find some principle. Throw away your vote or vote third party or fucking just write it in. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Oh man, you got me fired up with that
Vote
one.
for Hung Cal though, just because his name is hilarious.
I
I'm not
will
gonna-
say,
Hey, based. I'm with it, Fabian.
Senator running in Virginia's name is Hung Cal. And
We
I
may
see
disagree.
I see his posters next to dairy farms all the time.
Oh my
Like I
god.
see, like,
Listen.
you drive and you see a bunch of cows and you see Hung Cow and it's like fucking amazing. Whoever's putting those signs there, kudos to you.
We may disagree on some things, Scott, but you are a man of principles and conviction.
Thanks so much. All right. Yeah, and that part I agree. Let's go to our friend Doobie. So happy to have you, Doobie. This was fantastic. I love the parts that you added into. You had some really, really great retorts. So shout out to you, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Check your DMs, buddy.
Oh yeah, okay, I will in a second. Just really quick. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, actually, I was actually curious. Lots of politically involved people here. I was really wondering, like, who you guys are voting for if you haven't voted already. If you guys have like an endorsement for a candidate. Because personally, I'm not voting for either of them because I can't stand either of them at all. But I'm going to vote on the local shit. But I'm really curious as to like who all of you are voting for.
Well, I'm Canadian, but I endorse Kamala overall, even though I'm not hugely favorable towards her. But
I'm just not.
So I don't know if it's clear or
That's
not,
understandable.
but
He has no morals. He has no morals, so he's voting
I
for
am voting-
whatever side might win.
I'm voting against Kamala Harris. That's what I'm doing. Okay,
So,
we got
I hate that
minimize
that's what this
communism.
fucking-
Minimize communism.
That's what this
Vote
whole
against
election
Kamala
has
Harris.
become. I'm voting against Trump. I'm voting against Kamala. None of you are voting for anybody.
Welcome to America.
Not
This is
true.
part of being an American.
No. That's
you would
that's
know if you're an
oh, wait,
American.
That's not American.
Okay,
that's
guys,
that's pathetic. That's
I
pathetic.
was being mostly like just funny, but like I actually do like Hung Kao. I don't think he has any shot of winning, but I will actually vote for him.
But you're at least voting for somebody. You're voting for something.
I voted for. I mean, he's a Vietnamese.
You're not just voting
immigrant
anti.
That was worked as an SF. It seems very, very, very much in favor of limited government.
No.
Don't like the fact that he doesn't have the balls to say anything about Social Security.
Despite how hungry he is.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you're not a serious politician about fixing this country unless you're willing to say that we need to do something about Social Security, and we need, like, if you're not willing to get rid of Social Security, then you don't actually care about the United States
He
economy
needs some
or the
votes.
debt.
Okay, so
Like,
let's
it's-
speed it up.
Exactly.
We're at that.
Yes, I was just saying, like, I wasn't joking. I will probably vote for Hung Kao, but yeah, no, I'm not voting for Trump. Come on.
Buckaroo, you're asked. You
Socialists.
want to answer.
I just have to say, just like Kamala's ad, my vote, my choice, my business.
Oh.
Boo.
No, I just wanted to
What a huge
reference the
liar.
ad. I wanted to reference the ad. I'm sorry.
a
She's
callback.
voting. She's voting
It's a
Kamala.
callback.
I know Buckaroo.
Yeah.
She's voting Kamala. It sucks.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's go to our friend Gibbs, and you can answer that question too. Gibbs, thank you for being here, buddy. I really like you. Like you come in the clutch. Like if you're something, you're like they're not one-liners. They're a little more than that, but like they're hilarious. And you put a smile on my face, and I will never give you up. It's just not going to happen.
I appreciate it. I will say, thank you so much. So much fun to be here, especially on this election eve. There's nothing more important than voting. You should go vote. Don't sit here and be like Ollie and say, I'm not going to vote. No, there's one thing you can do in this country, you guarantee people died for it. It's voting. You need to go vote. It's important. Now, that being said, I will encourage someone to go, well, you know, vote for Trump. And guess what, folks? I'm not doing it as an anti-person. I'm doing it because I am pro-Trump at this point. He's doing what's best for America, and Kamala and the left are evil. They are sitting here. They're coming for you. They came for the squirrels. They came for the raccoons. They're coming for your guns, and they're going to be eating them. It's terrible. Just like the dog's cat.
True.
Just gonna be eating
You don't get to do that, Lactoid.
He's
Yeah.
not wrong. He's not wrong. The last
No,
part.
you don't get to. Yeah, that last part. You don't believe that
2024.
first part though. You don't believe that first part though. That's
DB,
the sad part. That's the
If
sad
you can't
part.
vote for Kamala or Trump, vote Peanut.
oh my
Yeah,
God.
Peanut.
A vote for Trump is a vote for
I'm gonna
Peanut.
write in Peanut the squirrel, 100%.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
You
Someone
should
got
do-
a Harambe meme and just put Peanut on there if they haven't done that already.
I will say you can always do what my dad does. Write in your own name, okay?
That too.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Be an alpha. Vote for
you.
yourself.
Ugh.
Bet on yourself.
we
That
will.
alone proves she's voting for Kamala with
Raid.
that bullshit women speak of like, be
Um,
brave, vote for yourself. You're
I-
worthy.
Or
Um,
narcissistic. I would do that. You know.
Yeah, I was
I'm a
just
little more
quoting
narcissistic.
like business bros who are like, I bet on myself every day, those kind of guys.
There's
Voting
this
for another man
guy
because that's
named
pretty sweet.
Andrew Shaman, and this guy looks wonderful. I don't know who this guy is, but this beard is so fucking epic. You're gonna thank me later for this one. So I'm gonna send you guys off to Andrew Shaman. Let's be kind to him. Oh my god, he's got like this whole psychedelic thing going on here. And I will see you later. Bye. Yep, stream is out. But wow, that's an interesting
It's
one.
going to give someone a seizure.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, thanks guys for coming through.
Always great.
Yep. DB?
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I can hang on for a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Just a little bit, like, so I need to tell my wife something.
Sure. All right. I gotta go. Bye, guys.
Jake.
All right.
Bye.
Lactoid. I don't expect
You'll
you
be
to-
good.
Take care, Gibbs. Did you happen to read my piece yet, or still on?
No, I'm still. The election season's fucked with it a little bit. Like,
That's okay.
yeah.
You also like you don't have to. I would.
No,
just
but
be
I
sure
know,
to-
but you said that, but I do want to. Like, I think it's a particularly brave thing that you've done, and I think that you were wrong. So I definitely do want to take a look at it.
I
Seriously,
appreciate that.
I mean
I
that.
have a question for you guys. If you're not leaving immediately, what do you guys think about this fucking like new Twitch category Twitch is doing to try and like cope out of
I think they're trying to like
out
thread a
of their like
needle, like as much as
yeah like
possible.
I kind of agree with it. I think you should mandatorily be put in it though in lieu of bans. Like I think they should go farther. Like the moment
What's the
you get, like,
category?
oh god, what is it called? It's like
I can I can tell you because
controversial or something. I think is what it's called.
Oh, sounds
no,
fire.
I had to do it. So may contain politics and sensitive social issues. You have to add it to your
Yeah.
Twitch, otherwise they might mod you.
But like, so
that sounds
'cause
good though.
I haven't
Yeah, I
looked
think
into
it's
the
good actually.
I haven't looked into the details about how it works. But like, is it a new category? You just it's a new tag or like
It's a new tag.
oh okay,
But,
it's just
but
like
you can search for but every category is a tag, right? So the two are the same thing on Twitch. So like if
well,
you search for the tag or you can find it's like it's not a category that shows up on the
with-
main
so
page.
like you can I understand you can search for it, but it's not like if you go through the main page, you're
Not
not going to stumble
advertised.
across it.
Yeah, no, it's not advertised because it would be literally advertising on the front page controversial shit.
Yeah.
Imagine anything more destructive to your ads money and your ad revenue than advertising something destructive. I don't
feel
know.
like it's
I think
smart.
that's what Twitch should have done long ago. Is add that tag and then instead of just banning people, just put it to where for a period of time or whatever that they have to have that tag. Right? Like just you know what I mean? Like when Hassan fucking does an interview with a terrorist, just be like, okay, here's your fucking tag.
Here's your
You know what I
terrorist
mean? Like,
tag.
Yeah.
well, not a terrorist tag,
No,
but
I'm-
just saying
I'm-
you're discussing
Controversy.
controversial shit, right? Like, and just leave it there. Like,
Uh,
there's so many people that have been banned from fucking Twitch that like it's destroying the platform as far as I can tell.
Well, so like there's a larger discussion. Like I agree with the bans in terms of like Twitch is enforcing their TOS. Now, obviously, I understand you probably take issue with their TOS, but like yeah, I mostly have issue of like they're not consistently like they banned.
Well, I would say
all
both.
The,
I would
yeah,
say
fair
both
enough.
in the sense that they're not consistent with their TOS, but also that like, I mean, like if a private company wants to do something, that's fine. But like the problem is that the way Section 230 is implemented and the way large companies like Amazon, like Meta, like that have access to the way that those regulations are passed out, and especially once you look at Twitter files, you can Aspen Institute, and you realize that there is a deep connection between intelligence agencies and the FBI working with these in terms of their policy. I don't really think I think it's unconstitutional in the way that the state is engaging in its own form of censorship and putting pressure on these companies to censor. But like even setting all that aside, like if we just look at it from like a what's good for Twitch, it's like, dude, just stop banning people, especially because those people can't appear on other people's streams, right? Like that isn't something that happens on YouTube. Like you
think
can
that-
get banned off of YouTube, but you can still go on someone else's stream on YouTube.
Yeah, although I think they've revised those. I could be wrong, but I think there was some sort of revision where it's like now, like I think some of like let's say Destiny's content can appear on Twitch, but because like Hassan was like watching some Destiny content and they like you
They revise reaction, but Destiny himself can't go
Yeah.
debate
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
in Hassan's stream, right?
Oh.
Like they revised like reaction content because for a while there people were just mass reporting people that were reacting to people that were banned. And it's I mean like the same thing happened to me, for example, like when I did that panel talking about trans issues, shit, almost like a year and a half ago. I had Taftash and I had two people from Genuflect, I had Shapeshifter, I had Richie, I had Buck Angel, I had Blair White, and like I didn't have anything on YouTube hardly. Like I think I had like 600, 700 subscribers on YouTube at the time. And so I wasn't a part of the partner program or anything. And because Taftash got in trouble because of Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl was banned. Taftash was reacting to Mr. Girl. She caught a temporary ban. She was on my panel. So then I had to get off of Twitch when I was we were already over 100 viewers, and like the panel hadn't even started yet. And so then I had to go to YouTube, and they got buried in obscurity on YouTube because I wasn't even part of the partner program. And it's like literally it started a fucking chain reaction of like censorship because Mr. Girl got banned. Like it's like Mr. Girl got banned, therefore Taftash gets banned because she looked at Mr. Girl content, therefore my panel had to be taken off of Twitch. It's
Well,
like really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally, I can understand how that would be frustrating. I'm joking, but like, yeah, I just say this joking, but like, you're, I would say, Taftash should know better than to consume any sort of Mr. Girl content. You should just like not, because it's just like idiotic
Well, at the
content.
time, she was a fairly new streamer. At the time, she had only been around for a couple of months. Like she was an OnlyFans girl, and that's why when she came in, she had her OnlyFans man, whatever the fuck you want to say. I don't care. But like she had a massive Twitter following and a massive Discord, and because of her OnlyFans. So when she came on to Destiny stream, like, and he talked to her, like she immediately started streaming at 100 viewers. Like she never, like she just started with 100 viewers.
I know she had
And
like
that
a
was-
meteoric rise, and I don't keep track of these things. I
Well,
don't know what she's now.
I mean, like, I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying, like, she didn't know the policies that well because she'd only been streaming for a couple months. It's just nobody knew that because they expect when they see 100 viewers that this person like put in a lot of time to get there, so that they expect that they kind of already know how the rules of the game work and how streaming should be done, etc.
But I mean, yeah. Like, so I don't know how it works now. Like, so if let's say you're not tagging appropriately, is it like whatever 3 strikes then you're banned, or like basically like if you're miscategorized, are you banned right away, or is there some sort of like auto filter? Or I guess maybe I don't know if you know the answers to these questions.
I don't think anybody knows the answer to those questions. I just know
Okay.
that there's a
Yeah.
category that's supposed to, at least in some way, shape, or form, insulate or protect you from like getting banned just because you're saying controversial things, which is weird because the problem is that their hate speech makes no fucking sense. Right? Like literally everything and anything could be hate speech on Twitch. You have to guess.
I agree.
And the right guess is make sure that you tout left-wing opinions, but not so left-wing that you start getting closer to what communists believe, in terms of violent things only. So
Unless you're
yeah,
Hassan, then you're carved out and you're protected.
well, Hassan makes him too much money, right?
Well,
So,
yeah.
and Hassan is deeply connected with everybody. And I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that Hassan's, his brother is working to ship weapons into the Middle East to brown people, and his dad is a billionaire that is in a corrupt government in Turkey, and his mom is a multi-millionaire landlord. And he probably has a lot of political connections that most of us don't have. So he probably has family connections that, protect him, very, very socialist and left wing of him. But,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what it is.
I'm not a fan of him at all.
I just saying, he probably has a lot of connections that normal streamers don't have, not just because of his size, but because his family is deeply connected with the state.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I mean, there seems to be sort of a I think an understandable crusade against Twitch, and I think some sort of push to like get like the CEO to like stand down. I'm curious.
Because it started because people figured out that Israeli accounts were IP banned from entering the partner program on Twitch, right? And then they were like, "Oops, our bad. What we'll do is we'll just start randomly banning smaller pro-Palestinian people for the violent shit they said." And it's just like it was very clear that they like just tried to cover up that they were like, "Oh, we believe in both sides and we're fair," and then they didn't get rid of like the big people like Hassan. It's just Twitch playing the same dumb games they always play.
Yeah, but I'm I'm a little bit suspicious of how much longer Twitch will last, or like if it's just gonna like slowly like die out. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me. I don't know if I
Because of
have.
the politics. I think Twitch still does fine on gaming. Like if you don't talk about politics at all, you're perfectly fine. It's just their ability to have any say in like the discourse is probably gonna die.
Yeah, for maybe like, but I think they're trying to, because I think even like they're like, so obviously gaming is still like, I don't know if it's their biggest thing, but I think their larger streamers are now. Do they do like gaming like obviously Hassan's not really a gaming content creator, and I think someone like even I don't know who are the larger massive Twitch streamers. Kai Cenat, is he a gaming? He's just like a
Yeah, I mean, Kai Cenat does. I mean, it's like more like a reality show. He does plenty of gaming. I mean, he did it. There was like a huge thing when he played Elden Ring and was funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm obviously too steeped in the politics stuff. But yeah,
No, I mean, a majority of their stuff is like IRL streaming, and then would be gaming. Like it would be IRL streaming, one gaming, and then like people think the OnlyFans e-girl shit is bigger than it is, mostly because it's problematic every time somebody sees it. Unless you're the Twitch CEO, because he accidentally showed that he only followed tub streamers and shit.
But at least some of the numbers that I've seen, it's like Twitch viewership seems to be on like a steady decline.
Well, that's hard to tell whether or not that's Twitch or if that's just like, because like when you look at it, it's like how much it seems to be mostly in line with other platforms because so many people were inside during COVID.
Yeah, with the
So when you do,
pandemic.
like,
And take your point.
and then a lot of people were still working from home, and so they were watching Twitch streams and shit. And like over time, more and more people have gone to working back in the office, which has changed those streaming numbers. And YouTube doesn't have that same thing, but YouTube streaming does. But when you look at YouTube's numbers, you're really comparing apples to oranges because you're comparing mostly, 10 to 30-minute videos, which are just going to be an entirely different audience than streaming.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From what I understand, like YouTube
You don't have any
streaming,
opinion on it, Lactoid? Like,
he's just watching the electoral map and like making predictions.
Yeah, kind of.
Are you streaming for like the next 24 hours?
Give me 1 second.
dude, I'm streaming. on
So
election day.
I'm gonna be. We got fun shit going on. So tomorrow, I'm gonna be getting up pretty late, right? And then I'm gonna go vote. And then I'm gonna be streaming, and I'm gonna be streaming pretty fucking late. And we got me and Gibbs. We're gonna be kind of like a conservative hub here for the election. Jeb Tan might join us as well. A few other people might join us.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, that's right. You're doing Dylan's.
Yeah,
thing at, like
and then I'm
3
doing-
o'clock in the morning.
And then so basically I'm basically going to end on that. So we're going to be doing like streaming all day, and then 3 o'clock in the morning, basically, when we're going to do Dylan's show for a bit, Dylan Burns, and then as soon as that's over, we're probably going to sign off. And then Gibbs might go on longer because he does the 24-hour streams. I don't think they're healthy, but I'm still going to be up late. But then Wednesday as well, I'm going to be doing like a post-election stream. So.
Although we might even have a known winner by then, right? It might take like till.
You're right, which I think is like shitty as hell because we used to be able to know the day of, right? But now for some reason we don't. But regardless,
Dude, the technology just isn't what it used to be.
oh, I know, right? It's just so much more. Yeah, everything went back to analog.
We used to be
I
able
guess.
to count all the everything went back to voting machines that accidentally triple votes in Michigan for Democrats. Oops. Voting machine Donald Trump, it automatically votes Kamala Harris in Michigan again. Oops. Or voting machines that can't figure out the Chinese immigrant that is not a citizen that voted in Michigan, but they can't find his vote, so his vote counts in Michigan. Oops.
Look, whatever the reason is, it's possible that we're not going to get an answer. But I do think that by Wednesday, we're going to have a much better idea of where things sit. And I think that there's really two possibilities. On Wednesday, it could be Trump's probably going to win, and we're just waiting on the final results for Pennsylvania. It could be that Trump's probably going to lose, and we're just waiting for the final results of Pennsylvania. Or it could be, holy shit, even without Pennsylvania, Trump still wins, which is possible as well. And if that's the case, then we could have an answer tomorrow night. So that's what it depends on. But I honestly, my prediction is that it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania because that is the fucking state that matters.
That's the narrative that I hear. Well, I assume that you're leaning towards Trump, or you're all in on what's your level of conviction? You're putting like a percentage on it. I assume you're predicting Trump to win 100%.
Oh, predicting or voting? You're just asking like where am I predicting?
No. Predicting in terms of winner.
I think it's going to
coming.
be. I think it's going to be razor thin margins. I think it's going to be incredibly close. I think Trump is going to edge it. I think Trump can edge it, but it's going to take effort and it's going to take people going out and actually voting. It's going to be close as hell. And I posted my election map on Twitter. I think it's going to be. I think she's going to win Nevada. I think she's going to win Michigan. I think she's going to win Wisconsin. I think that it's going to be a one-state election. It's going to be real close.
Okay. Yeah.
I think I can't say what I think is likely to happen on YouTube because it would be considered election misinformation. But I don't, and then they would ban and censor me for having my opinion. But I will say this, not getting into that. I think we'll know who's going to win. I think with no voting issues whatsoever and no issues at polling stations, I think Trump wins, and it's not even close. I think with a lot of mysterious shenanigans and with a lot of the voting polls shut down for 4 hours, in all of these Democrat city places. And because we already know that Harris is up 14 points in early voting because Republicans tend to vote on election day, as opposed to voting in early voting. I think if you see a fuck ton of polls in Maricopa County and in Pittsburgh and in Detroit, Michigan, and et cetera, I think you're going to see a much, much closer election that Harris edges out because of a massive amount of disenfranchised voters that happen not because of any conspiracy. It just so happens to be that swing state urban areas that are Democrat controlled, tend to have all the problems and not, Republican controlled cities or cities that aren't in swing states don't seem to have these issues in any way, shape, or form. And we'll know Florida, a couple hours after. But that's because Florida's special or something, or some reason. Because as you know from the 2000 election, Florida has always gotten their votes in on time, and that's just been a pattern for Florida forever and ever, and not something that magically happened once conservatives came in and cleaned up the process. I think that's about as much as I can say on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not. I do think I lean towards Kamala winning, although my level of conviction is super high, like whatever 55, 60%. I would make like the smallest bet. What I would say is like I think, in my opinion, it's going to come down to no surprise.
Why do you think that? I'm curious.
Well, yeah, I was going to say I think it's largely going to come down to women, not surprisingly, and Gen Z. I think Gen Z is going to be heavily underestimated. I think Gen Z is probably going to turn out.
So you think the polls are underestimating Gen Z and overestimating Trump? Because obviously, all the majority polls have Trump ahead in every swing state. And so
except for I think Michigan, Wisconsin. I think it's like a dead heat in the whatever, the Great Lakes.
Yeah, but he's ahead in all of those. He's just really, really close.
Yeah, well, within the margin of error, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
so you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
You just think? I'm just curious. Why do you think people are underestimating Gen Z voters? And also Gen Z. Why do you think Gen Z is going to be more left-leaning than the polling shows? Because it looks like Gen Z is not only that Gen Z is turning more conservative and more Trump than millennials were when they were their age.
That's not the data. I could be misreading things, or we're just looking at different things. But
women are more liberal, men are more conservative, but the swing has been further conservative than millennials were.
I agree. There just as there's polarization across like all generations, there's polarization among Gen Z as well.
Right, the general trend has been a slight shift towards conservatives, compared to previous generations. Not compared to, obviously, they're still lean left, right? They just don't lean left as hard as they did when I was, their age.
Okay, yeah, sure, I can grant that. Well, it depends what you mean by we're going to get into the weeds of like what's left. I agree that there's some elements of conservatism, but like Gen Z drinks less and has less sex, so they're
leaning towards Trump versus Kamala versus when I was their age, Bush versus Al Gore, right? Like when you look at the Bush v. Gore election as just one example, right? There was a higher percentage of millennials at that time that supported Al Gore versus supporting George W. Bush Jr., right? So what we're seeing is a shift predominantly amongst the men, or the boys, or however you want to categorize. but and the women are going more left leaning, but the men are going right wing more than the women are going left wing.
Yeah, but I think I agree with that assessment. But I think if I remember correctly, if you just look at total Gen Z, let's say in the 2020 election, like Biden won that demographic, or that Gen Z voted for Biden pretty
For sure. No, I'm saying that Gen Z and I'm saying that the young vote always leans left. It just leans left less so than it did in previous elections.
Yeah, but okay, so that here's where the distinction I think is maybe made in terms of if you're comparing, okay, Gen Z I believe is like now whatever 18 to whatever 26, 28, or 18 to 24, from the data that I've seen, okay, even though young people tend to be viewed upon like they're not politically, they don't vote. From what I can tell, if you compare when we as millennials were 18 to 24, Gen Z appears to be more political, as in I think it was like largely almost a record turnout for the 2022 elections and the 2020 election.
Yeah, okay. Right, I just mean that their voter turnout has to be in proportion to their swinging to the right? So their voter turnout has to be, even more than they've swung to the right. And maybe you're right. Maybe they're going to come out and we'll see. I think political involvement doesn't necessarily translate very well to actually voting, though, is the problem, right?
No, that's why
there's a difference between making
I agree.
TikToks and going to the polls and standing in line for to vote.
No, but I agree with you for sure. But the data that I've seen, that could be incorrect. But if you're looking at 2020 and 2022, it was among Gen Z, it was like a record turnout. If you're comparing it to again previous equivalent generation.
It was, but 2020 is an outlier, because there was so much mail-in voting in 2020 and 2022. Right,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of states have reduced the mail-in voting, and
There's
I
still
think
a lot
that's going
though
to have
now.
a significant. Yeah, but I still think it's going to have. I think we're going to see less Gen Z voter turnout, but maybe not because it's 2024. We'll see. You know what I mean? We don't know.
That's why I'm making a prediction. I'm not I don't have a strong conviction, but let's just say if I think the narrative will be if I'm going to stake my claim on any prediction, I think the narrative will be retrospectively is Gen Z turned out, and no surprise they vote Democrat, and especially I think.
I don't know. When we looked at when you look at Gallup, I think this is better than polls and better than Polymarket is looking at voter registration in Gallup, right? Republicans are up 3 points in voter registration from Democrats in the 2024 election. Now, the Republican, historically speaking, going all the way back to, this stops at Ronald Reagan, right? So if you go to George Bush Sr., right, to today, Democrats lose if they're not up 2 points in voter registration, right? Because, as you know, Democrats tend to win the popular vote, but lose in the Electoral College because, Republicans don't turn out in California, New York, whereas Democrats do tend to turn out a little bit better in places like Texas, et cetera. And also, for a lot of, and the Electoral College favors Republicans a little bit. So the closest one I think was Bush v. Gore, and even then Democrats were up in voter registration by 0.5 or 0.6 points. And the fact that Republicans are up 3 points is, I think, probably a better predictor for where the electorate is at compared to these pollsters asking 1,000 people, and then they have to triple the numbers for Republicans because Republicans don't answer, pollsters. You know what I mean? I just think that is a more when the disparity is that high, I think that's a more accurate predictor than Polymarket or polling.
I agree. I wouldn't. I don't place any stock at all in Polymarket, and that's also the space where I'm coming from. Is again, I'm not certain. This is largely speculation on my part, but I don't think the polls capture Gen Z. I don't think Gen Z is likely to fill out polls, or they're not likely to be really captured in polls.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see, especially if the polls are still using fucking. Never going to capture Gen Z.
Yeah,
I mean?
The phone online surveys, This I just don't think so. But again, I could be totally wrong. But that is where my intuitions lie, and I'm clear that is my intuition. Just Gen Z's not being captured.
I don't trust the voting numbers that come in. It's like I don't think voting numbers are an accurate depiction of who voted. But you know, I can't say
Well,
any
but
more
you're also
about
not a fan of democracy, period, right? So it's like,
it. No, I'm not a big fan of democracy. I mean, I think Hoppe was right when he said that democracy is a soft variant of communism, and rarely in history has it been seen for anything less.
I don't actually fully disagree. Like, I'm not the biggest stan of democracy. Uh, but like, yeah, it's gonna be, even as a Canadian, you know, it's gonna be interesting.
Right. I just think it's so crazy that like a man who's like the head of a household and has a bunch of kids and owns property and is a homeowner and has been like working and paying taxes for 20 years has like the same vote as a 19-year-old girl that is a freshman in college living in a dorm that's never had a job. Like that's just wild to me that person, it's like, and the left doesn't believe it, because if you see a 40-year-old man dating a 19, oh, you're a pedo. She lacks agency. It's like, well, if she lacks agency, then why the fuck does her vote cancel out my vote?
True. Look, if
Like,
they're old enough to
what
fuck
the
me up at the
fuck?
polls, then I'm old enough to fuck them in bed. All right, that's how that works. Okay.
Consensually.
Of course.
Uh,
In fact, fucking them in bed, that's far more consensual than what they're doing to me with their fucking vote. Okay. They're they're essaying me on the fucking vote. It's disgusting.
Oh, okay. It's not a strong, like, I don't have any strong disagreement of, like, yeah, I can frame it also another way of, like, yeah, why is, you know, someone with a PhD, why is their vote counted equally as someone who's, you know, not educated, right? And that goes against conservatives.
No, we can fix this. Bring back polling exams.
I mean, it
Well,
depends on how much. Would depend on how much you weigh, because there's not a lot of fucking PhDs. You know what I mean? Like you're such a small portion of the voting electorate, anyways.
I know that's why there could be like some weighting system. I think Akau even put this on the table. Like, yeah, you know, if you have this credential, you get like it's equivalent of 25 votes. And then if you're at the, you know, the undergraduate level, it's like, you know, 15.
I'll tell you one thing though. I'll tell you one thing. We wouldn't have had fucking mandatory talk about mandatory vaccines, and we wouldn't have had talk about lockdowns if we weighted PhD voters more. Because
Uh,
PhD people were heavily against fucking vaccine mandate. It was the medical people that were on board with all the COVID hysteria. PhD
uh,
people were better than master's degree people and way better than bachelor's degree. It was the bachelor's degree people that were hardcore for fucking vaccine mandates and shit. The midwits.
Sure, that's a separate conversation. But I take your point. That I don't
I
want
had to
to
get in a
get.
dig before you dip out.
I understand. I understand. Where like I am sympathetic to, you know, a technocratic solution. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I understand where it's coming from.
I just want
Like,
freedom, man. I don't know why that's so fucking hard to ask for.
hey man,
People just stop stealing from me and stop
uh,
trying to kill me.
I've made this.
Oh, but
So
you-
now here's where I get my dig. Lieberland is calling your name. They're there for the taking. Some Lieberland. That 1 square
First of all,
mile.
Lieberland
Didn't they
is
get invaded?
7 square kilometers.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
get invaded all the time. They don't have anything. So I mean, Lieberland exists because there is a section, 7 square kilometers, right, of land that basically just floods constantly and is like nobody wants. And so it's Serbia and I can't remember the other country name off the top of my head, but like basically when they drew treaties, neither one claimed that land. That's why Lieberland exists, because technically speaking, they should be independent and sovereign, because no one has claimed that land except for them. They're the only people that have claimed that land. Now, they can't get it pushed through the UN because the UN just doesn't want they don't want it to exist. So they just say no. And then they go, well, who owns the land? And they go, nah, don't worry about it. is kind of what they're doing. Now, there is an actual project that does exist that is anarcho-capitalist, and that's Prospera Honduras. And they've grown massively over the last few years. And they're in Honduras, and when you go there, you pick which insurance plan you want to be your rights enforcement agency. And mostly what occurs there is medical research, because it allows insurance companies to handle it as opposed to government regulation. So they're doing like pharmaceutical and cancer research there, and depending on how much money they can basically circumnavigate all. and it just comes down to whether or not they might get sued is all they're worried about. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But economically, it's the other problem is that the communists that are in charge of Honduras, and I don't mean that as in like, oh, they're communists. I mean that they call themselves communists,
I understand.
right? Um, are trying to fight the UN because they had already previously signed a treaty that allows them to exist, and they want to take all their money, and they want to get rid of them, even though it's all private property that they've purchased, and they have like UN trade deals and negotiations, and they're chartered to be able to exist. But if they're able to survive and grow, then we might actually see like an anarcho-capitalist place thrive.
Well, would you potentially like relocate there? Is that an option for you if it's to your
don't
up
have
to your standard?
I don't have custody. I don't have full custody of my children. Has custody. I'm an every other weekend dad, so I wouldn't move away from them.
I understand.
You know what I mean? I might want to live there, but like she wouldn't, and so I'm not gonna.
So after that,
Yeah.
let's assume that like once they become adults or whatever, would you ever consider moving to like New Hampshire? Because I know that the Free State Project, for example, I thought about it. It's kind of an interesting
Mhm.
idea. I mean, what are your thoughts
Like
on
I
that?
said, I encourage this. I want all the libertarians to form their own society. Let's see how viable it is.
I mean, New Hampshire, by the way, is doing great. It's like one of the best states in the country by most metrics.
Yeah. I mean, and also the libertarians there. So the LPNH there doesn't necessarily field candidates in the hope of winning libertarians. What they mostly do is they field candidates and drop out and endorse the Republican if the Republican meets their demands. And that's why New Hampshire got rid of vaccine records that were mandatory reporting to the state. In New Hampshire, they got a law passed that even if a gun is federally illegal, the New Hampshire state and all of its executive branch will refuse to enforce any gun laws. So if let's say they do an assault weapons ban, it's illegal for a state trooper or county sheriff to take your assault weapon or to report that crime in any way. So the ATF has to come and take your guns. Like they've done a bunch for homeschooling. Like they've become a very libertarian leaning state, but not because the LP is taking things over. Basically, they're forcing the Republicans to be like, look, dude, if you don't give us some libertarian deals, you're not going to win. A Democrat's going to win. And so yeah, I when my kids turn 18, if it's still on and still working, I probably would. I like the cold better, anyways. So
Interesting.
I'd probably
I don't.
I'd probably
That's my
live
biggest
like
issue.
I just
Doesn't
but
get that
I'd
clever.
probably go towards the southern tip, so I'm not that far. Massachusetts, Baltimore. You know what I mean? If there's like big city shit I need to do, and
Doesn't
and
get that
then
cold in New
also not
Hampshire.
be
It does. I mean, not compared to Canada, but like it gets
Yeah,
cold.
you're
Like I'm thinking like if I was to move somewhere, I'd be thinking like the South, maybe even like Arizona. Frankly, I mean, you can motorcycle all year round. It's bright, it's sunny. I mean,
Oh
like,
yeah.
no vitamin D deficiency. It's fantastic.
I love how you were like, does it get cold there? It's like, okay, you're the fucking Canadian.
Oh
Like
yeah,
that's
this is like when New
measuring on a
Yorkers.
different scale.
Yeah, that's why it's funny when New Yorkers like complain of like snowfall. They get like, oh, the city is shut down when they get 1 inch of snow. Meanwhile, like yeah, we're like getting like feet
Oh,
at a
you're talking
time.
about New York City, not like
Yeah,
upstate.
yeah.
Because
Yeah,
upstate
definitely.
New York gets more snow than you do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that.
No, they do. Because they have the Adirondack Mountains that trap snow storms that come across the Great Lakes. So the Great Lakes pick up snow and then they dump there. I would almost guarantee they get more snow than you do.
well,
Than all
all
of
gone.
Canada. I'm talking about where you're.
I know. I'll grant you it. Whatever. I'm not going to fight this battle.
That's just like literally like Buffalo, Albany, Thousand Islands. Have you ever been to Thousand Islands?
Me personally, no. I've been to Buffalo and Albany and New York City a couple of once actually, but no.
Thousand Islands it's where the Thousand Island dressing comes from or whatever. It's a really, really small little quaint town in upstate New York, and it's on the border of Canada. But what you can do is they do 4th of July stuff that's really cool. And basically what you do is Canadians and Americans will go there in their boats, and it's international waters because it's the border. and like the Canadian fucking, I forget what they're called, but like the boat people are there with like our wardens, and they shoot fire and stuff, and like you can just like it's a fun time. It's like a fun little cultural cross thing between the Canadians and Americans. Like basically, you just hop over and go hang out, and everybody ends up going to Canada and back because they're on a boat and nobody fucking cares. If
Yeah,
too
no,
many
no.
people find out about it, it might be a problem. But
No,
yeah, no, it's like Watertown, Buffalo. What's the other one? It starts with an S, and now I can't think of the fucking city. New York.
Syracuse.
It starts Syracuse. Thank you. Syracuse, like those places get fucking dumped, but
I'll
that's
take your
why
word for
the
it.
military. Yeah, it's when I was at Fort Drum, which is right there by Watertown and Syracuse and Buffalo. That's where the Army does all its cold weather training because it gets colder and gets way more snow than any part of Alaska.
Oh, well, today I learned. I mean, yeah, the New England area. If I were, I generally wouldn't move to the United States, but if there were anywhere that I would move, would probably be somewhere in the New England area. Vermont, Massachusetts is pretty much Canada light, basically.
Yeah. It is funny too when you're in upstate New York because everybody there has a redneck accent and also a Canadian accent, and it's fucking weird. It's like because it's not like a Saskatchewan accent. Like it's like a typical Canadian accent that is bled into like rednecks. And like it's a weird fucking, like you get a lot of Yanols and like you get a lot of like A's and like you get a lot of those like stereotypical Canadian, not necessarily, you know what I mean? And but it's in there with like a lot of like y'all. It's a fuck. It's gross.
I'm just really impressed that you're familiar with the Saskatchewan accent. I wouldn't. Your knowledge of Canada, that was pretty impressive. It's a very
Well, no,
niche
you meet
accent.
well, I was stationed in upstate New York, so you meet a lot of fucking Canadians to America. 'Cause
I
a lot of
recognize.
them will.
I have no idea how often you like. I just didn't know that you ever encountered Saskatchewanians or Saskatchewans in
Well,
where
I
you
mean,
were
it's
stationed.
upstate New York where I was stationed is like country with a lot of snow. So like you know what I mean? It's I wouldn't say it's obviously it's not the same thing, but if you're from Saskatchewan like, and you were gonna live in America, a place with a lot of Canadians that has a lot of snow that is, rural is like a very similar place. So you do get a lot of migrants from that area want to
Everything
come to
you're saying.
America for whatever reason they end up.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Well, so Lacto, have you placed any bets on your prediction?
So betting has become like pretty widely legal. Like even Robinhood has like a betting option. You can buy contracts. I didn't buy it, and frankly, like the reason I'm not much of a gambler to begin with, right? Like I've really never like placed. I place like maybe like $1 or $2 small like little shit with friends like over a sports game or something, but really nothing like significant,
Yeah,
right?
gentlemen's bets.
Yeah, like little gentlemen's bets like that. And so I think it's going to be so close that like it Kamala could win, and the last thing I fucking need is like that happening and then also losing like $400 or something crazy. Like I don't know.
Also, the only way to make money is to put your bets on Donald Trump or Kamala, but probably Trump. Wait till it gets really high, and then the moment something controversial happens, sell. Don't fucking wait till the election, right? Because you can sell your Trump stocks essentially when he's high and when people are and when there's and that's how you make.
The big
You
reason
don't
why
really
I'm
make money betting and then waiting till after the election day to pay out.
if Trump gets guaranteed, like, you can get paid out $1 for every 57 cents or whatever it is right now. I can check that you buy a Trump contract for more if Kamala wins.
Right,
'Cause she's not
I'm
favored.
saying like a lot of people that are doing like when the betting markets go up and down, a lot of that is not people thinking Donald Trump will win or thinking Kamala will win. It's a lot of people selling their stock at that moment because they
Yeah.
think the prediction markets will go down.
For sure.
Right,
Yeah,
and
yeah, exactly. It functions just like almost like any kind of stock that's potentially nearing liquidation or something along those lines. But
Right. So it's just like it's a terrible as a poll. I don't know what the only reason people use it is because they're like, oh, Trump 60% to Kamala's 40. It's the only fucking reason they use
well,
it.
no,
That- that's what
no, wait. Just to be clear, they actually historically have a pretty strong record of being accurate. So they were only since 1980 the only
Only because
presidential.
the polls are shit.
Well, sure, but like since 1980, the only election that the betting markets got wrong was the 2016
Was
one.
Hillary Clinton.
Yep,
and-
Hillary
yeah,
Clinton.
Donald
That's the
Trump.
only
I
one.
could say this. I could say the same thing about the Keys guy. He's only been wrong once, right?
Yeah,
And so-
look, you're right. You're right. There's a lot of this is the final testing ground. Who of the rarely wrongs is really going to be? And then you have Selzer now, who came out that Iowa is going to go for Harris, which is just a ridiculous poll. But I mean, she's got a really strong track record. So I mean, fuck, who knows?
Well, why do you think it's a ridiculous? Why do you say it's a ridiculous poll? As in, something about the methodology, or
It was
every
usually,
single
like,
other poll.
10 points plus.
Yeah, like every single other poll. Like I'm not exaggerating. Every single other poll has Trump solidly ahead by like 8 points, like some ridiculous amounts. And then here comes Selzer
It's
with
just not
like
a swing state.
Harris is about like up by 4, and it's like, whoa, like this came out of fucking nowhere. And then Atlas came out with polls like after that too. Trump ahead, like by the consistent amount that like every other prior poll had been saying. So it's bizarre. One other thing I wanted to say. The other reason why I don't want to bet is I don't want people thinking that my political beliefs or the things that I'm arguing are insincere or being argued just for like monetary gain. So I currently have no money bet on this election, and I'm not the kind of person to bet, and I don't want people not thinking that I'm being serious when I'm arguing things. So I'm just not going to bet on the election.
That'd be so dumb. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's so dumb that people would think that financial motives, like you thought you could swing action with your coverage.
With like my
you know what I mean?
my $400, yeah.
Or just your like fucking however many viewers.
Yeah, hey.
They're gonna come together and vote Trump, and they're gonna swing, multiple states in his direction because of Lactoid's coverage.
The
Like,
Lactoid
no
TV
offense,
coverage.
but, like,
And
you
look,
don't have-
you don't know. Look, every little bit counts. It's going to be close. It's going to be a close election.
I
it's not gonna be
respect.
that fucking close.
It's going to
I
be really
respect that
fucking close.
decision. I think you're taking a principled stance, Lactoid, and I respect that decision. It makes total sense to me, and I'll probably have the same principle as well. But also, I also don't gamble either. I don't think
I
gamble.
walked
I don't think
into
I've
a
ever.
casino once, and I felt like Satan opened up a Chuck E. Cheese franchise. It was awful.
I don't think I've ever been. Yeah, I've never been to a casino.
It's so
once.
depressing. Like you go in and like there's bright lights and like all the staff is super smiley and all the people there look miserable. And it's like, oh my
It
god.
reminds me of those like every time you go to a casino, it feels like those places where I can't remember the Greek myth where like people get trapped there for 100 years eating the food or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I
can't remember
don't.
the name of the
But
myth.
it sounds
it's like,
good.
It's like Dionysus opened up a fucking portal to debauchery and
That's where you
just
find Gibbs.
stupidity. Yeah, and it's just like.
Do you remember that
it feels
scene?
gross.
Do you remember that? It does feel gross, and it feels like very like what's the term? What's the term when like something seems like a little bit off, but you can't really tell why? Like uncanny valley kind of sensation.
Yeah, Uncanny
Because like
Valley, yeah.
because like you'll look at people like again everything's happy, smiley, but then you'll smile at people when you're walking past them, and they just stare at you. Just nothing,
was
and
like-
it's like, oh my god! It
I
feels
had
like Pinocchio. Remember that Pinocchio scene where they all turn into
Well, it's
donkeys?
Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's horrible.
Yeah, I had a real world life experience with that that's similar, which was when I went to New Orleans. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times, but like it was like a major thing for me that like made me view my partner at the time. Is because like she was just having fun and I was depressed. Like I was legit depressed because I was on Bourbon Street and there was just partying and drinking and like good food and music. And like literally as you're walking down Bourbon Street, you can just look down any alley and it's full of like homeless people who are just suffering. And like within feet of people with their shirts off and like beads and like music and drink and like and it's like you just stop and you're like, does nobody see this? Like, do you like like I'm not saying like you have to like love the homeless, be annoyed by them. Like I can't get into the party when there's literal suffering genuinely within arm's reach. Like it is
Like right
and it's
there.
like and it's like Yeah, and it was just like, what is happening? I get that same feeling like if you go to a casino or honestly like a strip club too, where like you like everything is there and sold to you through this image, and then you look at someone's face and you see it. And you're like,
You just see
oh,
misery, and
this,
the reason why
yeah.
they're not smiling back at you is because they just lost their fucking money, and they're upset, and you feel it, and it just it's the contrast between like happy, 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 and then like it feels like a mousetrap almost, right? Like we're luring you
Mm.
in with this beautiful like ha ha, and then like the people that get caught up in it, they're just miserable. And I actually, so I walked into a casino for the first time probably like a few months ago, and I walked around, and I left. I didn't make any bets or anything, and then I sat outside and waited for my ride because it was just that miserable of an environment. I just can't do it.
And then off to the strip club you went. No, just
No, I've never been to a strip
I know.
club, but it sounds, frankly, like a lot of these places kind of sound like
No,
it attracts the
uh,
same kind of like hopeless kind of people, which is so sad. But I mean, it's kind of feels like what it's probably is.
yeah, I've essentially never been to a strip club either. Or I went like briefly once, when I turned 18. Like I spent like maybe 2 minutes in there. That was it for me.
So
I never.
I mean, I've been to a couple, and some people that when we were uh, recording music, I had a couple of friends, and like we were gonna make it as like recording music for people. It was a stupid dream. It was fine until somebody broke in and stole a bunch of our equipment, and that went
Oh,
away,
dude, that
which
sucks.
was awful. Yeah, well, we had hand built like a vocal booth, and we had hand built drum risers, and those things were still there, but they took like all our drum mics, our condenser mics, bunch of instruments, stuff like that. But we had a rap group from Norfolk come in, and they had a music that strip club, and it was all right. I I think I can get away with saying these lyrics. I think it's fine as long as everyone knows that this is the lyrics to a song. And to this day, it still pops in my head. And the song lyrics were, "I'm a fuck a fat bitch. I'm a fuck a fat bitch. Roll her over. She got rolls. Get out my fridge, bitch. Nothing for you." And then there was a breakdown that was like, "Now do the thunder clap, 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 clap. Do the thunder clap." And it was like, it was played for like fat women at the strip club that were just like getting down to it. And I mean, it was fun. I mean, that was fun. Like, but that was because I was there because of like someone else's music I'd be in there, and that was cool. But like, yeah, it's the same thing too, where like you go to a strip club and like there are people that are having fun that are genuinely having, and then there are strippers there that are having fun, and then you catch glimpses of people in the corner or strippers or things where like you see a stripper walking back, and it's like the facade dropped for a moment, and like their face is just like, oh fuck, I do this again. And it's just like, and of course, I mean, you would have that in any job, really, but like especially this one, it was just like it's disturbing.
It
Well, I
is.
mean, yeah, like again, I only have like one brief experience with a strip club, and like I have no intention of ever like visiting one ever again, unless I'm somehow physically forced into one. But like, uh, do you think then like it would be more permissible for you, or you'd tolerate it more if it was like because it seems like it's the contrast that you have an issue with of like yeah, there's some pretty aspects to it, but then there's also this undertone, or also explicitly like there's the negative side in your face. But if it was like a gentleman's club, like some high-end strip club, like then like if it's all pretty and everyone's happy, like would that make you more into it?
I mean, like, sure, maybe if that was true, but I don't think that that's true, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's not so much.
I'm only imagining like the gentleman, like the high end, if those actually
Right.
exist. I have absolutely no
What
idea.
I'm
But
saying what I'm saying is that it is an illusion, and it's not so like maybe if I was incapable of seeing past the illusion, yes, right? Maybe. But like it's not so much the illusion dropping that is what is disturbing. It's what that means, right? It's like you see it and you go, "Oh, you're a stripper. You've got all these other problems. You probably have a coke habit. You might have been sexually trafficked. Oh, you're not here because you're here to see a stripper. You're here because you hate your life at home and you're looking for just something. And that something is this mock version of sexuality in consent because it's this bought and paid for commodity, right? Like it's so I feel like even at like a gentleman's clientele was better and where there was problems, you would still have those moments. You would still have a moment where you see past the illusion because it is an illusion, because that's not a place of happiness. It's a place of people searching to fill some void.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, I assume that's also your assessment as well, Lactoid. Assuming whatever the imagined
Yeah.
gentleman's club.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I also want to say a little bit off topic, but I got to bounce soon anyway. Nate
I was
Silver just
literally about to say the same.
Nate Silver just posted his final prediction with his model, and he has it basically at a fucking coin flip. Kamala Harris winning 50.015% of cases, and 49.985% of cases. She doesn't win.
Well, a brave take.
It is
But
so fucking close, Corey.
I wouldn't like again, like this is just speculation, but it wouldn't surprise me if like maybe not like a landslide, but like yeah, if the polls like well yeah, it can go if the polls are just off a little bit one way or another, right? It could be a landslide for Trump or a landslide for Harris, right? And it wouldn't I'd be less surprised with a landslide for Harris than a landslide for Trump. But obviously I'm biased.
I agree only because I think you have to outvote shenanigans, and I don't think Trump has enough of the vote to outvote shenanigans.
Well, he had 4 years to solve all those shenanigans, and he didn't do it. So that's on him.
What?
Well, okay, no.
Shenanigans
If
that
he
occurred.
he's been calling rigged elections ever since he came onto the political scene. Okay, and so if he's not going to take any steps, okay. I mean, this is a talking point also on the right of like Kamala's the borders are, so why didn't she solve all the borders? Well, if Trump was in charge, why didn't he solve elections? Okay, leading up to the 2020.
He never said that 2016 was rigged.
What he said before even 20 took place, that like yeah, he'll accept it if he wins, and like it's rigged. Like so he even said that, but even in 2016,
anyone that has a rational sense would say, "I'll accept it if I win," but like
any rational.
It would be irrational to just go to think that. I mean,
Are you saying it? Are you saying it was never his?
Irrational.
It was never his talking point that Democrats rigged election. That's only after 2020, and he never mentioned anything about rigged elections before that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like you said, he had 4 years, as if the presumption was that he thought that it was to such an extent that it would be rigged against him.
That was his whole narrative in like pretty much leading up to the 2020 election. Like they're going to rig the election. Like yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, leading up to the election, he had those things, but I mean, there's very little that Trump can do as a president.
I can say the same thing about. Well, okay, and I know you're not saying this point, but that I can use that as a retort to like Kamala's the vice president. Why shouldn't he solve all these things? Like there's very limited things that the VP can do, right? That's also an argumentation on the right.
Well, it's not really one-to-one with border czar, because Biden said she was a border czar. Everyone in the media said she was a border czar. They all agreed that she was a border czar. Then Biden said that she was tasked with working on it. And then Biden said in multiple interviews that they worked together on their administration and that he trusted her to do things that normally the president would do. So it's like it's just a recent talking point that the media has said she wasn't, because she failed so miserably at her job.
Yes,
the
but
reason why she didn't do anything to fix it is because she's really fucking bad at being a president. Like she's just terrible at getting things done. And or all of the things she said in the primary were true, and that she wants the border to be an open sieve.
Sure, I can say the same thing about Trump. He's bad at getting things done. He didn't actually build the wall because there's an immigration crisis now, according to people on the right, and so the wall's not there.
I mean, he built as much of the wall as he could before Congress stopped him.
Well, he's so powerful, right? Why didn't he do it? He was the ultimate border czar as the president. Like he could have done it.
I'm not making that claim. I'm just making the claim that it's say that he was bad at doing the border when he was sued to stop, and he did as much as he could before that.
I know you're not saying that. I'm
Yeah, it's
not.
just- the problem is that Trump isn't the dictator that the left lies about. Is that he didn't violate the Constitution and he didn't do anything like that they could actually get him on. Like
Uh,
he tried to build the border wall, and then Congress stopped him, and lawfare stopped him in multiple ways. And then when Congress stopped him in another way, he used executive orders and funds from certain things, and they stopped him on that. So he was like, "All right, well, my hands are tied." He built and repaired some of the border, and that was as much as he could do because the president actually doesn't control Congress. Only so much he could do.
yeah,
That's
but
very
again,
different than being the border czar and then not even going and looking at the border for the last time. And you know what I mean? Like, and the
Uh,
only thing they put forward is a bill that was designed to increase the immigration problem, and they pretend like it didn't.
yes, but again, this is the sidetrack. But my overall arching point is like again, if Trump saw elections as a problem, he could have taken steps to solve those things. Especially when he says, like at least in his mind, he can get everything done, right? And like he even says himself,
Maybe I don't know. Yeah,
he's got the best brain, right? He's the best deal maker.
well, I don't know
So
what his.
why?
I mean, I don't know what his fucking internal model is compared to the bullshit he spews. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that he actually done. I don't know. Maybe he does. I used to think that he was more narcissistic, um, because he presents it with a lot of signs of grandiose narcissism. But I had to kind of revise this thinking because when JD Vance did well in the debate, he tasked JD Vance with all of his hardball interviews. When the Liz Cheney comment recently got out of hand, he let Tulsi Gabbard go on the attack. When he realized that he wasn't doing well with the younger, he put Vivek Ramaswamy. And when you know, he had viciously attacked and been attacked by RFK, he was able to build that coalition and put him not just in like a name position, do videos with him, like, you know, work policy with him. So I think I have to revise that concept that he just is this like overconfident, grandiose narcissist, because very clearly he recognizes that he has weaknesses and is putting people to combat those weaknesses in lieu of him. And like I don't even think that's arguable. Like I think
But
it's
these are
pretty
all people that
obvious.
just bow to him. Like, these are just people that
Yeah, they're
they
people on his team. What are you talking about? That's not
well, yeah, they're on his team that they pretty much like submit to him. Like, yeah, I will fully grant you that you'll be in Trump's good graces if you fall in line and you follow his orders. But as soon as you like defect or there's any sort of dissent, you're like out. Like
that's a different that's not addressing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a grandiose narcissist is incapable of critiquing their weaknesses and admitting that they're weak in those areas. It's very clear
I do a
that
lot
that
of branding.
isn't Donald Trump because he recognizes that JD Vance is better than him at dealing with hardball interviews. He recognizes that Tulsi Gabbard is better at dealing with people talking about war hawks. He recognizes that Vivek is better at him at getting out some of the young voters. He recognizes that RFK speaks a message and is better than him about talking about health concerns and the FDA and pharmaceutical companies. It's very obvious that he has tasked these people with these things because they're better at it than he is. Right?
if
Like
you
the old
mean by
Donald Trump
better,
in
well, if
2016
you mean by better that he
would have
just
just done hardball interviews and gotten fucking laughed at because he says stupid shit.
Oh yeah,
Right?
you in my mind you put like the most charitable spin. Like not that he's better. He's like he just didn't want to be challenged. Period. Like any interview that he's challenged, he'll just walk off. And like yeah, JD Vance won't do that. You're just like you. I don't frame it. Obviously, I'm totally speculating, but I don't frame it as like he recognizes a skill deficit and therefore he tasks these better skilled people to do that. It's like no, he just he doesn't want to be challenged in any way whatsoever, and he's gonna task people who fall in line to do those things. Like yeah, that's not a surprise to me.
No, I mean he's been mostly quiet on Liz Cheney. He's made a couple of comments when asked about it.
Well,
He's clearly trusting Tulsi Gabbard to be the forefront of the messaging on combating his comment that he said. He's recognizing that she's better at this than him. Like it's very clear.
okay, well, I will also be aware. Like, obviously, I'm in a different country, so I don't see all the same ads and
yeah.
stuff that you do. So, I've seen nothing from Tulsi Gabbard, right, at all.
Oh,
Period.
she's been all
So-
over social media and all through taking the firing line controversy or whatever and shifting it to be what his intention was. I think obviously his intention was, which is to say that she's a fucking war hawk, profits off war, and Tulsi Gabbard is just way better at that messaging.
Yeah, that's something that I haven't seen. And like I've seen the RFK and like whatever, Make America Healthy Again. Although like that's idiotic. Like RFK shouldn't be in charge of that. He's an idiot. But like, yeah, sure, I can see that on social media. But yeah, I've seen nothing. Again. Since I'm in the land of Canada, I've seen nothing from Tulsi Gabbard. I've seen nothing from Vivek at all. So I can't speak to that. But at least so far, the way I view it, it's like, well, Trump didn't. In my mind, I could be wrong. I'm speculating, but he didn't want to have a second debate with Kamala because, like, yeah, I think it's pretty clear. At least the consensus is he largely lost the first debate, and any additional debate is just going to be not good for him, probably optically. But we'll never know.
No, I
for
mean
sure.
they both came off like fucking retards, but he was the one that had something to lose. She wasn't, right? Because America needed to see what her positions were because they've never seen her. Because she didn't run an election, right? She just got gifted the Democratic
Sure.
position,
But
and all they had from her was like primary stuff from like 2019. So right, like so she had to put a message out, and I mean, mostly she triggered him, right? Obviously, he had to debate the moderator.
oh, that
David
because it's
Duke
easy to trigger him.
Yeah, well, for sure, easily. Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have narcissistic tendencies. What I'm saying is I previously thought from interactions and what he had put forward that he was a legit, like, if I was a psychologist and I was going to treat him as a patient, I would diagnose him with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder of a grandiose scale. And what I'm saying is this campaign has showcased his ability to, at a minimum, recognize that other people are better than him at specific tasks, and he can delegate those tasks in a way that he did not do in 2016. He was a neophyte in politics, and he surrounded himself with old guard idiots, and he fucked up very badly throughout his entire first term because he trusted people like John fucking Bolton to be there. You know what I mean? Like any Republican would have been like, "Hey, dumbass, that's not a good idea." But of course, they were afraid to fucking go against Trump because politicians are pussies. But now you're not like that's for better or worse. Donald Trump is, if he wins, will have a much more effective presidency. I'm not saying that's good, but I am saying that it is very clear around him powerful people to fill in the gaps, and that's not something a narcissist does. A narcissist, like a true narcissist, not a narcissistic person, but like a true narcissist, cannot surround themselves with people that have bold ideas and are charismatic and are strong. They can't stand to be in the same room with them because they can't stand someone get even a little bit of attention that they don't get and praise that they don't get. And that's just not Trump.
You're almost making my point for me. Like, have JD Vance and Trump ever been in the same room? I think even Trump, even during the debate, said explicitly, "I don't speak to JD Vance." Whether he was joking, I don't know. But like, I don't even know how much communication goes on in there.
No, that's Trump trying to separate himself and trusting those people to do the things that they've been tasked with. And like that's a tactic. It's bullshit and it's a lie, and you know it is. We both know it is. You know he's talking.
Well, that's the. I don't know what's true and what's not with him. I just take it most of it as like face value. Like that is
Yeah, I
the
mean,
issue.
he's a politician now. Yeah, congratulations. Politicians are liars. Has Kamala Harris ever given a fucking speech that wasn't full of easily debunked lies? Has she given one interview in the entire campaign where she didn't mention flat out fucking lies?
Like the 2025 9-month abortion thing. They're just constant lies.
You know, very fine people.
Oh, the very
fucking,
fine people one is horrific.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
All
like
The
just-
bloodbath one.
okay.
Economic bloodbath. Yeah, I mean, like she lies constantly to the point that she can't do Joe Rogan without saying, "You're gonna fly to me. You're gonna do a 1-hour interview."
And then she does SNL.
Review the questions, right? And then she does Call Her Daddy podcast, but she can't do Joe Rogan because she knows that she cannot have a genuine conversation because it will destroy her fucking campaign because she'll be exposed for just being full of complete shit.
Well, I mean,
Politicians are liars. Donald Trump's a liar. Kamala's a liar.
yeah, but well,
obviously a liar.
You can make the case that even before Trump was a politician, he was like a liar. Like, did Kamala ever open essentially a fraudulent university? Where are Trump steaks? Where's Trump water? Where's Trump vodka?
Oh
There's
yeah,
just-
oh yeah. I'm not. Again, I said he's a liar. I'm not saying that you magically become a liar when you become a politician. In fact, I would say that being a politician is an attractive thing to a liar. That I think it's like the it's kind of like a self-selecting thing because you have to give up on principles and you also have to kind of play to moneyed interests, right? So you have to speak in contradictions in order to win elections because you have to appease multiple different people with multiple different stories. It's very very difficult to win an election
and
without bullshitting.
And we'll find out in whatever 48, 72, 96 hours whether the decision not to go on
Right.
Joe Rogan was a good idea. I think there was nothing to really gain there. Joe Rogan's audience is probably at least 75, 80%, 90% male, and I think pretty like right leaning. And like I don't know, we don't know for sure, but like I'm pretty sure the way Joe Rogan would have treated Kamala Harris is different than how he would had he treated Donald Trump, where Joe Rogan would have gone into and probably would have made Kamala Harris look bad optically, as opposed to he will no surprise that Joe Rogan endorsed Trump, like he was always like a Trump supporter. He wouldn't have been looking to have a conversation.
Well, I mean, he
with her.
was a. I mean, he endorsed the only other person he's ever endorsed for president is Bernie Sanders, and he's given glowing reviews to Tulsi Gabbard when she was a Democrat, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Bernie Sanders has appeared on his podcast since then. I could be wrong. I don't follow Joe Rogan heavily, but I think
No, but I'm just saying like Joe Rogan is a centrist liberal, right? Obviously there, a lot of people have been moved to the right wing as the Overton window shifts left, etc. But I mean, currently on YouTube alone, the Donald Trump Joe Rogan experience has 45 million views. Right? Like it is a massive I agree with you, right? That it is a predominantly male audience. But you were talking about when when you're talking about how many people watch this, you're talking about a significant percentage of the electorate. I mean, in states that are going to be razor thin, yeah, I do think it was I don't think it was a mistake because I don't think she could do it without her looking bad. So I don't actually think it was a mistake for her to do. But if she was a sincere person that could have a genuine conversation, right? It would have been a terrible mistake. It wasn't a terrible mistake because she wasn't going to be able to get a scripted interview where she could spew bullshit.
if in fact Joe Rogan would have treated her the same as he treated Donald Trump, I would agree she would have gone, but I don't think the risk is too high. I think it'd just been way more combative.
He would have treated he would not have been that combative. Like Joe Rogan is like a chameleon in his interviews. He's very similar.
Yeah.
Who's that old guy that had
he
a
would have
show
treated her
on
fine.
CNN?
In general, yes, 99%, 99% of the time. But if it's a good example, is who is that? Let's see, that CNN Sanjay Gupta. Yeah, that CNN contributor. He's a surgeon. When he went on, and this was during the vaccine time, and Gupta went on, pretty much with the the intention to promote vaccines, or pretty much deal with some of the information out there about vaccines, and that was a way more combative interview.
Well, that's yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's an outlier for a reason, which just specifically lied about him on CNN national television.
You're cutting out quite a bit, Scott. Just so you're aware.
Oh, sorry. I said it was. I mean, that is an outlier, and the reason that's an outlier is because Sanjay Gupta lied about what about him several times on CNN. So he's speaking to someone who slandered him publicly. Yeah, I agree that when you're speaking to someone who has slandered you publicly and you offer them an interview to have a conversation, to hear them out and to hear out, differing ideas from your own, you might get a little combative with a guy who lied about on television. Right? CNN, along with Sanjay Gupta, lied about what he was on. Sanjay Gupta specifically said that he had taken horse medication on CNN and had lied to the American people, saying that he was taking something that wasn't prescribed by a doctor that was horse medication.
Well, that is true.
No, it's you're so full of fucking shit. He did not take fucking horse paste. He took a prescribed medicine that has been given to humans. Now, was that
Yes.
efficacious
Or
medicine
parasites
that
and all that
helped
stuff.
him?
Yes.
Right? Was that is has ivermectin, have any of the fucking studies at all shown that ivermectin alone and or with like the zinc and azithromycin been a combination where the ivermectin is necessary at all? No. We've done tons of fucking research. Ivermectin did fucking nothing. The only reason it was positive in certain countries is because it was treating fucking actual parasites that some people had, and therefore they got better than the people who had parasites and didn't get that medication, right? Like ivermectin was only helpful in that regard, which had no effect on Joe Rogan. But to say that he was taking horse medication, like it was slanderous. You can say, "Oh, well, he's right on a technicality because it's also given to horses." Come on, man.
Yeah, it is an unproven treatment. And like, sure, is it hyperbolic? I don't know if I don't want to get into like the legality or the nitty gritty of like slander. I don't think that's slander to say that whatever he took horse
Does it
medication.
meet
Like,
the American legal definition of slander? No, because technically he did take a medication that is also prescribed to horses. But he is misleading the audience with half truths to make it seem like Joe Rogan was some idiot that was eating horse paste instead of taking a medication that was prescribed to his doctor that has no known negative side in that treatment as something that may help.
yeah, but we're going to get sidetracked. But I don't want to spend that much longer. But like, it wasn't just the ivermectin. I believe also, if I remember correctly, like he took Z-Pak. He took like prednisones, corticosteroids, monoclonal antibodies. He had that whole whatever YouTube reel
Yeah,
of like
no, I'm
going
just
through his list.
describing.
It's
You're
like,
saying he got really combative with this one guy. Yeah,
They had
all
history.
I'm saying is it's a guy. They had a personal history that bordered on potentially legal history, and yet he still brought him on and still allowed him to say his piece. I think you're making an argument for just how fair he would have been to Kamala Harris. The problem is that Kamala Harris buckles under the slightest amount of pressure to the point where I don't think she, in any way, shape, or form, would be able to sign treaties or represent America without sending a representative, because it's not possible for her to have a conversation with other world leaders and not just fucking cave to the stupidity, because she just doesn't have any fucking balls, on top of the fact that the shit that she comes out of her mouth is just canned fucking responses that have been, tested to be supposedly good things to say.
yeah, no, I agree.
Trump-
That probably.
Trump is a crazy wild man that lies, but he knows how to fucking bully people in a room, and people go, "Oh, well, he just caves to whatever will make him happy." And I think there is a little bit of that. I do think that world leaders recognize that if they stroke his ego a little bit, they can get advantageous things in the conversation. But I don't think it's to the degree. I think it's wildly less than the degree that the left thinks it is. I think they think of Trump as like this weak person that can't do shit, and that's hilarious to me when you look at his track record.
Can I ask, would it be accurate to say, like, Corey, let's say, like, I got a strep throat. Would it be accurate to say that I used the same, like, in order to treat that, I used medication that's used to treat staph infection in horses?
Can you repeat? If you have let's say a sore throat and you use
strep throat. Let's say I got strep throat. Would it be fair to say that I intentionally used a medicine that's a horse medicine for staph infections in horses?
And then also everybody laughs about how stupid it is at the table.
Because penicillin is used for horses when they have staph infections.
Yeah, but that's an approved use, as in like it's an antibiotic. Well, so like as in like that makes sense in terms of to treat a bacterial infection like Staphylococcus aureus. You would use an antibiotic.
Let's change it. Let's say that I had some wacko theory that I got a virus, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take penicillin. Do you think it'd be fair if people said, "Oh, Lactoid, he's using a horse staph infection medicine. What the fuck?" Or would it be more honest to say, like, well, that's penicillin. Why are you using penicillin? That's not good for viruses.
I think both would be potentially like equally valid. Of like you're using an unapproved, like using a ridiculous treatment for something that's not going to be effective for
Is
it.
water a horse beverage?
Water-
I'm just saying, it's a horse beverage, right? I drink a horse beverage every day.
Yeah, water is a life beverage. Okay,
No, the
as
horse,
far as I know.
specifically horses, they drink it.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
I understand that, like, you're getting caught again in the technicalities, right? Like, you understand that it would be ridiculous for Sanjay Gupta to go on CNN and make fun for drinking a horse beverage, right? Because he drinks water. That would be ridiculous. It would be technically true.
I already granted that it's hyperbolic. Yeah, like, like,
It's
what
not
more do you want?
hyperbolic. It's not hyperbolic, right? Hyperbolic would be like saying everybody in the room loves me.
Okay,
when, like,
would it
not
be
everybody
okay?
actually loves you? Just
Okay,
most of the people.
Would it be better? Would it be better in your mind if Sanjay Gupta said, Joe Rogan, as a result of he has a viral infection like SARS-CoV-2, he's taking Z-Pak, he's taking corticosteroids, he's taking monoclonal antibodies, he's taking ivermectin. Pretty much most of those, it's idiotic for most of those treatments, and they're unapproved. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, then
That's his opinion. That's his
I think
opinion.
idiotic would probably be unfair, given what we knew at the time. Like, I would say, I don't think it's idiotic to.
Do you
take
think
medication that
Z-Pak?
has no risk.
Like, okay,
Oh, hold on. But
I think it would be idiotic.
Yeah, but that's
what
an
your
opinion
doctor
question.
prescribes you that says might work. But,
Right.
it-
But
yeah.
Scott, that's more of an opinion question, though. Like Gupta can think it's idiotic, right? If he wants to assert it's idiotic, that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily dishonest.
Well, he
in
said
the
it would
same
be
way as-
fair. He didn't say whether or not it would be
Oh,
lying
okay.
or slander.
Sure. I guess
think it would be unfair.
I think it'd be fair in the sense that Gupta would just be expressing an opinion that he holds as a medical professional. I think that's whatever. That's fine. But the fact that,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
again,
I mean, it's
the
fine. I don't want
horse,
to get too nitty gritty.
yeah, the horse element, I think, was just like completely unfair.
All I'm trying to say is that yes, Joe Rogan has gotten combative sometimes. He was combative with Larry Sharp on libertarianism. He was very, before he really did a lot of talks with Dave Smith, right? He was combative with Sanjay Gupta, but I don't think that those instances are enough to go against over 2,000 interviews where the commonality amongst almost all of them, with very rare exceptions, is that he gives very, very softball interviews with questions, and he does everything he can to let the other person talk. And that seems to also be the pattern with every politician and government and individuals, that, like, when he hosted, let's say, that debate with between what's his name? He hosted a debate with oh god, the guy that did Magicians, Fingerprints of the Gods, the British guy that has the Netflix show about Gobekli Tepe and Gunam Padang. I can't think of the fucking dude's name. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, he hosted a debate. I'm following.
I have to, like, Google it. Graham Hancock, right?
Okay.
He brought on someone. Graham Hancock is a friend of Joe Rogan's, and he is, like, deeply, like, believes, for better or worse, many of the narratives that Graham Hancock is. And he brought on an archaeologist that was combative, and he did not show almost any bias in that conversation. Graham Hancock did something afterwards, and they had a bias about it, right? But I mean, like, even when talking with someone that he genuinely believes is right and genuinely has a distaste for the other person's opinions, he showed nothing but an even hand in that. I just think I think over and over and over again, Joe Rogan has shown that he would not be this level. I mean, he just did a show with the guy from Pennsylvania, the senator from Pennsylvania that had the brain disorder that is doing much better. The giant dude. Who am I talking about? The bald giant dude that.
John Fetterman?
Why? Yeah, John Fetterman. You just did one with John Fetterman, and, like, yeah, he pressed him a little, but he never called him a liar. He never interrupted him in certain way. Like, he let John Fetterman thing about education. And then he was like, yeah, but don't you believe that I think this is the process and it seems like this is what is occurring, blah, blah, blah. And then he let him respond. Like, he gave a very ball question and answer with John Fetterman. I think the evidence is overwhelming that like, if she had done it, he would have been fair. I just don't think she would have been capable. Of doing it.
I can agree. Odds are he probably would have just like it would have been in a similar vein to what he did with Trump. I'm just in my mind, okay, the risk is like too high. It's like potentially combative, and there's also like the pros and cons of like flying there, and it's a standard Joe Rogan. Assuming it's a standard Joe Rogan. It's at
She
least
took
two.
two
It's at
days
least
off to do the Fox News
it's
interview.
at least it's at least 2 hours. If it's a standard Joe Rogan, 2 or potentially 3 hours. In addition to obviously like flying in and out. And so like time devoted there is time taken away from potentially somewhere else. So like at least I can understand the calculation.
From
Obviously, we'll find out.
This is
where?
cope.
She
This
did.
is
She,
cope.
look at
She
the amount of
took 2
events she's
days off
done.
to do she took 2 days off to do the David Muir interview on Fox. She did 23-minute interview. She showed up 15 minutes late. Like, come on, dude. The idea that it was like gonna take time out of her busy fucking schedule to go do the largest podcast in the world.
I'm not saying it's that.
and
I'm
that,
saying
that wasn't have been like worth the only
She
reason
does
that-
less
no,
events than
the
Trump
only
too.
re-
wait,
the
wait for
only reason it wasn't worth it for her is because she can't have a genuine conversation without the slightest bit of pushback, or she will be exposed as a serial liar. That is the only reason.
okay,
why,
for
is that her
you,
entire campaign is bullshit.
I get it. Okay, for someone who always emphasizes on a multivariate analysis, it's very curious to me how you can't recognize that. I'm not saying that that one thing of like the travel time and the time investment is that the only thing. I'm also in combination with the risk of its potentially combat. I agree.
No, I'm saying it's
a,
not a fucking factor when she takes 2 days off to do a 23-minute interview with David. And it's not a
well,
fucking issue.
I
It's
think
just-
it is
it's
a factor.
bullshit.
In addition to the fact that, like, given the audience, okay, what is the actual utility there? Like, you are largely speaking to a largely male audience. We already know the demographics of how males vote or will vote in this election. And also, again, either centrist or
You
right
can
leaning
make the
is the
same argument about going on the Call Her Daddy podcast to talk to women. That audience is already in your favor. Maybe you need to talk to, I don't know, the largest fucking podcast in the world.
Well, we'll
Like,
find out.
Like it's silly to it's no. You're coping, and you know you're coping, and you know that the real reason she does it is because she can't do a sit down interview like that. It would destroy her campaign, and it's not because Joe Rogan would grill her. It's because Joe Rogan would ask a question. She'd be like, "Well, I grew up middle class and blah 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 blah," and she'd go on a long rant, and he'd be like, "Cool, but can you answer this question for me?" And then she would circumnavigate it again. He'd be like, "Yeah, but you're not answering this question."
You think Trump answered question? Even the first question that Joe Rogan asked, I watched like 2.5 of the 3-hour podcast. Even the first question, Joe Rogan had to circle around like twice, like what was it like on day one? Okay, it's like it's the same thing.
Yeah, he specifically was like, "Yeah, I get you're a fan of the weave, but like, tell me." Like he commented multiple times about how he was avoiding questions and said, "But I need a genuine answer on this question." He would have done the same thing to Kamala, except Kamala can't face that level of scrutiny. She just can't. She can't deal with it.
I don't disagree that her answers are like polished and whatever, tested, like these are canned lines. Like, yeah, she has her talking points. Like she's playing a tight political game. That's why, like, I don't blame her for not going on this.
So is Trump, except Trump can do a conversation because what he's saying, he has at least some beliefs in. She doesn't believe any of the shit she said. That's the difference. That's why people like Trump. It's not because he's. It's not because they love his fucking policy.
You think, in terms of likability and favorability, like the American general public, there's more favorability and likability towards Trump?
I think Trump is a far more likable person than Harris could ever be in a million years. I think when the media
to support
has been grilling for 8 years over and
Oh,
over
I
and over
see.
again that he's Hitler incarnate.
I mean,
that,
look
like,
at
a
the
lot of
difference
fucking
between
normies
favorable.
get, like crazy.
Yeah, if you look at the difference in like favorable media coverage, I mean, it's just overwhelmingly the case that Donald Trump has been the target of unfavorable media coverage compared to any other presidential candidate, compared to Obama, compared to Hillary.
It could also be that you're a negative person too. Like that doesn't mean anything. Like it might be justified in negative media coverage.
The percentage is just like it's like what, like over 90% or something crazy like that of like media coverage on Trump is negative. Even on Fox News, it's like 50-50. It's really like overwhelmingly negative for Donald Trump, and it has been basically since he started running.
Right.
Yes.
Like, I agree with you that his favorability ratings don't match Kamala Harris's, right? But if you honestly, honestly, like if you were to have dinner with these two people and they weren't
I wouldn't even
famous
agree to have dinner with him
politicians,
personally. Like I have nothing
no,
to talk about.
okay,
He's
yeah,
he's an idiot.
okay, fine. y- I think calling him an idiot is silly, right? Like because he's obviously not an idiot. I think he's probably a midwit if I had to guess, right? I don't think he's particularly super intelligent, but I do think, obviously many of his successes speak for themselves. But if you were to sit down and have dinner with Donald Trump before Donald Trump ever ran for election, and you were to sit down and have dinner with Kamala Harris, you would be able to have a conversation with Trump. And you would sit there and you would probably think like, man, this guy talks a lot and circles around, doesn't give me a straight answer. And you'd probably come away, you personally, I think, would certainly come away with a negative impression of Trump. But if you were to try and sit down and have a conversation with Kamala Harris, you'd walk away, but you wouldn't say this person talks circles or anything like that, which she does. You would immediately be like, this person is fake. This person is bullshit. This is like and you would know it. It oozes out of her. Insincerity oozes out of her. And with Trump, he talks circles, he lies, he says a lot of bullshit. And I agree that he's not the greatest fucking person on earth. I'm not even voting for the guy. But to act like that Kamala Harris is somehow more favorable when anytime you see this person, they're just their entire persona is put on and nothing they say they believe in and everything is just trotted out bullet point lies. Like that's why Trump is capable of doing an interview like that. That's why JD Vance is capable of doing an interview like that, is that they're effectively communicating beliefs that they genuinely hold. And Kamala Harris doesn't have that capacity because none of the shit she said she genuinely believes in. That's why she's flip-flopped on fucking every major issue.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that in the media she puts on a performance. I'm like, yeah, she has her talking points. If anything, like I probably wouldn't want to. I don't have a strong desirability to have dinner with either of them. But if I were to actually choose, like a gun to my head, like I can make a case of like actually sitting down and absent cameras, okay, and not in a performance setting, like I could actually have a conversation with her and actually get to know her, as opposed to like Trump. Like to me, there's just like there's nothing there at all. There's nothing to me of interest there, even behind without cameras.
Maybe I'm willing to buy it. I think that's probably your political bias playing favor there.
Yeah,
I don't think that's I think devoid of politics. I think there's a reason that Donald Trump was so beloved by everybody. Before he was, leading up to, the 2016 election, Oprah. There's a reason Oprah Winfrey, when he went and did a show with her. I'm sorry, not Oprah Winfrey, Whoopi Goldberg on The View before the 2016 got heated when he was in the primaries, introduced him as quote her great friend. Right, there is a reason so many people loved in so many ways, and this changed not because Donald Trump massively changed who he was, changed because of the politics involved and the negative coverage and the constantly taking him out of context and misquoting him and the massive disinformation campaign that the American media has done to do everything that they can to smear him. And yeah, that plays a role. I think that plays a massive role in his likability when people believe he's literal Hitler.
I mean, again, I can grant that there's a slightly there's a bias against him, but I don't think it's completely unfounded. Just citing that there's more negative media coverage like doesn't mean anything. As in, you could just be an overall like it could be justified and negative media coverage. I don't know what percentage is justified and
Someone in that
unjustified.
comment made a pretty good tacit support of what you're saying, which is Corey has a good point. It's
Oh, you just
cut out quite a
and
bit.
it's not.
You cut over like 5 seconds
sorry,
there.
it's because I don't know what happens later in the stream. This happens. I think it's because I just don't eat the mic as I get. But someone said, yeah, Corey has a good point. It's much more that the left alliance is far more fragile. And it's not that she is insincere, is that she has to be careful how she talks. I do think there is a little bit of element there, right? That like, you know what I mean? Like she has to fucking dance on Israel Palestine. She has to dance on like how she wants to tax the rich. She has to dance on a lot of issues. Whereas Trump has a coalition is like a bull in a china shop, right? Like he formed a coalition and he's like, fucking take it or leave it. I think what they're saying is half true, but
And
yeah.
it's also baked in now to whatever the Trump cake that to like you pretty much can't take anything that he says seriously, or like that's the calculation that people make now of like, yeah, he's not actually serious about this ridiculous thing he says, and so therefore like whatever I can just ignore, as opposed to like
Well, the same is
Kamala.
true of Kamala. The same is absolutely true of Kamala. Like I talked to Econo Boy, I talked to a bunch of people.
Look,
Nobody
I'm saying
believes that she's going to do an unrealized. She put forward a position that would literally destroy the United States economy and put us into the Great Depression 2.0. Right? Like if you were to do unrealized capital gains, Elon, every billionaire would be forced to sell like a good significant chunk of their property every year, and it would cripple BlackRock, Vanguard, ARK, hedge funds. The stock market would crash into like the lowest it's been in 100 years. Everyone knows that is the most retarded and destructive policy you could ever implement. But everyone that knows what's going on the left, they go, yeah, I mean, she's not really going to do that. That's a lie so that she can say that she's doing something to tax the rich. So, I mean, everyone assumes that Kamala Harris is lying about this on the left if they have any economic knowledge whatsoever. And they know that she's not actually going to do that because that would be so insane that it would force us to be a communist nation. Like we would have to have an entire restructuring of the economy, and we'd have to nationalize like industries. But everyone just assumes it's a lie to get like the far left vote.
Yeah, no, that's my overarching point is, again, like I might be biased, but I'm just saying that given the current state, like Kamala's held to a slightly higher standard than Trump in terms of like since she's now new, pretty much at least at this stage, as opposed to Trump, he has a track record of like, yeah, he'll say things off the cuff, and like some things like as ridiculous as they are, you just have like to dismiss them, or like he's not serious about whatever implementing now burning flags as like whatever illegal and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of like just a complete. I mean, he could institute it, but it would literally. There's 3 Supreme Court cases. I mean, there was one in New York, and then there was
they strike it down
Texas
every time.
v. Johnson. And then there was
yeah, but that's serious.
Like,
even though the right,
yeah.
even though the right is all pro free speech,
bullshit,
right?
Yeah.
But Elon's not going to call him. He bought Twitter, right? In his mind to protect free speech, all right. But he's not going to call out Trump on like, hey, maybe don't. But it's just like it's baked in. You don't actually take him seriously about him, burning of flags, right? It's like it's baked in. As opposed to if Kamala said that, pretty much guaranteed it's going to be taken seriously, like almost certainly. Well, no, that would not be dismissed. Okay.
Well, the problem is, I think if Kamala made that threat,
do you think? Wait. Do you think if Kamala said that, that Elon would not post about it?
It would be more credible if Kamala said it because the kind of justices that she would appoint would be more likely to support that.
That's not my question. As in,
I think you're 100%. I mean, obviously, as Lactoid mentioned, it would be more credible if she said it, but I actually no, it wouldn't, because fucking it would just be such an insanely stupid thing for her to say because it's only for the right wing base, right? It would piss off so many people on the left. She wouldn't say it, but if she did say it, it would. I think people would be more confused than anything.
Yeah, there would be, but
let's assume that it appealed to her base, though, right? Like,
are you able to answer my question, Lacta? Do you think Elon, or it's a coin flip? I don't know if Elon would post about whether.
I think the battle lines are drawn, and I think Elon sees Kamala Harris as a much bigger threat, and so obviously he's going to focus more of his attention on calling her out as opposed to calling him out because it's like it has to do with bias. Of course, this is the case. Now, again, you could say, oh, look at this little bit of like pro-Trump media for sure, as opposed to the overwhelmingly negative. But again, you could say, well, what if this is just Trump being better? I mean, how do you know?
Yeah. History.
no,
I'll leave that to the
I mean, like,
historians.
I think, yeah, like, I think I agree with you that Trump says bullshit that everybody knows he isn't going to do. But the thing is, that's not unique to Trump, as I stated with the capital gains, unrealized capital gains, right? Like, that's a lie. Like, Kamala Harris is just full of shit. That's not going to be part of her policy, because even if she truly believed in it, which there's no reason to believe that she does, because she doesn't seem to truly believe in anything that she says, because she's switched issues and then when pressed on it. And when they get because the media has been, I mean, like, she gave that interview with Dana Bash, right?
I do have
And
to
she
bounce,
talked about
guys.
fracking.
It's getting late, so I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just gonna finish this.
Aren't you
and
a
I gotta
quarter
go too,
galactoid?
but
Okay,
like
what?
when she talked to
Aren't you a
Dana
quarter?
Bash,
Yeah, but I got to fucking crash, dude. I'm dying, and I'm going to be
Alright,
streaming
fair.
really
Yeah.
late tomorrow. So
Fair enough.
So
Take
just-
care, like all's pleasure.
so with the Dana Bash interview, right? Peace. With the Dana Bash interview, she specifically asked her, she was like, "Oh, well, what changed? Did you learn something in your presidency, like that changed your opinion?"
all right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's episode of Lactoid TV. It was a good discussion. We talked a lot about the earlier on. We talked a lot about the election, just thoughts, and then we had obviously the reverie, and then a little bit of discussion afterwards as well. So that was good. For those of you who gave bits and subs and were active in chat, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Tomorrow's the big fucking day. We're going to be starting to stream early afternoon, probably, and we're going to be going real late because we got Dylan Burns' show in the early morning of Wednesday. So I'm thinking probably 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be a longer one. It's going to be me, Gibbs. We're going to be basically working together for a lot of it. And Jeb Tan said he might show up for a little bit as well. Really just try to have a place that's, because so much of Twitch poll is just super lefty, and so there's going to be so many Kamala I guess communities for the people there to go hang out, but we're going to try to make a one for the other side here, right? One for the Donald Trump crowd. Tomorrow's the election. So, I mean, I'm talking about my stream and everything, but the most important thing, and I'm going to be hammering this really hard tomorrow, make sure you vote. Make sure you vote and vote for Donald Trump. And vote. And once you get done voting, shouldn't take much time at all. You might have to wait a little bit in line. Who cares? You can do it. We're all big boys, big girls. We can all do it. And then afterwards, come back, have a drink, hang out with us if you want, or whatever else you want to do. Just most importantly, make sure you vote, and make sure you bring people. People are saying to bring people in the chat. Mr. Bill, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Bring people as well. Make sure you do it. Make it happen. I just posted on Twitter. I mean, the Silver Bolton, Nate Silver, who, however credible you take him or not, I mean, he's saying it's 50-50 basically. Almost every poll has it ridiculously close. I mean, it is a very, very close election. And the only way that Kamala can be defeated here is through voting, and voting for Donald Trump, especially in the swing states. So if you live in a swing state, you cannot sit this one out. And if you don't live in a swing state, well, then you can do what you want to do, I guess. Vote third party or something along those lines. But if you live in any of the following states, if you live in Arizona, if you live in Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, you got to vote. You got to show up. You got to vote. That's how it is. Anyway, so I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. We got a real late stream. It's gonna hopefully get really active and entertaining. But yeah, other than that, peace. Have a great night, and we're on the eve of the voting war, the eve of battle. It reminds me. I saw a tweet. It reminds me of the third Lord of the Rings, right? When they're standing on top of Minas Tirith, looking out. I mean, just the armies coming. Probably a little bit too dramatic, but whatever. It's a good movie. I might watch that movie again pretty soon. All right, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna raid on out into Pentuple. He's doing some election content, some Trump content. So again, this is what we got to do. We gotta be motivated and we gotta be organized. That's how you win elections, and that's how you prevent bad people from winning elections. So.
And a union
Suter's
guy,
banned.
but he saw what was happening. He